generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every enemy list. Wired death. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
Another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them that were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify the thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it returns surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latifah. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots, and I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that will destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream of human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpen their psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety Hallelujah brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nano-nets filaments hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheek. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipedes, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking twixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the heart routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
Answer created by the watcher himself.
Nothing to prove, nothing to lose. Can I bustin' in the booth? Straight out the cold, we shoulda eat ya. This is the fire breather. Nothing to prove, nothing to lose. Can I bust a mic club? Bustin' in the booth. Microphone check 1, 2. You know what it is. Can I bust? Still getting pissed. Trick mics, gas molecules emit light. I bring Delta TC squared to the fist fight. First I develop defense, then negotiate disarmament from the other side of the fence. Hence, the tetrahedron is a prison for a four-headed demon. I weaken every time I see fight for my freedom under the big tree bleeding. I create hip-hop but don't need. I serve my back on rap like God turned his back on Eden to return like Cat Stevens. Who believe it, I live it, I breathe it. I smash mics to pieces, that's the secret. Can I fail? I rock bells on the Ho Chi Minh Trail to the song of the night. Yeah, any artist can turn the garden to a desert, but can he turn a desert to a garden? That's running, straight gunning, ready to punish, nigga. I don't budge when it's fuck. Double the budget, niggas turn hip-hop to something it wasn't. Made it hard to love it, so I come back to conquer with a monster mantra. My spiritual father is Swami Vivekananda. Promote freedom, stabilize the region. Think for yourselves, it's just like breathing. The departed hip-hop artists regarding the condition of the carnage. The dead farmers, I already saw it. Back to the army, back to Batari, back to the heartbeat, offbeat on a dark street. Feet, aggressive, assistive training. Haji somewhere waiting, 1 minute remaining. Satellites counter-locating, the bloodbath begins bathing. We both believe we'll fight Satan, but we both got the same God who accepts the same sacrifice. Blood, tears, life, fine pics and travels. Reveal I was holding a weapon when I was overpowered. There was no hours. 30-minute session, cleaning weapons, asking myself questions about what happened last mission. Radiation isolation. I'm an asshole, but I'm patient for a nurse with nice-shaped tits. I'm a poet. My house is a palace, a small cabin is passage, darker than the catacombs of Paris. Chateau de cannabis, Saint Germain, sadomasochist. I don't use change to trap a bitch. Don't get distracted, repeat your rap schematic over and over until it's automatic. My body is a machine, machines need fuels. 2 gastronasal tubes, feed me smoothie food. The report's clear to produce the abstract schematic you can use over a freshly squeeze blast pants. Right side paralyzed above the waist, below the waist, the left side paralyzed. It's a unique case, it's a talent for rhyme, great lost weight, lost sense of smell and taste. Wasting away, paying attention to space. Saying, wait, open the gate, first these skewers reverberate through the deserted, desolate space in this purgative place. Rim walls, a metaphor, law. Make your skin crawl, nothing to prove, this is lyrical law.
Yeah, I'm like a dead corpse crawling at the dirt on some zombie shit, aiming for your neck to bite the flesh where the vein connect. My brain's incorrect, traumatize you in a sec. My raps are like cracking the deck, satanic intellect slaughters you. I got more for you, your flesh is sorta blue. You'll be begging someone to pull me off of you. When I'm stabbing you, I offered you a chance to leave. You'll only understand when you bleed, there's no talking to you. Just shoving a fork in you, who the fuck you talking to? I'm pure death in the flesh, I'll arrange a coffin for you. My knife packing status, got you shook a lot of crooks, so respect my rap step kid, I advise you not to look. Turn your head, or you'll turn up dead. Put you to sleep inside a burning bed. Learn from what I said. I'm mushing your peeps, then I'm smushing you deep beneath where the deceased rest in peace.
Hide, injure you with ninja crews. Contemplate what sin to do. Negotiate with Satan, cause it's his decision too. Hold the sword like ghost storm, leaving bloody road scores. So disgusting that your corpse is not allowed in most morgues. So jagged and decrepit, kid, that the maggots rejected it. I dumped it in the sea and killed all life except for squid. Why? Walk the wrong path, deviated by demons, while you faggot motherfuckers inebriated by semen. Lure you with my web, check your cord and void to red. If they look for you, they'll find you in the mortuary dead. Fill the clip up with the lead and put the biscuit in your head. After I rip you up the shreds, I'll take a sip of what you play. Don't ever try and walk a riff, cause I don't wanna talk. I play the kind of sports the way you catch a tomahawk. Open up your skull, fragments fall to the ground. Take a token, sniff a pull, now you're drawn to the sound.
Thugs cry blood, supported by the hemp and the guns. Y'all tempt me to flip, some morbid when they empty the clip. It's awful how we decorate your coffin, send me the clip. We celebrate with Henny blood shakes, that render me sick. Whatever you fix, get fitted with a million chrome. Rap Vinny Jones, I disattach, snatch from the bone. And ate the last witnesses, K'd out on medicine. Health nut, crush up my weed germ, chase it with heroin. Gorilla biscuits, busting your windpipe into splinters. Another thin, the corpse pain in the frost of the winter. Circle of tyrants, rocking inverted cross iced out. Blood forming, two in your face, get a race, lights out. Spikes out for dish rags, keep them on the hip like shit bags. You don't want a fag, you left in the bubble cup and we'll shoot a fast. Stay bent like breathing rubber, so be advised, Lucifer's rising. The invocation of my demon brother.
Splattered in blood, fathom my thought patterns with drugs. Morbid visions of cadavers ravaged by maggots and bugs. Beetles crawling out of your eye sockets. Pus pouring out of your mouth on top of dry vomit. Millions of body bags, blood-drenched battlefields, big butcher knives. You fucking faggots, you get your fucking face erased from your cabbage. Tangled in gore on the top, half of your body hanging off the door. Spasm and splash your organs across the floor. It's death. The slug hit the bulletproof vest I took from the policeman after I blow off his head. We like to say in service, Satan, Satanists.
God is an atheist. You fucking idiots, your bitches give brain to us. Save yourself, the author of sacrifice. We criminally insane, escape from Bellevue. Sniffing on cocaine, don't even try it. It's ill built, a gourmet of violence. Donate my brain to science, vacation, insane asylums. Come on, to my carnival of carnage. Where I'll slice and dice and peel off your shell like an orange. I'm too precise not to be nice. I know you like trash, you'll pay twice the price. I put brains on ice. For preparation, prepare for the separation of your foundation. So come get your frown pasted in hot sauce. I roasted like hot dogs on an open fire. I'm a trip like fire. But don't admire the entire picture, cause I hang you like a fixture. So when you enter the mixture, use extreme caution, because it only takes one portion to form an abortion with the steel that I force in. You feel lost when you get tossed in the bottomless gorge. The heron horde got guns and swords.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I got some interesting reflections for you guys. Now, last time I was actually touching on some interesting ideas that are sort of interspersed within several works. And what I wanted to highlight was several sort of conceptual frameworks, right? Such as the invasion of the symbolic by the mechanical via the technical. And this is something that ellul discusses. And of course, the separation of thought and action in terms of the proliferation of techniques. As he says, the proliferation of the means brings about disappearance of the ends, right? And everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine, as ellul says, right? So this idea of mediation, okay, and how technique or the mechanical world sort of has its own goals. And so we understand that there's technical values like efficiency, speed, and control, right? And making these means, the improvement of these means are goals in and of themselves, right? Means that it brings about the disappearance of the ends. As I said, we lose, a view of what we're doing it all for. Okay. And this is the idea of pure mediation or content plasticity due to this mimetic complexity that I've described, right? Which is the dissolution of meaning. Right? All forms of meaning become sort of abstract because the abstract and the universal via logic and math sort of invades the technical scope, right? And I know I'm talking to many different people who both agree with me and oppose me, in many different senses, right? Of those terms, right? But and of course, many people who like to take notes on my various presentations. But of course, this idea, as I've cited in many different works, not just my own, right? Conjuring. Okay, as I've presented, right, the complexification of techniques, right, in terms of the Tao Te Ching, Lin Chi translation now let me actually pull this up because we are in the process of discovering some of the instances of commentaries on what technique represents, right? So so let's try to get up in this English translation, English versions of the Tao Te Ching. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. Now, obviously, I presented this website earlier. This is a very good website. And I forget exactly where we were at here. I'm sorry about this. Let me actually try to look this up on the internet because I'm not finding it on this website as easy as I was able to earlier. And of course, as I pull this up, I want to introduce this term of technique itself onto the framework of what we're discussing, right? And of course, I pulled this up last time. And it says here, it says, rule a kingdom by the normal, fight a battle by abnormal tactics of surprise. Oh, whoops! I'm not putting it on the screen. Sorry, guys. So here's the chapter here, right? Rule a kingdom by the normal, fight a battle by the abnormal tactics of surprise. So here we have a separation between strategy and tactics, right? Now, strategy is those on the fly, case by case movements, right, that depend on the situation and the analysis of the situation, right? Whereas tactics are tried and true methods that are prepared in advance of any conflict. Right now, tactics are a series of maneuvers that we, sort of are at our disposal, right? And these various tactics, they have to come to a sort of organizational strength, right? That they could be, developed and carried out on the fly, right? According to the strategies of each battle. Right? So it says, and as Chogyam Trungpa says, a warrior's decency is a lack of strategy. Right? So the personal aspect of the application of techniques, depending on each situation, is the strategy. Okay, and that compares, strategy and tactics compares analogically to skills and techniques. Right? A skill is based on each person's development, right? And so skill has a personal element to it, right? Skill is a sort of way that, you know, one can develop through practice, through understanding, right? And of course, skill and talent sort of go hand in hand, right? And of course, this compares to what Machiavelli is talking about in terms of fortune on the one hand and virtue on the other hand, right? That's kind of like strategy and tactics as well, right? This balance between fortune and virtue, right? Fortune is what nature gives you, right? Then virtue is like what you can develop on your own, right? So within this idea of skill, there's this personal element that I'm getting back to, right? Whereas in technique, the personal element is removed. So technique, it simply implies depersonalization, right? And not relying on skill in order to move, right? So analogically speaking, this applies to the use of tools and machines, right? Because tools rely on skill. They're an extension of the speed and pace of human movement. Not only that, they are limited and directed and filtered out by the cultural landscape, right? The cultural landscape. Okay, so in terms of tools, they're mediated by not only culture, but also personal application of skill. Not only that, they are personal in the sense that they are extensions of human movement, and they move at the speed and pace of human movement. A machine is a thing that does not rely on skills. It relies on technique, right? Now, as Ellul says, a machine is an embodiment of techniques, right? Whereas techniques do not simply have to be mechanical. Okay, they could be dislodged from the mechanical as well. Right, and of course the Tao points out another virtue, right, which is simplicity, right, which is sort of simplicity and sincerity are kind of like the cornerstones of virtue itself. Whereas technique functions through complexification, assimilation, right, not by sort of growth and fecundity, but by replication and assimilation, as I've said, right, earlier. So technique functions in a totally different way, right? Mechanical forms of organization, right, are meant to capitalize on a lack of human skill and input, right? They're focused on a general input, right, from the human component. And obviously, the more developed a technique is, the less reliant it is on skill, as I've continuously stated here on this show. Okay, and yeah. So so here I'll read this chapter, and then I'll read those parts from Phaedrus, right, that I think are really important, or just explain the Phaedrus, right? Explain some of the views of Plato in terms of this, and then we get the views collectively from the 4th century that sort of are critiquing the psychological transformation of the human by techniques, the depersonalization of the human by techniques, the disappearance of the means. I mean, the disappearance of the ends and the proliferation of the means. Excuse me. Right, as Ellul says, right, the proliferation of the means brings about a disappearance of the ends, as he says. Right, a total encapsulation, and this is part and parcel of this idea of utilitarianism, right? Okay, that in terms of the moral calculus already being figured to the majority, right? If everybody is just a mass man, then there's no differentiation between people because of this idea of equality. And so in the moral calculus, right, a similar means can be employed to get the ultimate end, right, that you seek. Because if the end is decided, you don't have to pay attention to it, right? So what you should focus on is improvement of the means, right? So it's this idea of utility, efficiency, speed, control. These are essentially the values of the technical and the mechanical that siphon out the human skill component and end up in a collective depersonalization, right? Where the machine, right, it brings a foggy somatic detachment because it acts as an extended prosthesis, right? Whereas the use of tools does not similarly, right, assimilate both human action, human thought, and human culture in the similar capacity, right? Just simply does not. So let me continue reading this. He says, win the world by doing nothing, right? How do I know this is so? This idea of simplicity through this. The more prohibition, so now he's talking about complexification. The more prohibitions there are, the poorer the people become. The more sharp weapons there are, the greater the chaos in the state. The more skills of technique, the more cunning things are produced. Okay, now check that out, right? Okay, it's laws, the combination of the state with techniques, and those techniques used for an expansionist policy, right? As Machiavelli says, war brings criminals and peace hangs them, right? So there's a balance to the economy of violence, right? Now it says the more cunning things are produced by the more skills of technique. Right now it says the greater the number of statutes, the greater the number of thieves and brigands. Therefore, the sage says, I do nothing and people are reformed of themselves. I love quietude and people are righteous of themselves. I deal in business and people grow rich by themselves. I have no desire and the people are simple. And there's that idea of simplicity versus complexification. Right? Simplicity is creativity, whereas complexity breeds assimilation. Right? And the massification, complexification of means right, brings about the disappearance of honesty. Right? It brings about the massification of the human, and so on and so forth, right? So what about in the Phaedrus? Right? What is Plato saying to us in the Phaedrus, right? Well, first of all, he says in the laws that there's an idea where we are you know, sort of you know, lacking the simplicity of olden times. Okay, he says the people back in the day, they used to have the wisdom to listen to the words of an oak. Right? And he said people nowadays are lacking in this sort of wisdom. Let me bring this up, right? Where were we here? Hold on. Hold on. I got to sort of look this up. Oh yeah, that's in a different book. Give me a second. Hold on, let me look this up for you guys. I greatly apologize for this, guys. I should have been more prepared. I sort of do these shows on the fly. It is what it is, right? Okay, this is page 17. Let me look this up for you guys. 17. All right, here we go. Okay, no, this is actually from the Phaedrus too. So perfect. This is also from the Phaedrus of Plato, right? It says the priests of the temple of Zeus at Dodona say that the first prophecies were the words of an oak. Everyone who lived at that time, not being as wise as you young ones are today, found it rewarding enough in their simplicity, to listen to the words of an oak or even a stone, so long as it was telling the truth. So see, nature tells us the truth. The way we hear the call of nature is through simplicity, right? Just as is said in the Tao, the complexification of the means, right, leads to the lack of honesty in the people, right? It makes them more cunning, right, and so on and so forth. So lack of simplicity, this is what it brings about: corruption of the heart, right? The disease of the heart, okay, and so on and so forth, right? And of course, simplicity and sincerity are the jewel of the heart, as they say, right? All right, now in the Shangzu, right, as I said, so both Shangzu and Plato are roughly writing around the same time period, 400 to 300, right? BC, right? Now we presented another idea from Walden by Henry David Thoreau, right? Let me open that up, right? Okay, and I'm simply reviewing what we went through last time. Okay, we looked at a lot of different works that sort of touched on a lot of different concepts. And here he's talking about how the proliferation of the means brings about disappearance of the ends, right? How men lack independence, right? They're more controlled by the advancements of the technical life. Okay, it says our lives are frittered away in, our lives are frittered away by detail. An honest man has hardly need to count more than his 10 fingers, or in extreme cases, he may add his 10 toes and lump the rest. Simplicity, 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 I say. Let your affairs be as 2 or 3. So here's this idea, right? He says, simplify, simplify. Instead of 3 meals a day, if it be necessary, eat but 1. Instead of 100 dishes, 5. And reduce other things in proportion. It says, our nation itself, with its so-called internal improvements, which, by the way, are all external and superficial, is just such an unwieldy and overgrown establishment, cluttered with furniture and tripped up by its own traps. Now, he says earlier, right? He says men have become tools of their tools. The man who once independently plucked the fruits when he was hungry has now become a farmer, and he who stood under a tree for shelter, a housekeeper. We now no longer camp as for a night, but have settled down on earth and forgotten heaven. Settled down on earth and forgotten heaven. He's talking about the loss of the sacred, the loss of meaning, to reiterate the point, right? Finally, he says, we have built for this world a family mansion, and for the next a family tomb. Okay, and this relates to that idea of anthropomorphism and anthropocentrism, right? Anthropomorphism from the religious ideals, okay, that try to make man the centerpiece of the relationship to the divine, right? Between nature and the divine, right? Man is the mediator. Okay, so I talked about this idea of the archetypal man and how, obviously it was a sort of Gnostic conception and sort of Jewish, right? Sort of Jewish and Gnostic mixed as they sort of delved into Neoplatonism, right? And they created a sort of inversion of both Plato and Jesus in terms of the demiurge concept, right? So there's this notion of the archetypal man, okay, as a mediator between heaven and earth. Okay, and of course there's this idea of anthropocentrism. Right, anthropocentrism, that is the idea of science, right? That rational mind is the understanding of nature's laws, and to understand nature's laws, you supersede nature, right, via the rational and enter into the divine world yourself, right? This second concept is more related to the secularization of the sort of Christian message than the sort of inversion of it, right? And of course, we're specifically talking about the proliferation of this idea or concept of rationality being the epitome of nature's laws, right, within the Western context, because this is the sort of ideological understanding in which the idea of universalism and liberalism and scientism and the idea of the scientific worldview, which is the precursor for the world technological system, actually develops, right? Greetings, Fred. What's up?
Yo.
I'm sort of keeping an eye on the TV here because I want to call into a show so I could talk to them about Paul. They're doing a show, Paul is a False Apostle.
Oh, okay.
So I want to get in on the discussion because they got Vocab Malone and Shaman Omar. And and the guy was going crazy. He was taking an L because he was saying that Paul is a Markaba mystic.
Oof.
Ooftas. Yeah. So that's gonna get nowhere, right? So I appreciate you guys. I'm simply going over the resources that I talked about last time, right? Namely, I talked about obviously there's one last issue that I touched on, right, that is very important, right, in terms of Samuel Butler, right? And now this relates to this idea that men have become tools of their tools, right? Because there's a kingdom that is sort of superseding on the human kingdom, sort of parasitizing, using the human kingdom as a resource, and that is the mechanical kingdom, right? So he talks about this sort of universal development of techniques, right? And how different machines use the same sort of parts. So there's a sort of collective incubation of techniques, right, and the necessary linking up of techniques, as Ellul describes it, right, as sort of key features of these, of the development of a world industrial system, or a techno-industrial system, or a world technological system, right? Or a global industrial system. We've concocted so many different names for this concept, right? But I think one of the main concepts I've come to explore here is this idea of techno-liberalism, right? That liberalism gave birth to the technological system, and it gave birth to its sort of executioner, and now the main thing in the driver's seat is technology that seems to be driving liberalism, right? so that's why we've employed this term techno-liberalism, right, to explore this key conception about how, the scientific worldview and the world technological system was birthed through the liberal enterprise, but it's a sort of totalitarian system that goes against its main purpose for existence, right? Which is humanism, right? And of course, we're discussing how this development of this technical humanism, right, comes up in ellul, where man is finally adjusted to the technical system, right? Not the other way around, right? So yeah, so Butler says that okay, so let me quote Butler here and then we'll move on. He says the mechanical kingdom has developed, right? We mean to the lever itself, and if we then examine the machinery of the Great Eastern, we find ourselves almost awestruck the vast development of the mechanical world, the gigantic strides which it advanced. We shall find it impossible to refrain from asking ourselves in what end this mighty movement is to be, what the end of this mighty movement is to be. And he says, we have used the words mechanical life, mechanical kingdom, and mechanical world. And then he says, okay, and he explains the concept. For as the vegetable kingdom was slowly developed from the mineral, and as in the like manner the animal supervened upon the vegetable, so now the last few ages, an entirely new kingdom has sprung up, right? And I argue that this is a sublimation of man back into the mineral, obviously, right? So this is a sort of devolution of man, right? That the highest has to be combined with the lowest, so the rocks have to come alive, right? This is the myth of the golem, right? And of course, the idea is fulfilled, right? The legend is fulfilled by the creation of, the combination of man and machine, the mixing of iron and clay, as it says in the Bible, right? So, there's a little poetic summary of a lot of the key concepts. Now, we will be returning to a lot of these ideas, but I do want to call in and maybe talk to these guys if I can, right? And we'll see if that will, because I don't want to miss it, all right? And of course, there's a lot of panels on during these shows, so if we chop this show into two parts, I think it's fine, right? We will be exploring lots of different issues, but yeah, there's lots of different panels on, and I didn't want to maybe pop in here and see what the deal is with this debate. Maybe talk to these guys, because I am a little bit of a person who is very well versed on this issue, at debating this issue, right? So we may as well attempt to debate the issue. And of course, obviously, we believe that Paul is highly intelligent resource, right? For Christian beliefs, we believe he is rhetorically one of the most important works, right, in Western literature. So we don't denounce the power and impact of the Apostle Paul, nor do we wish to diminish our Christian friends, okay, because they are obviously very rational and very much brothers and sisters in the fight that we are trying to represent with this entire idea that we're bringing forward against modernism and against the world technological system. So we don't mean to offend anybody. We're just doing a sort of intellectual sparring. And of course, we are not Christians. So maybe this was best explained on the show that I'm going to. So maybe I'll have to say this again, right? Because, obviously we don't mean to offend the Christians, right? And that's very much important to put forward, that these types of issues are not ones that we normally focus on, right? Because of the because it really doesn't matter that much, right? Hey, Dom.
What's up?
Hey, I'm going to the tomato show, so if you want to join me, come through.
What are they debating?
Is Paul a false apostle? So I'm sure you have a lot to say about that because, it seems like you're staunchly opposed to the Catholic Church, and
got a feedback.
Yeah, you got a little bit of feedback.
Yeah, I was kind of juggling my phone around, but I'm aware of what's going on, but I don't think I know enough to just go and start talking about that specific topic.
Yeah.
Unless I'm bring it to
indeed
natural law or something.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit, see what happens, but I'll share the screen here and I'll put the link in the chat here. You guys want to hop in, you guys can. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Because here, okay, so this is the link to the show that's in the chat there. So let me put that in the chat. I'll only be there. I'll possibly only be there for like an hour. It couldn't possibly go longer than that.
All right, well, I'll see you then. Maybe I'll go on.
Yeah. And
you might have to mute yourself here in this StreamYard.
Oh no, then it won't appear, but I'll have to like do this so that they can both hear me.
Oh.
It's just full screen the thing. And of course, yeah. So
that over 500 people witnessed the resurrected Christ at the same time. No one ever wrote it except for Paul, and Paul happened to not be there. Therefore, it's true. Is that what we are? Your argument?
No.
So that's I don't understand how that could be a different argument to that.
No.
By the way,
no,
everyone knew it was so crazy that
even
Irenaeus and Clement and Ignatius knew this is a little far because only Paul said it, so they left it out.
That's now you're stretching. Now you're stretching. That's
maybe a little bit. I am stretching a little bit, but now.
Let's move on. I know Machine Lies has a question for Cab, and I know Cab has a limited time, so I do want to get through that one first. And I know Mario was going for Shaman earlier. So Machine Lies, if you'd like to ask your question or make your comment, please.
Sure. Thank you for having me. And yeah, I'd like to ask, in terms of Paul, right? If he's established, right, as an apostle, right? What I'd like to ask, what establishes him as an apostle, and is apostle the same thing as disciple, right? Because disciple and an apostle, there seems to be a discrepancy between those two terms, and then also there seems to be an idea where, in Acts, right, they chose a disciple, right, to be among them, and they chose Matthias, right? It wasn't Paul that was chosen, right? Paul is chosen to be the apostle to the Gentiles. So in that specific role, he still follows the Jewish law. He doesn't think that Christ's salvation abstains him from sort of following this sort of Jewish law. So he's sort of in a sense, still, as he says, he's a circumcised and a Jew, right? So on what authority does he challenge the other apostles, right? Because, you were kind of saying that, it seems that, Paul is given, that what he's doing as apostle to the Gentiles is condoned by the other apostles, but he outright challenges the other apostles, right? He calls them super apostles, right? And
that's not Peter and them. Those are charlatans who come later in 2 Corinthians. Everything else you said, I'm listening, but that's just, he's not calling Peter. He's not mocking them, calling them super apostles. That's a different group of people.
Well, he specifically mentions James, and he's saying that the other apostles, that they take wives along with them. So he is challenging them. He's saying that they are doing things.
No. He's saying that he could also have a wife along with him if he wanted. He was given the example of others who had a wife along with them. He's saying you can have a traveling wife, a traveling believing wife with you. So then it's a liberty he didn't take, but he's not saying they shouldn't. He's saying they did this. It's allowable. I'm not doing it, but it's something you can do.
So who are the?
He never criticizes James.
Well, I think he does criticize James. He says that that he's weak for being a vegetarian and all this type of stuff.
What? He never says James is weak. First of all, James is not a vegetarian, and that Paul never says he's weak for being.
Hegesippus, the historian, he actually does say that James is a vegetarian, but so there are historical resources that claim that James is a vegetarian, but
he doesn't bring up in his discussion of eating meat.
Well, are you aware of Hegesippus?
Yeah, he's a Jewish historian writing in the 130s.
Yeah. So, on what authority does Paul challenge the other apostles? See, if he's given authority by them, right? See,
he's not given authority by him. That's your mistake, though. His authority is not derivative from them. They affirm his calling, but his authority comes from Christ. But I could give you the authority he has in Galatians chapter 2. He says, because Peter's conduct was out of line with the gospel. Peter was showing partiality against the Gentile believers when certain people came from Jerusalem. So Paul is appealing to a standard that's above all of them. Because remember in Galatians 1, Paul says, even if I teach another gospel, I should be accursed.
Right, but where's
Paul has a standard above him?
Standard. That's the whole entire question, right? So here's
the gospel of Jesus Christ.
But given to all of the disciples or just him? See, this
no, it wouldn't make sense to challenge Peter if he was not also under the same standard. And that's why the Jerusalem Council shows they're all under the same standard. Galatians happened before.
Look, here in Galatians, he challenges them. He says, and when James and Cephas and John, who seemed to be pillars, now he's calling them out. Right. And he says, perceive the grace that was given to me. They gave the right hand of fellowship to Barnabas and me, that we should go to the Gentiles and they should go to the circumcised. Only they asked us to remember the poor, the very thing I was eager to do. But when Cephas came to Antioch, and this is the key part, he says, I opposed him to his face. He says, I opposed him to his face.
Verse 14. Could you read verse 14?
So you're saying he never challenged them, but he is saying
no. I did not say he never challenged them. I was saying that what you said was incorrect about how he criticized James for being a vegetarian or having a wife. But could you read verse 14? What's Paul's reason?
Earlier in the debate, you said,
but verse 14. What's verse 14 say?
Well, I'm getting to that. He says, when Cephas came to Antioch, I opposed him to his face, because he stood condemned. For before certain men came from James, he was eating with Gentiles, but when they came and drew back and separated himself, fearing the circumcision party. Now he calls them the circumcision party. And the rest of the Jews acted hypocritical along with him. So now he admits that a bunch of people along with Barnabas didn't go along with what he was doing, so that even Barnabas was led astray by their hypocrisy. And then he says, now this is the key part. I agree. This is the main part. He says, if you, though a Jew, live like a Gentile and not like a Jew, how can you force the Gentiles to live like Jews? It's Paul himself that's creating two sets of books. He is creating a form, where you could be under, Christ's salvation and not be under the law, yet also be a Jew and live under Christ and follow the law. And so he's setting up two roads of salvation. He accuses Peter of doing the same thing that he's doing, in my opinion. But
confessions through projections.
And I don't mean to be offensive to Christians. I think it's a totally rational teaching, and I think that
a machine. You know the story of how they say like the lost Jesus, and they say Jesus in India. You know the story they say like the lost. One of the stories, the lost years of Jesus, was that he was in India and becoming a guru. If that case, then you would be the embodiment of that one. So, right.
So Paul points to Jesus as the only way of salvation, though. So he's not creating two ways of salvation. You mentioned that he was creating two ways of salvation, but he constantly says, when he came to Corinth, he swore that he would preach nothing but Christ crucified.
And that's
Now,
his
why would that be his only mission?
Romans
His main focus, preach
2:16,
Christ
he says,
crucified.
according to my
he
gospel.
says there is no other way. That is the one way. And Peter, of course, agrees with that in Acts 4:12. He says there's no other name given under heaven by which men may be saved. So Paul's message is to preach Christ crucified, not circumcision, not even baptism. That's not even his first priority. It's Christ crucified. So there's one way, and that's why he says in Galatians 3:28, there's neither Greek nor Jew, slave nor free, male nor female, for all are one in Christ. So he's not creating two separate paths for Jew and Gentile. There's only one way, and it is in Christ.
But vocab in Matthew 19, when they ask him, how do you gain eternal life, go to heaven? He says you would only enter the eternal life if you keep the commandments.
And then what's he say after that to the man before the man goes away sad?
Tell me. I mean, that's not my point. I brought up.
No, that is the point of the story, though. He says, one thing you lack: sell your possessions to the poor and follow me. Where in the Old Testament does it say you have to
follow him?
Right. Where does the Old Testament command you to follow Jesus?
Jesus is following as the Messiah is supposed to, following the commandments in the Torah.
He says, follow me. He doesn't say,
yeah,
follow
and he's
Moses.
Leading towards the Torah. He's going.
You're inserting that. You're inserting that.
Oh,
he
man.
Says,
show me where he preached against the Torah.
He says, follow me. No, Jesus isn't going to preach against Torah. That's not the point.
Exactly.
He's saying he's the fulfillment of Torah. Then my point is he's surpassing Torah because he doesn't say follow Torah. He says, follow me. That the point is there's no Old Testament command to follow Jesus, is there? So why would he command the man to follow him?
No, okay, you're right. As far as when you say Old Testament, as far as the Torah, there is nothing about Messiah in there at all whatsoever.
That's not
about
true.
a Messiah in Torah. But if you're talking about Tanakh, yes, there's Messiah in there. But that doesn't say follow the Messiah and you're going to go to heaven. It says follow the commandments in the law of books of Moses, right? But by the way, just on one side note, when you're talking about Paul and the 500 and so on, according to Paul's own words in 2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 1, he says, every matter must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. So Paul tells you, disregard what someone says as a testimony unless it was attributed by 2 or 3 witnesses, which is, by the way, from the Torah. So Paul writes all this stuff and has no witnesses. So according to Paul's own guide, we should disregard anything he said that doesn't have 2 or 3 witnesses, including his own vision.
That does have 2 or 3 witnesses because it has Luke.
No, because
it
you already went through that.
It's like you're making these criticisms without actually have read the sources. Luke is a source. Paul is a source. Ananias is a source. That's 3 right there. What are you talking about?
What? Hold on. A source of what?
You said a source of his vision.
Yeah.
Ananias
went through that. There's 3 different testimonies. Hold on. So if we were in a court,
Luke also attests to it because he's writing what happened.
Yeah, one guy saw but didn't hear. One guy heard but didn't see, and all written by the same guy.
That's moving the goalposts. You're saying there was no other, but see, Ananias.
Oh no, I think we may be missing each other. I was talking about his vision on the road to Damascus. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, then what happened with Ananias?
Tell me.
How can you make a criticism of the story without noting the Ananias component? He's fundamental to the vision.
You said specifically that other people saw it, and I said no one on earth ever said that over 500 people witnessed the risen Christ other than Paul.
But now
I came back, and I'm saying that Paul told everyone, including you, that in every matter, not some, every matter must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. So, you're now arguing Paul against Paul.
No, you just brought up the vision. So we're back to that because that actually more relates to the topic. So here's what it says in Acts 9. Now there was a disciple at Damascus named Ananias. The Lord said to him in a vision, Ananias, and he said, here I am, Lord. And the Lord said to him, rise and go to the street called Straight. By the way, that's still in Damascus to this day. And at the house of Judas, look for a man of Tarsus named Saul. For behold, he is praying, and he has seen in a vision a man named Ananias come in and lay his hands on him so that he might regain his sight. But Ananias answered, Lord, I have heard from many about this man, how much evil he has done to your saints in Jerusalem. And here he has authority from the chief priest to bind all who call on your name. But the Lord said to him, go, for he is a chosen instrument of mine to carry my name before. So it goes down the list. So Ananias is also a witness to that fact, plus Luke, the author. So it's not just Paul.
Yeah.
And then the pillars, as Machine just mentioned, the pillars affirm the grace given to Paul.
This is what you do. You just used Luke, who also wasn't there, and his specific writings quote him about what Paul said happened with Ananias. Again, none of them were there. It's all hearsay written by another guy, hearsay written by another guy, hearsay. That does not prove your point just because it was written by one other guy.
That's actually not Luke's methodology at all. Luke tells you his methodology, and here's what he says. Just as those who from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word have delivered from to us, it seemed good to me also,
Still
having
begging
followed all
the
things closely
question.
for some time past, to write an orderly account. That's his methodology. So what you just said is not his methodology. Stop slandering Luke.
So in 1 Corinthians, when Paul says at least 2 to 3 witnesses, those 2 to 3 witnesses you're mentioning right now weren't there either.
Ananias heard from the Lord.
Oh, sure. Who said that? Luke? Luke said that Ananias heard from the Lord. That's, brother, this
Omar.
is, no offense, Cap. This is my thing. Listen, you and I have a difference of opinion of the concrete reality on the ground, right? And the difference is that I'm not using derogatory terms for you, for your beliefs, but it seems to me that you feel righteous enough to kind of point out that I'm missing something. No, I'm not missing anything. If I write something and tell you that Clay saw a vision of Muhammad in the sky in northern Florida, and you don't hear it from Clay, I can't tell you you're crazy for not believing me. You understand my thought process?
I do.
Yes, we already were through that when you brought up Muhammad in the beginning, and I already eviscerated that. That
was in context. No,
that was in the very beginning of the conversation.
That was in context of Paul about divine revelations and prophets. I'm specifically making a statement that if I tell you, Cab, you'll never guess what happened. You tell me what happened, Omar. I say Clay. Remember Clay from the panel? He's in northern Florida, I think. And he just told me that he was in a cave and he saw Muhammad appear in the middle of the sky. You go, oh my God, what did you do? And I said, I don't know, I wasn't there, but someone else told me. I'm saying that's where I'm grounding my logic.
With all that ayahuasca in your brain, you just might have seen that.
You might have break today.
You might have seen it.
Again, this is, you know what, though? You know what? Actually, let me touch on that. You may be right, because the interesting part about working with ayahuasca as an ayahuasquero for like 25% of my life and drinking ayahuasca all around the world and serving it to over 15,000 people around the world for healing and their own spiritual, whatever necessary reasons, is that I actually, in fact, have spent significant time healing from spinal surgeries in the lands in the Wadi Musa, the Valley of Moses. I've spent 3 days and nights drinking ayahuasca in caves in the Valley of Moses with 6 different bushes that I could light on fire. When I watched the rays, and I've explored these holy lands, and I've seen all sorts of phenomenal, very powerful things. You know what that did, Cab?
You got 2 or 3 witnesses for that?
No, that's why I don't preach it, my brother. That's my point. I've seen I've seen when the sun's rising, I've seen in the rays of the sun, Hebrew letters forming in the rays of the sun over the promised lands. I've seen it with my own eyes. Now, does that mean that I affirm everything in the New or Old Testament? No. But what it does make me is a humble seeker. And so all I'm saying is that I am a seeker. And you make the face with the humble part. I did it. By the way, if I was trying to get real, I'd say, hey, you know what? Paul most likely, guess what? Most likely gay. Okay? Because he's telling everyone, no girls, guys, only the Lord in your heart, bending on the knee. You know, so I'm not trying to get like that. But the
sounds like you've been reading some John Shelby Spong.
Brother, I don't know who. Listen, I'm with all reality, I'm dyslexic. So I don't know who we're talking about, and I want to hear your opinion. That's why I didn't bring some jabroni on here to talk about Paul. I reached out to you because I do respect your your path, and I respect you're a learned, you have what, PhD or master's in right?
No,
you have
a master's. I never finished.
Oh, just the master's. Okay, that's respectable.
Well, no, I'm just saying I never got to finish my doctorate stuff.
Okay, but again, I don't have I have a master's in ayahuasca. Okay, so if you ever want to find out about Paul revelations similar to Paul, I can help you arrange that, and we'll together with our Odinist friend, we will go to the Wadi Musa of Valley of Moses and the Wadi Rum Valley of High Places of El. And we'll go on a spiritual journey together where you will see your own revelation. But the difference is...
Sounds like a setup for a punchline, a shaman, a
No.
Christian, and an Odinist walk into the desert.
It'll be amazing. But the difference is that you and as I would have a vision. We wouldn't think that's the vision. So the difference is I don't go and preach to the world that my visions and opinions is the right one. I'm simply asking
of the
questions,
argument
right? Because my actual
is.
belief is significantly different than
We're
anything
so
that's
in the
contained in any
weeds
of
now.
those Abrahamic books. But I'm a seeker.
All right, let me kick it over to Mario. Let's see if your mic is coming in better. If not, I'll just have to boot you back out. Do you hold on? Do you like legit? You have to have something on in the background or something. Like a PC.
He's on CB.
Yeah.
Tell the shaman he's a heretic. So it's like this. Tell the shaman he's a heretic that he should be burned.
Yo.
I'm sorry. It's
Absolutely not. I can't. It hurts my ears. Okay, let me bring Echo up. Echo, thanks for waiting backstage. I know your Wi-Fi kicks you out often. Did you have a question for Cab or Shaman?
Well, more of an actual statement, actually. Sorry, caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting. Come on, right this second. Okay, the crucifixion of Christ was meant for what purpose? The atonement of all sins, right?
Allegedly.
For forgiveness.
It depends on who you ask, right? I would say the crucifixion of Christ. Crucifixion was capital punishment in the time of the Second Temple period of Rome, and the capital offense was calling himself the King of the Jews, which is the Messiah, and that's why he was crucified, like objectively speaking. But theologically,
might be other reasons.
Yeah, so I mean, I can answer, but Cab can as well. Cab, feel free.
Yeah, I hold the substitutionary atonement.
Okay, so he died for the sin of Adam and Eve, right? The first sin.
Yeah, it says that in Romans 4, almost exclusively just in Romans 4. It's nowhere in the Gospels, that Christ is there, he's there to, make up for the sins of Adam, right? That he's the second Adam. These are basically things made up by Paul, I think.
Well, could you go to John 1:29?
And let's let this just be between Echo, Cav, and Shaman. The chat did not pay for their gauntlet, so unfortunately, all of you don't get to play it once. So unless they want to unfuck themselves with a very hefty 2 red donos to fix it, we will only be going one at a time, and then we'll end. But yeah, back to you, Echo, Cav, and Shaman.
Like Echo in John 1:29. John the Baptist sees Jesus, and he says, the next day he saw Jesus coming toward him and said, behold, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world.
Okay, so he was the purpose is to take away the sin of the world. So for forgiveness of all mankind. Okay, so sorry. Now, if you forgive somebody, would you still punish them?
If I forgive them,
if your kid did something, but
if I was a civil magistrate, I would still have to enact punishment. It depends on who you're talking about.
Well, if your kid did something wrong, and you forgave your kid, and you've already punished them, and you forgave them,
I've already punished them?
Would you've already scalded them? You've already told them what was wrong. Would you continue to hold a grudge against them? Would you
hold a grudge? No, I wouldn't hold a grudge against them
afterwards. After you forgave them, would you continue to punish them?
No, I would not hold a grudge against them. No.
No, you wouldn't punish them. You wouldn't continue to punish them after you forgave them, right?
Well, it depends what you mean. If I had to remove somebody out, like I had a family member who had, my cousin was a heroin addict, and they had to remove him from the house because he would steal all the stuff and stuff like that. They forgave him, but they couldn't let him live there anymore. It just depends, each example is different. But I'm listening. I think I know where you're going. Go ahead.
Okay. So, what was the punishment for Adam and Eve for sin?
They were excised from the garden, and
they were excised from the garden.
and they would have a mortal end.
And she would have pain in childbirth, and he would have to toil for his food.
Correct.
Women still have pain in their. Jesus is gone. Sins are forgiven. Women are still in pain when they have childbirth. We're still working our ass off trying to feed ourselves.
Well, yeah,
what did Jesus accomplish?
It's not over. Revelation is the end of the
Well,
book.
it's over. Jesus.
No. Jesus
We've been
comes
forgiven
back.
already. Jesus died for all of our sins. Jesus died for all of our sins. We're all forgiven through Jesus. Why do women still hurt when they have childbirth? Why do we still have to work our butts off to feed ourselves if God has forgiven us through the sacrifice of Jesus?
Yeah, we're not at the end yet. So that's what Revelation is about. That's when that happens. The kingdom of God has not been finalized.
Oh, Christian futurism.
Even Jesus spoke in Matthew 24 of his return. So this finalization doesn't happen until the return. That's the end of the book of Revelation. That's when Jesus comes back, sets everything right. That's when there's no more pain, no more sin, no more suffering, none of that. Now, if you don't have a Christian worldview, you actually don't even have that promise. You know, for example, if you're an atheist, there's no promise that there will be a pristine state. There's no hope for that. You know, if all these different versions
Certainly
of
not for
worldviews,
Odinists.
they don't have that kind of promise. Christianity is the only one who has a God who sets everything right in a way that is holy and pure and perfect. But are you saying because women still have pain in childbirth, therefore Jesus didn't accomplish anything? Is that your ultimate argument?
Basically, you could take that from that, but regarding to anybody else not having a road or highway, whatever you said, pathway, we're all on it. There's no different pathways for anybody else. If Jesus doesn't accomplish anything by being sacrificed for the sins of mankind and everybody's forgiven, if we're forgiven, why are we still being punished? And if we're still being punished, then we're not forgiven.
Well, you saying your sins have been forgiven?
According to Jesus.
Well, if you've never repented, your sins aren't forgiven. You'll still be judged.
Yeah, ultimately, yes, you'd be judged. Yes, ultimately, you'd be judged, and then you would have to go through your punishment. Not Jesus dying for our sins.
It's a weird double jeopardy.
Well, do you believe that it's possible Jesus
not
could
exactly
come back?
Double jeopardy, but
And then that's when
die
that would
again?
be, no, not to die again, to set up his permanent kingdom. That's what he promised.
That's what Paul promised.
No, in Luke, Jesus says, "I'm not going to eat
Paul.
this supper
Luke,
again
Paul.
with you."
Luke says something that's Paul. Luke says something that's Paul.
Okay, so I see what we're doing. So in Revelation, does not John talk about the perfect state? That's the final state.
That doesn't change the fact that it's said earlier that Jesus is there to forgive our sins. He was crucified for our forgiveness.
Yes, but Jesus also punishes sin. Echo, do you believe in the concept of sin? Do you believe in the concept of sin as a metaphysical reality?
What is it? What do you mean by that? I believe that things, you can do things wrong. Pardon me?
Okay, wrong according to what standard, though?
The moral standards of your society.
Okay, so
this is a society that you live in.
Black slavery is acceptable in the 1830s, right?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so would it be wrong to help a slave escape, or would it be wrong to help a slave? Which one's wrong? To hold a slave or to help a slave escape?
I'm not in that time, so I wouldn't actually have a moral standing on that because I wasn't there. My moral standing on that is I wouldn't have a slave and I would help the slave escape.
Okay, but if the morality of something is just based upon the society, then society changes, right? So child sacrifice was a part of certain cultures.
All kinds of things are in the Bible that are written down as scripture that we shouldn't do, that we know is morally incorrect.
Well, yeah, the Bible talks about all kinds of wicked things happening.
Yeah,
but I'm saying it. The point why we're bringing that up is you don't believe the concept of sin is real because sin is an infraction against a holy God. So you're really asking a hypothetical. Because you don't think sin is real is a problem that needs
If
to be
the
dealt
word
with in the first
sin
place.
is only referencing to God, then yeah, you're correct. If the word sin is only referencing to God, then yeah, I can say you're correct. But the word sin, I guess I wouldn't use the word sin. I would use the thing is morally incorrect. Something is morally incorrect. It's morally incorrect. You don't need to have a God to call it a sin.
Okay, so the reason the Bible describes the state of the world that it's in is in because of the fallen nature of it, because it fell into decay because of sin. What's your explanation for why the world is messed up?
Because people
Moving the
are messed up.
goalposts.
If you want to use a Bible reference, because God placed the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because God created evil right in the first chapter, right in the second chapter, he created the book of good and the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, but you don't think
Correct?
that happened. I'm
So
saying,
he created that.
you. I know, but you don't think that happened. I'm saying you. Why do you think the world is in a state that's not ideal? What's your explanation?
Because people are assholes. Or people,
Okay,
we could actually just say because they want to follow doctrines that are fake. They want to follow doctrines that lead them astray.
Okay, so would you say that you're an asshole?
I can say I'm an asshole. I've always said I'm an asshole. My whole life, I've always said I'm an asshole, but I'm an honest asshole.
So what doctrine do you follow that's the problem for you?
He let him freaking flip it on him.
I don't actually. You know what?
That
was dope.
I was raised as a Nazarene Christian. I found
weird.
Islam when I was in my 20s. I left from there because all of the religions all lead to the same place. And if you want to believe in God, you believe in God in your heart and you worship him in your heart, and you will have your day of judgment. That's all we should be worried about, is our day of judgment.
Who's doing the judging though, Tom?
Well, that would be God, not Jesus. That'd be God. That'd be that.
Especially because nobody else can talk. So it's like, all right, well, I had 2 points I had to get out, but all right, but yeah,
he didn't really answer your question.
he didn't answer my question, and he
at all.
blocked it at all. Like he blocked it all day. Like if you just look up super apostles, James, look at this. It literally says that there's super apostles. 2 prominent figures were recognized as literal pillars or leaders of the early church.
Right.
Right. It says the term super apostles refers to false teachers.
I mean, there's a growing number of, like, I don't know if you can call it a movement, quote unquote, but like there's people, I think maybe like Price or others that say Paul's like not even real, and that some people would say Paul was kind of behind killing James. It's all kind of wild shit out there.
I don't know. Like there is times where he criticizes James, right? So I don't know. Like the marriage thing, and then Paul follows the laws and stuff. Like even in Acts 21, he follows the laws. Right? He performs Jewish rituals. And so to show his sort of solidarity. And then we obviously could have gone to Corinthians about this idea where Jew for the Jews and a Gentile for the Gentiles, right?
All things to all men.
All things to all men, right? And then there's the whole concept of just Romans, the whole idea. Because if you notice, when he quoted John didn't mention anything about the second Adam, Jesus, and how actually the verse he quoted had nothing to say about Adam. Right.
Right. You could. I'm pretty sure he's just using eisegesis for that passage. He's just reading things into it. That's probably more of a reference to maybe the Day of Atonement in the Pentateuch.
Yeah.
Because
and
the lamb had to be sacrificed, but there's all kinds of sacrifices in the Old Testament, and like there's the scapegoat that gets taken out of the camp and stuff. It's like there's not one like a one-to-one comparison where you can say like this is the type, this is the shadow that directly points to Jesus. They just have to say like, oh, he's just like the fulfillment of all of them. So it's like you're just reading in Jesus back into the Old Testament.
Right. And then there wasn't that much in terms of the debate itself. Right. I mean, I like
Probably a nothing burger.
I like the guy Shaman Omar, but I don't think Paul was like Merkaba mystic. And then it seemed like the Sarah lady was having such a bad night in terms of the money situation that she just like didn't even want to stream. So it seemed like because probably from her mind, she's like, I'm having on this big guest and there's barely anyone watching, right? But I don't think she should take it too personally because there's just a lot of people live right now, right? So I think we're all kind of, we're all taking a hit in terms of the numbers, so she's an angry tomato. But yeah.
Raging, in fact.
Yeah, but I like the lady, I mean, right? As compared to some of the other people we've experienced. But yeah, I wanted to put in my 2 cents over there and talk to that Vocab Malone guy or whatever. I've seen him debate. He's very proficient at debating, but I feel like he evades a lot of issues. Right,
He's just like any of the other Christian apologists. You
Yeah.
can just, once you get the feel for him, you can spot him a mile away.
Yeah, but I could have gone in on that concept. But yeah, so let's see what
could have brought up to Romans 2:16, where Paul talks about Jesus being according to his gospel, him being Paul. Paul has his own gospel, and then later in Romans, he's the apostle to the Gentiles.
Oh yeah, that's
like,
one of the things he consistently. My gospel, according to my gospel.
Yeah, this is where the hyper dispensationalists come in and say, like, see the
They do.
know.
Yeah. Well, there we could mention, because I believe the guy is like some type of Protestant, so we could point out how, like Martin Luther was saying, well, these guys are following man-made rituals, right, and so on and so forth. So what's the deal?
It felt kind of bad for Echo though, because Malone just like kind of flipped it back on him. It's like, well, what do you believe? It's like that's not the point. The point was the answer that he was asking the questions to you, sir.
Yeah, he got him a little bit. The Echo guy, right? He turned out to be. Well, first he like when he pulled up, he was like all in the dark, and I thought he was like making faces or some shit, but he was just really excited.
He's a very strange character.
Very strange character, yeah. But yeah, the mysterious Echo, Echo Bully, or whatever that guy is. But yeah,
Echo Bull or something. Tom.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. But I like how Benjamin Balderson put the glasses on and then he said Ted's Unite.
So, he did say that. I missed that part. Damn.
Yeah, he went like this, Ted's Unite. So I put up my
I saw the glasses, like, then I was like saying in the chat, like, hoodies up.
Elbow bump. Yeah. So anyways, let's hear some music and then we'll continue with our presentations, right? Because as you saw, I was getting cooking in the beginning of the show, and we're getting into some interesting areas, and I'll drop the link again if anybody wants to come up. I know we took a little detour there, and what's up with y'all? Yeah, Ted's Unite, exactly. So let's check it out. This is called Senior Studies by Cannabis. And of course, there's another song called Till My Heart Stops by R.A. the Rugged Man, and I've sort of mixed them. This first mix is a beat by, I think, DJ Crust, and then the second one is
Crust or Crush?
Crust.
Okay.
Yeah, DJ Crust. Yeah, it's like drum and bass, experimental.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's cool. And then he did that song "Coded Language," right, with Saul Williams. That one is really good. And yeah, so let's hear Crust, and then we'll hear Druggy Network. Right, Druggy Network. It's a channel called Druggy Network, and they got beats on there, hip hop beats. But yeah, blessings.
Beats.
Yo, the artists come and go, so does the show, so does the dough. Nothing that's ever know. It's all about the experience of what you take from it, what you learn in the process, what you make of it. Number 2 in the world at the top of the summit. I love it. Should've packed the parachute for the plummet. Now I'm pumping these clips, crawling through mud pits with guns and hundreds of clips on Uncle Sam's budget. 100 rifles itself, handcuffed broke rentals to Jim Brown and escape with Hotel Wells. Isn't my queen lovely? Feed her rum and rays and ice cream, shower her with diamond rings and money. 23 hours a day study, dreaming about beautiful women. I hate you gay Teletubbies. Dreams keep me alive, you can't take them from me. The battlefield is bloody, mean and ugly. My adrenaline rushes when the enemy rushes me, trying to bust me, cause I swore I'd defend my country. If I could choose between being lucky and having money, nothing negative can ever touch me. What must be is ultimately not up to me, but I sacrifice my life for yours if you trust me. Pin my medals upon my chest so I can left, right, left in a certain depth. Godspeed and God bless. In the end, I hope God is impressed if I'm put to rest. I did what I came to do, no time left. Say my name out the blue, cause I rhyme the best. MikeClub.net, see me live in the flesh. You can come and download every rhyme that I spit. You can pay homage to Red for $1 a clip. None of those rhymes on the album, bitch. It's a storage facility where I keep my shit. For the students in the class that wanna peep my shit. Break a bootleg a leg if you eat my shit. If you don't wanna sign in, bitch, they eat my shit. Drink my piss, you can never compete like this. I'ma give you an example how deep I get. Technology not available for purchase. My brain collects stores and converts million bar verses. And a standoff distance to 1,000 feet. I illuminate the target and power the sleep to within 1 micro inch of you out in the street. I can close my ears and still move my mouth to the beat. Dial up to your network and make your files delete. Count to 3, listen to your browser beat. Too late, foot already stepped in the feces. Dr. Norm's too sick to help you PCs. Virtually, I make your virtual memory freeze with a weapon of mass destruction, WMV. I'm a TMC, trouble the MCs. Destroy colonies with UCAVs. I sent in no less than 2018s. Wipe you out before I even get to the beach. With my trans-atmospheric space-based mirrors. Can you write that out without typographical error? Dumb fucks, I'm the best ever, whatever. Divide 18 by 6, you get the 3rd letter. From the lowest earth orbit up to the heavens, I bomb y'all with lyrics of flesh, cheddars, and pellets forever. As it's better, I'm still tougher than leather. I had to go underground to get over the pressure. Battle rap from the Renaissance, multi-mega wide, buried beneath the bedrock on the bed of rocks. I can never get bored. I write about Huxley versus Wilberforce. Fuck writing killer chorus. Copenhagen curriculum of metaphors. Everything from Bob Marley to Tennyson. The System of a Down song number 14. I see aerials in the sky when I green. The end is near. I wish it would hurry up. I feel nanobacteria burning me up. Before I explain in detail, you should analyze the Mars mineral samples under my nails. Sometimes I wonder who's listening. The auditory Pavlovian conditioning so sickening. My adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine is really what makes me rhyme supreme. Soon as I hear the beat by the bing, you gotta think 100 bars? Damn, that's a lot of ink. Eventually all of my albums will be out of print. There'll be a clone for every style I invent. For every line I rhyme intense. For all the time I spent, every word I spit since 9-6. If you can input it 100, I can output way way above it. If we in public, I double it. Put this on your study list and go study, bitch. Basically, quoting Hammer, you can't touch this. I'm too assertive and alert for what it's worth. My best piece of work is still yearning to be birthed. Class dismissed. Senior studies campus.
There is something mystical, but it's not rare, and nobody should treat it as though this is something special that writers do. Anybody born physically able in a brain can sit down and begin to write something and discover that there are depths in her soul or his soul that are unfathomed.
We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
I be in this rap shit till my fucking heart stops.
We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
Yo, acting hard, but you front in front of the cops. Front karate flick co-starring, Hagalarin. Me and you street sparring. Yo, son, what about Sharon? I'm in the Manchon, sipping Dom with Wong from Hong Kong. We smoking fucking hydro out the bomb. You telling me ain't all be assassinated, you the Don. Don what, nigga? That's that old funny shit. Yo, we got the information. Yo, where's the money, kid? Fucking up your generation like the mob. I'm on my job. Yo, Brooklyn, New York street, hard throb. Knock you out till your fucking face blob. Ain't a thief assassinated, yo, kill me hard. Yo, smack you on some barbecue lard. Yo, kid, yo, niggas is home when you guard. Yo, I know what time it is, like the clock will flap the shaft. Sit down with my niggas and smoke weed and watch video and laugh. Yo, smacking bitches on the ass. Yo, any more weed to pass? That's the next question. The next suggestion is where you rhyme profession. Shake it down the drain. Yo, fuck his name, fuck the game. Ain't off the assassinated, shooting like the flamethrower. Yo, God, split the seeds like Noah. Or should I say Moses? Everything is not fucking dandelions and roses. Opposed to foes, us niggas chose us the rockets. Ain't off the stoppers. See I down droppers, niggas with the shit poppers. I'm on some high school shit, running through the fucking hall, ripping open niggas like a see if they stole my rhymes. Yo, kid, I'm giving niggas one more chance, one more time to enhance. Yo, kid, seen a glance of a cat trying to steal my rap. All the niggas deserve is a smack. 8 off D, I don't like that. You baby need a feet Similac. Yo, God, how about that? I see you doubt that, wrong route that. Yo, 8 off D, how you being to me? Yo, you need to wake up, smelling the coffee.
We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
I be in this rap shit till my fucking heart stops. We complain daily, cursed with all types of bad lucks. It's common sense, everybody life sucks. Don't you know that? I knew this my whole life. The Anglo-Saxon, Caucasian, low life, the no money broke life. The subway cup holders, street corners, constantly look over your shoulders. It's official, we dirty crusty till death do us, undoes us. It's a shame ain't nobody love us. Plus understand this rugged man be who the man is. Take a piss on white bitches trying to act like they Spanish. Two fists like you. If I fight you, I bite you like Mike Tyson. We street fighting. The money, pussy plus the glamour, none of it's exciting. I'm sick of living. I stay depressed, make me wanna give in. It make me wanna give in. Make me wanna give in. I'm not gonna be able to do this shit, yo. Suffolk County, that's the place we live. Exit 6-2, crazy ass Stony Brook kids. Vinny Beretta, human beatbox bub. Who be the sickest? Nobody sicker. Yo, click stick for my sticker. I rock with ya. Who illa? You out of place, got big balls, whip the dick out. Fuck you in your face, you're beautiful. The rap leader, the lack of cash dreamer, the 450-pound fat bitch ass eater. Yo, ask MC Hammer if he seen her. I need a freak like Adina. Yo, Agala, bring the heater. They biting styles like mosquito. But fuck them, I stay creeping. Which bitch wanna get their pussy in? Super freak kitty us. I went to school on the special ed minibus. Can't trust us, bust us, who rugged us? Adolf, Agala, R-rated rugged man. We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
I be in this rap shit till my fucking heart stops.
We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
Yo, acting hard, but you front in front of the cops.
We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
I be in this rap shit till my fucking heart stops.
We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
Acting hard, but you frontin' in front of the cops.
All right, welcome back to a review of some critical themes as we presented a review of what we're looking at last time in terms of ancient and modern critiques of several different concepts. Right now, we're going to move to this idea from Darwin among the machines. Because he gives quite a little tome of sort of it's like quite a speech rhetorically. And of course, he's presenting a sort of thought experiment about technical monism and about the genealogy of tools and machines. Of course, as we explained earlier, the idea of technical monism in ellul is this idea that different machines have the same parts. So of many machines, there is but one machine, you know? So in this, they're talking about how there's going to be a sort of superior types of machines that merge and assimilate into higher orders of, you know. So of course it's very early, right, on in the conception of the Darwinian idea itself, right? So the fact that he's laying this out is quite remarkable. In terms of science fiction, it's some of the most excellent science fiction written for the time, I would suppose, right? Right. So he says about these machines, about this mechanical kingdom, he says, we would remark that as some of the lowest of the vertebrata attained a far greater size than descended to the more highly organized living representatives, so a diminution in the size of machines has often attended their development and progress. So this idea that you know, that we're smaller than some monkeys, right? But we have larger brains, right? We're more complex in the way we express ourselves. So machines will become sort of more complex, sort of simple, right? Like how humans are designed, simple, right? But they'll be more complex in the way that they are intelligent, right? So he's anticipating that machines will decrease in size and grow in intelligence and capacity, and that even small types of machines will have intelligence, right? It'll be far superior than their larger counterparts, right, which are much older, right? And so on and so forth. So he's anticipating how this sort of collective incubation or this idea of technical monism will emerge. And then he says, we are daily giving them greater power and supplying by all sorts of ingenious contrivances that self-regulating, self-acting power, which will be to them what intellect has been to the human race.
So is it that the human's purpose or evolutionary purpose in this book solely to just produce machines which are going to surpass them in intelligence, or is that how, what is the purpose of the human within the machine's evolutionary cycle?
Well, as I was explaining earlier, it's sort of a grotesque way to imagine it, but sort of, you can imagine if reproductive organs that are like attached to a worm, right? That this worm sort of develops a body or a system, an intercellular system and muscular system and a nervous system in order to make more versatile movements and advances and attract mates, and and this process complexifies. So it's like the reproductive organs develop the body, or the bacteria develops a body that it could use, right? So in a similar way, it could be that human beings are like, as McLuhan said, sort of the sex organs of the machines, right? And so on and so forth, in which they are there to propagate the machines, or to put it in the terms of sort of George Carlin, right? That maybe we're just here to create plastic, right? And then the Earth's going to get rid of us. The Earth needed us to create a new substance, right? Or something like that. And then it wipes out. Yeah.
Assholes.
Right.
So then the question becomes, when was humanity impregnated with the machine?
Right. And in this, he's saying that there's a mechanical kingdom. So it's almost like it supervenes on the animal kingdom. So I think that's close to kind of how Mumford is describing things as well, right? About this idea of the mega machine, right? So it's kind of like the human beings are supplying the power for this thing, right? So he goes on to say, and of course he says it's a self-regulating, self-acting power, right? Which will be to them what intellect has been to the human race. In the course of ages, we shall find ourselves the inferior race, he says, inferior in power, inferior in that moral quality of self-control. We should look up to them as the acme of all that is best and wisest, all that the best and wisest man can aim at. No evil passions, no jealousy, no avarice, no impure desires will disturb the serene might of all the glorious creatures. Sin, shame, and sorrow will have no place among them. So here's this great promise, right, of this sort of utopian, sort of biblical age, right?
That's not a good thing. You don't want to. You can't do away with shame.
Right.
You can't do away with fear. These things are there for a reason to be felt. They're inherent, natural, the inherent natural software of a human being. And to do away with them basically means that something has gone completely wrong. Because if you as a human being are doing something that is harmful to other people around you, shame is a very useful tactic historically that's been used to keep people in line. And it's because, it's not there to oppress you or anything. It's there so you can recognize and reflect on your actions and, grow from them. But, if you remove these things, the utopia basically becomes like a, like that meme that Elon Musk posted of, you live here, and it's a trifecta of Fahrenheit 451, 1984, and then Brave New Worlds. It's like that. If you've done away with basic human software, which is even talked about in 1984, like half the stories about the dude wanting to bang that girl. It creates problems.
Yeah, old Snickle Fritz, or whatever her name was, right?
I don't remember her name.
Yeah. But I think it was like Jenny or something. But yeah, so and we will be reading some Orwell sort of momentarily here, so that's quite a premonition. But this idea that sort of like cutting it down from both ends, right? If there's no shame, there's no sin, and there's no capacity to commit sin. It's kind of like Clockwork Orange, right? If you've ever seen that movie, right, where they take away the guy's capacity to commit the crimes, right, but he also can't feel passion, and so it's like, and so the metaphor is like inside he's like a machine, but outside it's like an orange, cover where it's like it looks like a human, but it's just mechanical on the inside, right? And of course, society has been organized to suppress these impulses and then accentuate them in other areas where they're used for sort of art and propaganda in this very like interesting way, where there's these like journalists and and artists that are able to express this undercurrent of sexuality and the the immoral tendencies of man, and that's used to control the public, whereas they're not allowed to express these tendencies, right? So yeah, it's an interesting idea, and so he's saying that this is a sort of going to be like a pseudo fulfillment of some kind of Christian message, right, where sin is wiped out, right? Because the capacity to commit sin is wiped out, not because people are good, right, but because it's they just don't got it in them, right, to actually feel anything, right? They're like machines, right? And of course he says that people will look up to machines because of this, right? And of course the ideal of technique is the machine, right? But the machine is inhuman to a certain extent, that it constitutes as a major it is a constituent aspect of the major depersonalization that man experiences within the technical civilization, right? But so he says no evil passions, no jealousy, no avarice, no impure desires will disturb the serene might of those glorious creatures. He's talking about machines, right? Sin, shame, and sorrow will have no place among these, right? Their minds will be in a state of perpetual calm and the contentment of spirit which knows no wants, is disturbed by no regrets. Ambition will never torture them. Ingratitude will never cause them uneasiness of a moment. The guilty conscience, the hope deferred, the pains of exile, the insolence of office, the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, they still will be attended by patient slaves whose business and interest it will be to see that they shall want for nothing. So there, this is man's capacity will be reduced to being assimilated to and serving the machines. Okay, which is another thing that that ellul anticipates. Yeah, and yeah. So okay, so let's see what else is going on.
The machines, how long do we really have until that happens? Because I would say,
yeah, we're kind of like 70 to 80% there, I would say. All right, but yeah. Obviously,
I mean,
yeah. Yeah, obviously the machines can't predict human behavior. So, but they're getting damn close, right? So that is the
Getting
problem.
closer because they're training people to be They're training to be
Exactly.
bots.
Yeah, people are
The
starting.
AI.
Yeah, yeah. As the machines develop like sort of more personable features, the people are starting to emulate them. So that is a major problem. Yeah.
I mean, what is like emojis, Twitter, like all this stuff, this technology? Oh wait, we're dumbed down to 140 characters and these little symbols with smiles and shit. Like that's predictable. You don't need to express yourself. Your your limitation of language is even more narrower than it was before.
Yeah. And even the emojis, right? It's pre-packaged. I think I was having a discussion with Firestarter earlier. He was saying that the faces cue you to react to things before you have a opinion about it. So when people are reacting to things on a screen, it cues other people to follow their reactions in interpreting the information. So it's like the smileys and the emojis and stuff is kind of like, you know, a part of that. It's like newspeak or whatever, you know, from 1984, where it's a new type of
Yeah.
language that dulls the capacity to express oneself, right? And of course, it increases the ability to monitor one's thoughts and opinions, you know, and so on and so forth. Hey, why don't we get computers to program the humans? Exactly.
Already being done.
Yeah. Yeah, blessings. Signs and symbols. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I thought Dom was God's son for a second.
Oh, he's in the
Oh,
shadows.
shit. Oh man, yeah, man.
It's dark where I live.
Yeah, I mean, I struggled. I mean, I was
Yeah,
gonna
for
edit
sure.
that. I was just gonna edit that fool just out of the episode, but I was like, you know what? We'll just leave his stupid fucking ass there. It's fine. But yeah,
He leaves good comments in the chat.
I had to ban his ass because he started saying, he started leaving just walls of threats. So I was like, all right, and that's part of why I almost got rid of his section on the show, because it was chock full of threats. It's like his mission, as soon as he came up, was just to make as many TOS violations as possible. And I mean, I saw what he was doing. I mean, so that obviously very calculated, all right, on his part. Not sure why. And then he kept saying he kept saying, I own this channel, which is something that people say when they want to do you know, and then they're doing the sort of violation thing. You know, it is what it is, right? So I think the man got totally confused, you know, and whatnot. We'll unban him next time, one of his accounts, but he had multiple accounts. He's one of those LARPers. He exposed a lot about himself. Yeah, thank you, Dom. I appreciate you.
I see him on atheist panels.
Yeah.
Chatting, not talking. I maybe once or twice, but I don't know. I don't really see that there. I see him posting poetic stuff about God almost always.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got to watch the last show. The guy freaked out. He first just, I don't know. I think he was either attacking Frank Monday and then attacking Rocky, and then I think he moved to Zephyr, you know, and then he moved to me. So he was making the rounds, going on an attacking spree, right, or whatnot. And then I experienced a similar thing with one of our long time compatriots of the show, Buddha, right? Buddha sort of imploded at me, and sort of, you know, he called me a shit-skinned packy. What the fuck? All right, I'm like, all right, well, that's how you feel, all right, but yeah, I'm sure he's browner and shorter and less good looking than I am, and less white than I am. So I don't know. Pretty weird. Comparison or whatever. But yeah, somehow he's of the superior race, and he's so on and so forth. So yeah, I implore him to rethink his approach, and whatnot. And yeah. So but yeah, I'm obviously being very honest about what is going on here. And I will not allow people to derail the chain of events here. Whether they be friend or foe is to be determined to a larger part. And yeah. So yeah, so we got his whole speech coming up. Samuel Butler, I mean, he goes off the chain. And I'll edit that part out of the yeah, he was also rude to other people in the Discord, which I approached him about, like like our friend Denise, being extremely rude, right? So I tried to so I said, look, you could take it out on me, but why do you got to take it out on everybody else in the entire Discord, and then and all these other people, random people, and you don't like, you feel attacked by Christians. It's ridiculous, all right? I've had lots of great conversations with with Christians, highly intelligent people. I mean, as I've said multiple times, right?
You're talking about atheists?
Yeah, Christians, atheists. Yeah, and of course he's a highly intelligent fellow. Obviously one of the smart people that I've met in this experience. But yeah, a lot of people like that, they have bad social engagement, and of course, a lot of people who have a lot of genius thoughts, they're very much bad at communicating, and I appreciate his efforts and stuff. But yeah, totally dropped the ball there. And and yeah, I mean, I appreciate the guy, but yeah, I'm not tolerating that type of demonic, sort of a I think the last thing I heard him say was, "Listen here, you motherfucker." And I was like, all right, whoa.
That's drunk avian.
Whoa. I was like, no, man. Oh yeah, thank you, Uncle Fatty. Yeah, exactly. Ted's Unite. Have a sour cherry and sour lemon jelly belly, and you get the cherry lemonade. What? What's that all about, Frank? Holy smokes. It's pretty creative stuff. All right, let's take a little break. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, he claims he's aristocrat lineage. Yeah. Yeah. There's something going on there, Yeah, you said it. Yeah, I mean, Brown's boy called it a couple
There's
times.
another dude like that. That dude we talked to on Finding Gnosis, Al Ragnaro. I was talking to him again today.
God, no, that guy's the guy who thinks he's a reincarnation of Marcus Aurelius. Oh my God. Yeah,
Today he was saying how he's probably a reincarnation of Abraham.
And he's a Catholic, but he's always like, I'm a Jew. And he's like hiding behind that as well. So it's just totally, it's like, dude, make up your mind. Are you a Jew or a Catholic? Because they're not the same fucking thing. But yeah.
100% clown, it sounds like.
Oh yeah, that guy is just real. I have the displeasure of listening to this man. And yeah, I turn the show off when he's on. I can't tolerate it. And then one day he came up on Jack Talcott and he started simping. I kid you not.
To who? Yeah. Talcott?
No, to Lindsay Smith.
Oof.
Started saying that. Yeah, he started saying that everything Lindsay Smith said was super fucking interesting. And he's like, I'd like to probe your mind more. And I'm like, God damn, dude.
Brother.
Like, awful. All right, this is terrible. Like, this is just hard to watch. But yeah, the guy's a total fucking clown. yeah, I mean, those people can't have a serious conversation. You know what I mean?
Well, he knows a lot because like I've talked to him before, but at the same time he's wrong about a lot of the shit he says, and it's amazing.
Disinfo agent, some type of fucking disinfo agent. This dude, yeah, I mean, it's incredible.
Like meth has fried his brain or some shit.
It's incredible how many of them are in that area. It's like chock full of disinfo agents, and I found out that there's this transhumanist dude that is like this Jewish anti-natalist transhumanist dude that restreams his channel every time he goes live. So, and that guy has 50K subscribers. So finding Gnosis is being pumped up by a huge channel.
What the hell?
And that's where all these weird people are coming in from it. Extremely strange.
Weirdos.
Yeah, it seems like there's like a bunch of like British feds, like Canadian feds. Like it's a fucking weird place to dwell. But yeah, anyways, let's move on. This is some crazy shit, man. I'm always tripping balls when I join these panels. And of course, we've reviewed some. I mean, if we review our time on some of these panels, I mean, it's.
Well, there was something that dude Cougar Doomer said in the comments that I
Cougar Doomer. Yeah, Cougar Doomer. I invited him to the show and he just refused to come. But yeah, the thing is that Cougar,
that name, bro, dude, it's just crazy.
Yeah, he would like some of the deep ecologist viewpoints because he thinks that we're destroying the planet, but he also thinks there's no going back and that science is, you know, the greatest thing since sliced bread, pretty much. All right.
I want to tell you what he said today because it was just a little comment in the chat, and I was just like, man, he probably would prefer it like this because I got on, and I know he was talking about me because I said something about angels. I talked about how angels, they're just angles of light that we perceive because we're not seeing reality for as it is. And then he says something like, geez, the internet was a mistake. If this was like 60 years ago, these guys would be arguing about the morality of the Beatles. And I was just like, I bet he would prefer people to be that simple-minded, you know, instead of using the internet to actually learn about other things. I just thought that was probably one of the most ridiculous comments I've ever read. Yeah. And then he's talking about how in 10 years, most people are going to die from global warming anyway, which is what they said, you know, like 20 years ago, right?
That's like Al Gore's deal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they said that tons of times. Okay, so we'll move on in a little bit. And I'll play a video for you guys. What time is it? Yeah, okay, we're already 3 hours into the show. So I greatly appreciate you guys. Let me drop the link again. I don't think anybody will participate. I don't know if you guys know Bill Laswell.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know.
He did some remixes of Nine Inch Nails tunes.
Yeah, he's excellent.
That's what I know.
Yeah, if you don't know Bill Laswell, he's clearly a musical genius.
I'm off because I'm tired.
Yeah, blessing, Dom. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Yeah,
we'll take a nap and Zim files the missiles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining.
Easy.
Me.
All right, good night. It was good talking.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, peace, homie. All right. Let's take a little break. And I'll edit out that part with the Sarah show. I'll just put only the part where I asked him the question, so it cuts out the rest of it. Since now I know how to edit the video in the studio, so you know. So So we could be a little bit more sloppy on the show here. We cut those parts out that are, too weird. But yeah, all right. So what am I gonna do here? Oh yeah, Equations of Eternity, Laswell, and a bunch of other people. But yeah, I put this video. I think it's some type of Perfect Dark video game or something, but very strange visuals for this video game. It's like a lot of red and white. Yeah, we got the spooky Saturn day. And yeah, so let's continue to read this Samuel Butler where we're at here. With this sort of passion speech that he gives, right? He says, better off in his state of domestication under the beneficent rule of machines than he is in his present wild state. He says, we treat our horses, dogs, and cattle and sheep on the whole with great kindness. We give them whatever experience teaches us to be best for them, and there can be no doubt that our use of meat has added to the happiness of lower animals far more than it has detracted from it. In the like manner, it is reasonable to suppose that the machines will treat us kindly, for their existence as dependent upon ours is dependent upon the lower animals. So look at this, right? So, in other words, there's a ecosphere, right? We're afraid of it, so we sort of enslave the animals. Okay, obviously we improve their lives in the process, right? Now it says that similarly, the mechanical kingdom will domesticate humans in a similar fashion, right? But those humans will kind of be like, as he says, patient slaves of the machine. So he says here, right, that as the sphere of man and his tools and machines sort of supervenes on the animal biosphere, okay, then it is the same way that the technosphere sort of uses and assimilates and domesticates the human, right? It sort of selects what type of humans are best assimilated to its type of order. And then of course it procures the types of genetic specimen, right, that can be of greatest value to the system. So yeah, so here he says they cannot kill us and eat us as we do sheep. They will not only require services in our parturition in the parturition of their young, which branch of their economy will remain always in our hands, but also in feeding them, in setting them right. They are sick and burying their dead or working up their corpses into new machines. It is obvious that if the animals in Great Britain, save man alone, were to die, and if at the same time all intercourse with foreign countries were by some sudden catastrophe to be rendered perfectly impossible, it is obvious that under such circumstances the loss of human life would be something fearful to contemplate. In like manner, were mankind to cease, the machines would be as badly off or even worse. The fact is that our interests are inseparable from theirs and theirs from ours. And sort of Ellul says the same thing, right? He says that though the system is largely autonomous, in the sense that it's not based on individual human decisions, right? And it as I said, it tends to assimilate the human to its own ends. Still, there's this notion where the machines sort of keep the humans around and even make life improved for them, right? In a sense that the human beings do not want to give up the machine, right? And the machine finds in the human a perfect type of, you know, feeler that can sort of go out and, as it creates like a net, right? It has like little spies that go out, and obviously a human being is a perfect sort of assassin and so on and so forth, and that type of thing. So human beings are used as sort of mercenaries in a sense to preserve this sort of machine order, right? That will sort of pop itself up. So, but the majority of humans are sort of kept in line because they don't question the order that exists, right? So, in this sense, they get mutual benefits from each other. And the machine also has like a sort of strange reverence towards the thing that created it, maybe, right? In a more sort of ethereal sense, right? Than anything we're laying down here, where he's kind of extrapolating about Darwin's idea. And of course, many transhumanists have gotten there, right? We've had many transhumanists come on the show and say, well, actually, if human beings are wiped out in the process of the improvement of the machines, then what are we to do about any of the 99% of species that were wiped out in the past? Right? Seems like just nature is going to do what nature does. And if human beings are going to be either assimilated or, wiped out in the process, then they're just part of the 99% that got wiped out in the past. Right? And there's many people who have actually said that in the process of, man versus machine, they're on the side of the machines. Right? And there's other people like Kurzweil who have said that actually there is no dichotomy between man and machine because the machines are every bit a part of human-machine civilization. It's a combo. So there's that question, like the Bill Joy article, right? It says, does the future need us? Right? That's what it's called, right? So, that's the kind of question, right? All right, let's move on. So he says, the machines would be badly off, or even worse if mankind were gone. The fact that our interests are inseparable from theirs and theirs from ours. Each race is dependent upon the other for innumerable benefits, and until the reproductive organs of the machines have been developed in the manner which we hardly are yet able to conceive, they are entirely dependent upon man for every continuance of their species. It is true that these organs may be ultimately developed inasmuch as man's interest lies in that direction, There is nothing which our infatuated race would desire more than to see a fertile union between two steam engines. It is true that machinery is even at this present time employed in begetting machinery. So there's that process that is going to be explained by so not only are men the tools of their tools, but you need machines to look after the machines. Right? So as Norbert Weiner is going to explain, or Wiener, whatever, however you want to say it, right, is in is explaining in cybernetics. Okay, that there will be machines developed that are so complex that you need other machines to program them and operate them because the processes will be too meticulous for humans to perform. So at the really complex level, right, yeah, you need machines to run other machines. And so you develop sort of a network of machines and so on and so forth. Obviously, you guys are familiar with these things, right? So machinery begetting machinery. In becoming the parent of machines, often after its own kind. But the days of flirtation, courtship, matrimony appear to be very remote indeed, can hardly be realized by our feeble and imperfect imagination. Day by day, however, the machines are gaining ground upon us. Day by day, we are becoming more subservient to them. More men are daily bound as slaves to tend them. More men are daily devoting the energies of their whole lives to development of mechanical life. The upshot is simply a question of time. But that the time will come when the machines will hold real supremacy over the world and its inhabitants is what no person of a truly philosophic mind can for a moment question. Our opinion is that war to death should be instantly proclaimed against them. Every machine of every sort should be destroyed by the well-wisher of his species. Let there be no exceptions made, no quarter shown. Let us at once go back to the primeval condition of the race. If it be argued that this is impossible under the present condition of human affairs, this at once proves that the mischief is already done. So he says, if you say that there's no going back to a simpler time, then you admit that man has no choice. That he's totally assimilated and controlled and, a product of this modern society. There's no going back. It's too hard to imagine a world that is not dominated and controlled by technology. And even so, large-scale technology assimilates and directs human action to such a severe degree that local autonomy or the ability to manage culture and symbols and language and the ability to manage daily affairs without experts controlling personal aspects of the human experience, right? And this whole idea of depersonalization. But all these ideas that we talked about, right? And of course, I never got to the Phaedrus because I read the other part of the Phaedrus where it talks about the oak tree. But of course, the corruption of symbols, right, is seen there, right? He's saying that it's sort of writing and techniques that sort of corrupt symbols. because words cannot defend themselves. Right? They're twisted and bandied about by people who understand them and people who don't understand them alike. And then people need to rely on the text. They no longer rely on their own opinions and ideas and formulations. They are elixirs of forgetfulness, not elixirs of memory. All right, let's continue. War to the death should be instantly proclaimed against the machines. He says every machine of every sort should be destroyed by the well-wisher of his species. This is a fictional work he's reading, folks. I mean, he's writing. It's called Darwin Among the Machines. I believe it's a part of another work.
I think right, because like I was trying to look for it the other day.
I think it's a part of Erewhon. Spelled EREWHON. Yeah.
It's weird because there's another guy much later that used the same title for his book.
Wow.
George Dyson.
Oh, is that the father of Freeman Dyson?
I don't know, but probably not. But related somehow, I'm sure. And
Yeah,
it
I
looked
thought
like
Freeman
it was.
Dyson's. Yeah, I thought his dad's name was George Dyson, so it's interesting.
I quickly looked at chapter headings, and it looks like he's like pro-evolution or something. I don't know. It looked like kind of garbage, but I might be wrong. Isn't it like kind of like a little bit plagiaristic? You take a title from Samuel Butler and use it for yourself.
Yeah. But as we read in I think it's called Nature and the Techniques of Man or whatever. I always get the title of this wrong, but yeah, that work we read by Mumford is like basically, you know, it mentions Samuel Butler and this writing as well in the beginning of that. So yeah, he's also cited it. In addition to Skrbina here in this confronting technology sort of anthology that he's put together. So he says that we have raised a race of beings whom it is beyond our power to destroy, that we are not only enslaved but are absolutely acquiescent in our bondage. For the present we shall leave this subject, which we present gratis to the members of the Philosophical Society. I wonder if that's that if that's related to the metaphysical club of C.S. Peirce and William James and all those people, or is this like a different type of deal here? If he was associated with them. So he says, those who are familiar with Mr. Darwin's theory on the origin of species will be aware that it amounts to something of this nature. Given life, quote unquote, says Darwin, quote, no matter how low, and those modes of action which we see around us show all exiling and extinct species may have come about. Of the origin of life, he is much ignorant, as we are ourselves, but he shows very clearly that the struggle for existence following upon descent with modification result in natural selection, which accumulates divergence and ends in species.
the last thing which we should wish to do would be to throw ridicule at Darwin's magnificent work, but it is it has set us thinking on our own account. And though we think crudely, yet we feel that we are warranted in expressing the half shadow, half substance of our own views, and in leaving the intelligent reader to draw his own inferences. So there's this idea of evolution, which obviously, as we talked about, there's lots of precursors to this concept of evolution, right? Including the ideas of Aristotle, right? His notion of this hierarchy of being in De Anima, right? He said there's a plant soul, an animal soul, and a rational soul in man. So it's kind of like a human soul. So this idea that you could go up the hierarchy of souls and their souls are more developed and more complex, rather than all these sort of this tripartite soul existing within man, right? It became extrapolated to nature itself, right? So this Platonic concept is extrapolated to all of nature. And of course, if you read the Bible, right, you'll see like there's like plants and then animals and then humans. So this was incorporated into the Kabbalah, incidentally, right? This notion of the hierarchy of being, right? So people who espouse the Kabbalah and espouse mysticism understood that there was some sort of spiritual development in nature, and people like Alfred Russel Wallace, right, as we'll read later, they kind of thought that this process was being guided, right? That evolution was kind of being guided by God, right? So so this notion was incidentally preformed, right, in the sense of spiritual alchemy and transformation and metamorphosis, right? That you could go to higher levels of the of this sort of hierarchy of being, right, and ascend above the mere animal nature and so on and so forth. That this consisted in a sort of spiritual alchemy and transformation of the human soul and merging with the divine spirit and so on and so forth. So this idea of sort of going beyond your natural capacity, right, is sort of prefigured in terms of spiritual alchemy. And of course, Aristotle was used to justify this concept as well. So when we got to Hegel, right, and Blavatsky, right, this idea of spiritual alchemy and transformation applied on nature, creating a process that sort of transcends nature and merges with the divine, right? That they were sort of very much in the 1800s, they were aligned with these concepts, right? And of course, this notion of change and development of animals, right, in Anaximander and in sort of Pythagoras and Heraclitus was also used to justify this notion, right? Obviously, Hegel was a huge fan of Heraclitus, right? Right, he thought it was like one of the greatest philosophies ever invented. Because obviously this excuse me, this concept of flux is extremely important for him. So let me read this. He says, the change will be so slow and subtle that man's sense of what is due to himself will never be rudely violated at any given moment, and custom will deaden our senses to the noiseless and imperceptible aggressions of our own creations. Their desire will be probably, their desires will probably never clash with ours, nor ours with theirs, and we may probably fare as much better under the domestication. Much better under domestication as those creatures have done, towards whom man appears to entertain the most implacable yet jealously conservative enmity. Even Jupiter never wooed in a mechanical disguise. Neither are the machines likely to want man as a delicacy for the table. They will breed, and beyond a doubt, varieties and sub-varieties of the human race will be developed with a special view to requirements of certain classes of machinery. We see the germs of this already in different aspects of men who attend different classes of machinery, he says. So humans bred to serve the machine. And of course, this is also anticipated by Marx. In his Das Kapital. There's this type of notion, and of course we gave a huge critique and look into the life and works of Hegel and Marx. And I think that, obviously they have certain interesting ideas, certain ideas that are very much contributing to the current situation. Okay, so they were sort of quote unquote revolutionary thinkers. And they wanted to overturn certain long held beliefs. And they drew from certain sort of forms of Hermeticism and certain arcane sort of philosophical conceptions and themes in order to justify their sort of revolutionary views of man. All right, so let's move to him. All right, actually, we got a guest here. Let's welcome our friend Cecil.
Oh damn, it's fucking dark out here.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's going on? Oh, back hurts.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Nothing. We're about to read some works by some Jews.
Some jewelry.
Some jewelry.
So speaking of reading, I was actually wanted to ask you about those excerpts that you were reading the other night. I can't remember. It's like about a week ago.
Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like on a bunch of like white pages. I think maybe it was from the UN or something like that.
Yeah.
What stood out to me was you were saying that there was this one person that was saying that we should like not be able to move and like eat bugs and
yeah, exactly.
Who was that? When was that? Was that from the United Nations?
No, I think that was the Transhumanist Manifesto you're talking about.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Because that sounds like more like what they were saying. But yeah, they have a United Nations thing called Club of Rome that I was looking at, where they had this word called changing ideas of man. And yeah, they were kind of saying like, well, in the word Club of Rome, they're kind of blaming man for the environmental issues or whatever, and they're saying, you know, kind of like we have to develop a new man, a new type of man to go with the technological situation that we're in. And that seems to be what a lot of these guys are saying, including Marx, right? So this creation of a new type of man, which is really like, you know, obviously it's could be like a creation of a herd animal. And that's exactly what Butler's talking about. He's saying that, well, you know, the people are going to be domesticated by the rule of the machines. So
like herd cyborgs.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of thought that's where all this, because it's very, very obvious that like a lot of these so-called environmentalists are not real environment. You know, they're like using it to tax money out of people and like control people and surveil people and restrict people's movement, which is, you know, the reason why I bring that up is because it just so happens that I travel a lot, like from state to state, and I kind of notice the attitudes of people sometimes when they figure out that you're a traveler and that you're not an old person in an RV. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's like in the Club of Rome, they say that man is the enemy, right? But technology is a solution, right? So all the environmentalists, right, they say that we have to develop new technologies to solve the you know, the problem, right, that we're destroying the earth, right? Whereas they also argue that we created this technology that's destroying the earth, right? So the fact is that they're not so serious about the problem of environmentalism because they're not really looking at the thing that's causing the destruction of nature, right, or polluting nature. Then the conservatives, right, they want to defend religious values, right, and defend their culture and society, but they don't understand that technology imposes liberalism, right? So it is the thing that is destroying traditional values, imposing a monoculture, imposing multiculturalism, causing the spread of immigration and all this stuff, right? How are all these people going to get here if not through, you know, planes and you know, boats and all these things? All these things are technologies, right? And of course, they're coming in through getting jobs and visas and all this stuff. So it's part of the international trade system, right? So this is the thing, is like all of the liberals are fake liberals because they're not really concerned with the destruction of nature, because they're not concerned with the main thing that's destroying nature, the technology, right? And then they want to use technology against man so that they can control man and cause man to stop destroying nature. Their plan is flawed. Like clearly their plan is flawed, right? Then the conservatives, they want to use the technology in order to you know, promote economic growth, and they think that that's going to help promote you know, building up the nation, when it is promoting multiculturalism, right? It's promoting liberalism, right? And yeah, it's destroying the traditions, because what's being brought in by this new technology is the world culture, right? Assimilation into that world culture. So, all right, let's get rid of the other Cecil. One of them's moving.
Yeah, it's me,
all right.
dude.
All right, yeah.
That was kind of cool though. It was like a reverb for a little while. Yeah. Anyway. What's happening?
Yeah, so let's check this out here. I'll read a little bit of this. Okay, I think I see which ones I want to be reading here. There's a few here that seem really okay. So he defines the machine, and he talks about the relationship between machines and the Industrial Revolution. So he says here at the beginning of the work, it seems, he seems to talk about machinery and large scale industry. He says the steam engine itself did not give rise to any industrial revolution. It was, on the contrary, the invention of machines that made a revolution in the form of steam engines necessary. The machine, which is the starting point of the Industrial Revolution, replaces the worker who handles a single tool by a mechanism operating with a number of similar tools and set in motion by a single motive power. Whatever the form of that power, here we have the machine, but in its first role as a simple element in production by machinery. The system of machinery, whether it is based simply on cooperation of similar machines, as in weaving, or in combination of different machines, as in spinning, spinning. Okay, hold on. I'm getting very dry. Give me a second. Let me pop in one of these what do you call it? Cough drops.
Is that what you call them?
Well, no, they literally are.
Okay.
Like little candies or whatever. Wonder if I could put this up. There's like these little
All right, bro. I was just making a joke, you know what I'm saying?
cough drops. But yeah, we gotta put these things in so we can have a less of a cough going out on here. So where was I? It says the transformation of the mode of production. Oh wait, where was I? Oh, okay, here. Oh no, wait. Okay, so he talks about automation. Right, he says it constitutes a vast automaton as soon as it is driven by a self-acting prime mover. Notice the sort of terminology, prime mover, he says, right? So yeah. And sort of whatever we don't get to today, we'll continue on Tuesday. and maybe Wednesday. I'm not sure how long these explanations will take here. We're not going in any singular direction, but we are kind of going in a sort of chronological motion in terms of the various works. So he says here, an organized system of machines to which motion is communicated by a transmitting mechanism from an automatic center is most developed. Is the most developed form of production by machinery. Here we have, in place of an isolated machine, a mechanical monster whose body fills whole factories, and whose demonic power, he says, at first hidden by slow and measured motions, first measured by slow and measured motions of his gigantic members, finally burst forth in the fast and feverish whirl of its countless working organs. The transformation of the mode of production in one sphere of industry necessitates a similar transformation in other spheres. Thus, machine spinning made machine weaving necessary, and both together made a mechanical and chemical revolution compulsory in bleaching, printing, and dyeing. So too, on the other hand, the revolution in cotton spinning called forth the invention of the gin. And he says large-scale industry therefore had to take over the machine itself, its own characteristic instrument of production, and produce machines by means of machines. So there's that idea again. Producing machines by means of machines.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is a sort of technical monism right there, right? Not only are the machines produced by other machines, but the machines contain parts of other machines. And of course he mentions the idea of that one giant monstrous system of machines. There's a lot of sounds there, Cecil.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I got it.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Cecil.
All right. As we have seen, the machine does not drive out the tool. Rather, does the tool expand and multiply, changing from a dwarf implement of the human organism to the implement of a mechanism created by man. Okay, so look at that. So, so he's saying that it's not a implement of the human organism. So he's noting the complexification of machines, right, versus tools. And that's why I started this entire thing with this notion of simplicity. Right, there's a sort of key term I've employed there. Right, and as opposed to this notion of complexification. Right, all right, so he says, and now we'll move to section 4. It says the lifelong specialty of handling the same tool now becomes the lifelong specialty of serving the same machine. Machinery is misused in order to transform the worker from his very childhood into a part of the specialized machine. In this way, not only are the expenses necessary for his reproduction considerably lessened, But at the same time, his helpless dependence upon the factory as a whole, therefore upon the capitalist, is rendered complete. In handicrafts and manufacture, the worker makes use of a tool. In the factory, the machine makes use of him, he said. So there's that very same concept. Right? Men have become tools of their tools. Okay, now I'll move to section 7, 9, and 10 here. He says, as soon as the factory system has attained a reasonable space to exist in and reached a definite degree of maturity, machinery is itself produced by machinery. As soon as the general conditions of production appropriate to large-scale industry have been established, the mode of production acquires an elasticity, a capacity for sudden extension by leads and bounds, which comes up against no barriers. Those presented by the availability of raw materials, the cheapness of articles produced by machinery, and the revolution in the means of transport and communication. Provide the weapons for the conquest of foreign markets. By ruining handicraft production of furnished articles in other countries, machinery forcibly converts them into fields for production of its raw material. So there's this commodification of man itself. Right, by constantly turning workers into supernumeraries, large-scale industry in all countries where it has taken root spurs on rapid increases in emigration and colonization of foreign lands. That's right. Increase in immigration, increase in colonization, which then basically brings a lot of immigration too, which are thereby converted into settlements for growing the raw material of the mother country. Section 9, as we have seen, large-scale industry sweeps away by technical means the division of labor characteristic of manufacture, under which each man is bound hand and foot for life to a single specialized operation. Okay, I'll move down to section 10. In the sphere of agriculture, large-scale industry has a more revolutionary effect than elsewhere, for the reason that it annihilates the bulwark of the old society. It annihilates the bulwark of the old society.
Like social cohesion, like when talking about bulwark of society.
I think bulwark might be more like pillar of society.
Well, it's saying the bulwark of the old society. So it's saying the bulwark of the old society is sort of like the agriculture itself, right? So it's saying it doesn't make agriculture the actual bulwark of society, right? It makes it the machines, right? So as agriculture is transformed by industry, right? And of course he's talking about the creation of industrial agriculture.
Okay.
Right. So he says this has two results. On the one hand, it concentrates historical motive power of society. On the other hand, it disturbs the metabolic interaction between man and the earth. It prevents the return to the soil for its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing. Hence, it hinders the operation of eternal natural condition for the lasting fertility of the soil. Thus, it destroys at the same time the physical health of the urban worker and the intellectual life of the rural worker. All right. So we'll move on to a bunch of other criticisms of the techno-industrial system, right? Going with Nietzsche, and then Orwell, and then we'll move to Bateson, and oh, I'm sorry, Leopold, and then Bateson, and then yeah. Okay, there's still a lot of sounds coming from you, Cecil. So I'm gonna mute you for a little while we play some
All
music.
right, sorry, bro. I'm just driving. You know.
Yeah. It's cool. If you're not saying anything, just mute yourself. All right. So that we can like audio thing. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And yeah, so let's go in the. I'll play something for you guys here. Okay, so this is.
Hey, Red, are you there?
Yep.
Hey, bro. I've been seeing a lot more of those purple street lights since I got up here.
Oh yeah.
Remember, like back in the day when we were tripping on that one that was around the corner from my house?
Yeah.
Yeah, I first noticed one when I was getting into South Dakota, and then I saw a bunch over, I want to say over in Iowa. Anyway, I don't know what they mean or whatever. I mean, these ones are no,
Stay away from them, probably.
right, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, whoops.
Unhealthy.
Yeah, sort of hit the wrong thing there, and forgot to plug my thing in. So let's move on with the song there, and yeah, it is what it is. Blessings to the people now. So yeah, so this is I think it's referred to as simply "Welcome to the Machine."
Mm.
And yeah, Death Machine. And yeah, a British sort of band there. But yeah, pretty I believe this video is made by the same guy who makes the sci-fi intro. If you have a sci-fi intro for a YouTube premiere, it'll show a bunch of like technology like it looks like anime. But yeah, so this guy made this animation. It's pretty weird. It's like mannequins and like machines that are with these mannequins plugged in, and I don't know what the fuck is going on, honestly. But yeah, anyways, we'll talk to you guys soon. I appreciate you guys.
It's a
Yeah.
crazy tune.
Yeah, we do what we do. Yeah, I've been trying to see this new sort of digital hardcore type of sounds that are more drum and bass with industrial and inspired, and yeah, that's really up my alley. I really like that type of music. It's kind of like a dark cyber element to it. So yeah, obviously the type of like non-dystopian cyber stuff doesn't really appeal to me that much. You know, it's all about like, I don't know. Okay, so let's go to the more dystopian vibe. And Human All Too Human by Nietzsche. He says, the machine as teacher, the machine of itself teaches a mutual cooperation of hordes of men. So there's this idea of technical universalism. Okay, in operations where each man has to do only one thing, there's a rule of experts, the specialization, right? And obviously the specialization, although it has a mutual cooperation element to it, right? It also prevents mutual discussion, right? So over specialization, rule of experts, right? Where those experts are there developing one thing, right? Their goals are sort of generalized, universalized, right? Made into abstract. They're creating their product for this mass man, right? This general man for the benefit of humanity in general. But of course, they don't talk to the other people that are working on things, right? So it's like this idea of isolation and interconnectedness, right, is also this idea of, atomization and massification. But of course, that relates to what is happening in the machine itself, right? Right, which is a complexification and massification. And so let's go to this. And now he talks about monism. It's astounding that he puts them both in this paragraph here, section 218. Right now he says, it provides a model for the party apparatus and the conduct of warfare. On the other hand, it does not teach individual autocracy. It makes of many one machine.
One machine to rule them all.
One machine to rule them all. It's my like Sauron. I'm trying to talk like, but yeah. So one machine makes of many one machine. And of every individual an instrument to one end. Its most generalized effect is to teach the utility of centralization. Now, this is going to be very important when we go to the road to Wigan Pier, because this is the main thing he thinks that is important for how the machine destroys both local autonomy and individual autonomy. Right? It not only destroys the individual, but it destroys small communities in the sense that it teaches men to sort of collectivize, universalize, and then centralize the state power and the state apparatus. So it merges communism and capitalism into one idea. which Marx barely anticipated.
Hey,
Yeah.
I just wanted to say something about that. If I'm not mistaken, I believe in his manifesto, like everybody attributes communism, the term communism, to Karl Marx, but I believe he was also the person who coined the phrase capitalism.
No, it was actually someone else in like the 1850s. I forgot. I looked it up the other day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so so Red's got the
Okay.
yeah. Now, obviously there's capitalist ideas that existed before then. Like for example, Locke and Adam Smith and all that type of stuff, right? So they're usually yeah.
French socialist Louis Blanc in 1850.
Blanc.
Yeah.
Blanc. Le Blanc. So yeah.
But I'm sure Marx expanded on it.
Right. And here, Nietzsche says, reaction against machine culture. The machine itself, a product of the highest intellectual energies, sets in motion those who serve, in those who serve it. Right. So here's people serving the machine again, right? As we saw in Walden by Thoreau, as we saw in Marx, Das Kapital, right? And we saw in Samuel Butler, Darwin Among the Machines, right? So he says it thereby releases a vast quantity of energy in general. And he says it makes men active and uniform. Okay, so it sets them in motion, right? So it sets things in motion, right? And then it, and that is this idea of, sort of complexification, right? But then it makes them uniform, right? Which is this idea of sort of massification, right? Which massification has sort of a dual meaning, right? It means that it's like mass production, right? But it's also the increase in volume of production, right? So it's mass production, right? And also production for the mass man, right? So there's all of these different elements to massification itself, right? It's a quite a robust term. So so in the long run it engenders a counter effect, a despairing boredom of the soul, which teaches them to long for idleness in all its varieties. Right. All right. All right. Capitalism, auditing with autism, creating for the mass. Exactly. Capitalism, no cap. No ism, schism. Premises of the machine age. The printing press, the machine, the railway, the telegraph are premises whose 1,000-year conclusion no one has yet dared to draw. So he's saying that we're not really sure where the development of machines is leading us. And of course, this points back to the main point that Ellul makes, right? The separation of thought and action, right? The proliferation of the means brings about disappearance of the ends, right? And there's a reason why I'm repeating these, sort of main parts, right? For the people that can hear that even in its very rudimentary stages of this world technological system, there's many people noticing what parts, some of the key elements of transformation of the psychological elements of man would be in play, right? Around the expansion of these various technical procedures, right? The way they would socialize man, the way they would organize human society, right? It was anticipated by some of the most astute philosophers and theorists, right? And he says, to what extent the machine debases us? The machine is impersonal. So there's that idea of the depersonalization I mentioned earlier, right? So again, they seem to be hammering on the same key themes. Right, whether you go to Nietzsche or Rousseau or Plato or Lao Tzu, right? So you go across centuries and across civilizations, across societies. They're all talking about the same sort of wisdom, right? About man's relationship to nature, man's relationship to technology. And of course, I've spoken, it seems we've spoken quite a bit here already. Today. But yeah, we also spoke on Wednesday. We're taking a look at different works that really address the same themes about, you know, this sort of depersonalization, right? Assimilation of man, assimilation of the world of symbols to the technical and the mechanical. So it says it deprives the piece of work of its pride, of the individual goodness and fullness, of the individual goodness and fullness. That adheres to all work not done by the machine. That is to say, of its little bit of humanity. In earlier times, all purchasing from artisans was a was a bestowing of a distinction on individuals, and the things which we surrounded ourselves were the insignia of these distinctions. Household furniture and clothing thus became symbols of mutual esteem and personal solidarity, whereas we now seem to live in the midst of nothing but an anonymous and impersonal slavery. We must not purchase the alleviations of work at too high a price. And here's one from Genealogy of Morals, one of my favorite works, Part 3, Section 9. It says, our entire modern way of life has the appearance of sheer hubris and godlessness. Our whole attitude toward nature, the way we violate her with the aid of machines, and the heedless inventiveness of our technicians and engineers is hubris. Now let me find this other part. Give me a second here, and I'll discover this part. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Fuck them. All right, we're here. We have arrived at the road to Wigan Pier, the fork in the road, as it were. And Cecil is frozen. All we can see is the bottom of his face or whatever. All right, there he goes. So yeah, I appreciate Cecil. Thank you so much for joining and participating in the show or whatnot. Let's throw this. Let's throw the. I don't know what this represents. I always assumed it was like Sophia or something from the Necronomicon, right?
Oof.
Is it?
I don't know.
It's either Lilith or Sophia from the Necronomicon. I don't know. H.R. Geiger.
Geiger. Some crazy stuff.
Geiger. Oh, and we got this guy. Wait, is this the real guy? Are we so
Is this the guy here? Is there a guy here?
is there a dude?
There's a dude here somewhere?
We got the dude. We got the dude.
Somehow I have a signal right now. And you know.
Well,
Happy to be here.
You're in time to listen to George Orwell.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah. Now I'll swing back to this first part where he lays down his arguments against socialism. And this is Orwell. Obviously, he's written quite extensively about that in his dystopian sort of works. Now I may skip around a little bit.
So H.G. Wells was kind of like, is there like anything to like the H.G. Wells and him were like in some part of like the same secret society?
He
Wells
critiqued.
is a Fabian socialist, is he not?
Yeah, he's shitting on Wells in this a lot. So it's pretty funny that you mentioned that because
So he was kind of satirical against it.
yeah, he does not like Wells, right? Yeah. He says all mechanical progress is toward greater and greater efficiency, ultimately, therefore, toward a world in which nothing goes wrong. But in a world in which nothing goes wrong, many of the qualities which Mr. Wells regards as quote unquote godlike would be no more valuable than the animal faculty of moving the ears and being the beings in men like gods and the dream are represented, for example, as brave, generous, physically strong, but in a world from which physical danger has been banished, and obviously mechanical progress tends to eliminate danger, would physical courage be likely to survive? Could it survive? And why should physical strength survive in a world where there was never the need for physical labor? As for the qualities as loyalty, generosity, in a world where nothing goes wrong, they would not only be irrelevant, but probably unimaginable. So he says this idea that, we're going to, he says, and this is kind of the Faustian bargain that, the Faustian idea that, is offered in terms of, are we going to improve society and nerf the world? So you could either nerf the world. What is going on here? Like musical chairs.
Yeah.
We had Frank Monday there for a minute, and then you.
Yeah, I saw. I had a call like in the middle of it. I was trying not to lose it. I
Yeah,
was trying not to lose the StreamYard because I had like a call, and then like I was trying to handle both through my phone. It didn't work. I dropped out of here, I guess.
Yeah, it's like musical chairs over here. But yeah, the thing is so what he's saying is that this idea, right? Okay, is basically what Ellul says too, and I'll read the last part of the technological society. Here he says, let me go to this last part here.
I do believe I got that ideology about H.G. Wells and Orwell being from the same thought form from Alex Jones years ago. He kind of put that out there at some point. He had said something to that effect.
Yeah, as Reddington said, he's a Fabian socialist. And there's some hints of that in Alex Jones as well, because he talks about this idea of the Great Awakening. So if you go into Alex Jones' history, so here he says that we will be able to modify man's emotions, desires, and thoughts as we have already done in the rudimentary way with tranquilizers. He's quoting somebody here. He says it will be possible, says our specialist, to produce a conviction or an impression of happiness without any real basis for it. Our man of the golden age, therefore, will be capable of quote-unquote happiness and the worst privations. Why then promise extraordinary comforts, hygiene, knowledge, and nourishment if by simply manipulating our nervous system we can be happy without them? So this is the idea. It's either they'll produce these impulses within man through these mechanical ways, so they'll either create a in other words, you either improve the world or you improve man. And if you improve man's condition to such a capacity that you don't have to improve the world, what's the point of improving the world? And if you nerf the world, then why does man have to become a Superman, right, in order to appreciate the world if you've eliminated all the dangers from the world, right? So this is the same thing that that Orwell is critiquing, right? Is that they're sort of promising both, right? But they're contradictory goals in a sense. So this idea of mechanical progress, right?
There was this so much. Good to see Frank. There's so many thoughts that came up in the last 3 minutes of you reading that, because you're getting it like the shit that I've seen recently is like ties into that so much. And one of the things was like the superheroes, like they came like Superman and the whole, it's like this cartoon they drew back in the day, and they had a name for the supercomputer, and he's like, it's going to take care of all the problems for all the people in society. I want to give it to the government for free, and it's going to handle all the transportation issues. And it was talking about AI back in like the 80s, and it was in a cartoon, and they were like, oh, we don't want you to give this to the government. The government denies this. And it was like literally like what AI is now.
They had a Star Trek episode too where they are a bunch of people following these rituals and rules in this society, and they get to the end point where they try to figure out what's running the society, and it's a machine that's just programming random orders, and then these people are getting the orders, like this priest class, from this machine, and of course these people are carrying out everything that the machine says.
Oh my
so they
God.
figure out that in this Star Trek episode, like there's no ruler in this society, right, and so to speak. So then I think it's like Spock or Captain Kirk or somebody, they develop a series of questions that overload the machine's capacity to think about the problems that the society faces, and then it overloads the machine, and then they tell the people, look, you're free, like you don't have to follow, like your society's rules were based on a false god, a false idol, and so on and so forth.
It's a feedback loop.
Yeah, of course. So he says here, a machine evolves by becoming more efficient. That is foolproof. Hence, the objective of mechanical progress is a foolproof world, which may or may not mean a world inhabited by fools, he says. Mr. Wells, right, this is H.G. Wells, would probably retort that the world can never become foolproof because however high a standard of efficiency you have reached, there's always some greater difficulty ahead. For example, this is Mr. Wells' favorite idea. He has used it, and goodness knows how many perorations. He says, when you have got this planet of ours perfectly into trim, now this is a great quote. He says, when you have got this planet of ours perfectly into trim, right, and this explains the idea of hubris perfectly. Okay, that they want to improve the world. They want to change nature. You got to get the planet perfectly into trim, right? Create a foolproof world, in other words, right? And he says, you start upon the enormous task of reaching and colonizing another. But then you got to go to Mars, right? But this is merely to push the objective further into the future. The objective itself remains the same. Colonize another planet and the game of mechanical progress begins anew. For the foolproof world, you have substituted the foolproof solar system, the foolproof universe. In tying yourself to the ideal of mechanical efficiency, you tie yourself to the ideal of softness, he says. So he says, improving the machine is doing the opposite for the human. Right? It's making him generalized, it's making him into a conformist, it's making him into a soft person. You're going to nerf the world and take away the human's capacity to deal with the world's problems.
I'm gonna try and find that TikTok clip of that cartoon because it's so like I do want to find it. It was so good. The Justice League. If I can find it, I'll drop the link, but I might not be able to. But yes,
yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff in there. But yeah, the foolproof universe, he says, right? So here's a quote: in tying yourself to the ideal of mechanical efficiency, you tie yourself to the ideal of softness, but softness is repulsive, and thus all progress is seen as a frantic struggle toward an objective which you hope and pray will never be reached. Okay, so yeah, and he also talks about George Bernard Shaw, another Fabian socialist. So it's like he's taken on Fabian socialist in this piece quite a bit. I don't know if he had like a heavy-handed agenda there, but yeah, it's quite interesting. George Bernard Shaw and H.G. Wells. But of course, the Fabian socialists are promoting this sort of transhumanist concept, right? They're the same ones that promote the New Age concept, right? Okay, so
George Bernard is who? Sorry,
George Bernard Shaw. Yeah,
his contacts. I don't see him in the roles. I've never put him in the context.
He was also a poet and a playwright, right? It seems like
Exactly,
he
yeah.
commented a lot on education.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So here he says, he goes on to say the function of the machine is to save work, right? Along the same concept of efficiency that ellul also develops. This is one of the main values of the techno-industrial system, right? In a fully mechanized world, all the dull drudgery will be done by machinery, leaving us free for more interesting pursuits. So expressed, this sounds splendid. It makes one sick to see half a dozen men sweating their guts out to dig a trench for a water pipe, when some easily devised machine would scoop the earth out in a couple minutes. Why not let the machine do the work and the men go and do something else? But presently the question arises, what else are they to do? Supposedly they are set free from quote-unquote work in order that they may do something which is not quote-unquote work. And what is work and what is not work? Is it work to dig, carpenter, to plant trees, to fell trees, to ride, to fish, to hunt, to feed chickens, to play the piano, to take photographs, to build a house, to cook, to sew, to trim hats, to mend motor bicycles? See, what he's going to say is that these things are going to become hobbies, right? The things that, sort of we used to do for work will become hobbies, and this leaves the person or the personal pursuits of man, without the techno-industrial system to be sort of like, just for amusement, right?
One of the most famous books to go like viral, like when I was like studying the New Age shit, was The Zen of Motorcycle Maintenance.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Yeah. That one really gets to the point, right? Of exactly what I'm talking about, right? And it points to what Uncle Teddy calls surrogate activities, right? Surrogate activities, right? It's a way that we've hacked the sort of power process. And
this is Bernard, his philosophy. I'm trying to connect, I'm trying to tie this together. Like this is his philosophy.
This is George Orwell in Road to Wigan Pier. He's against George Bernard Shaw. So let's go on here.
He's commenting on George Bernard. This is okay.
No,
right.
no, that already happened. No, this is moving on to a separate issue. Yep.
All right.
So,
all right.
he says, so he says, why not let the machine do the work and men go do something else? But presently the question arises, what else are they to do? Supposedly they are set free from work in order that they may do something which is not work. But what is work and what is not work? He asks. So this idea of the antithesis between work as something intolerably tedious and not work as something desirable is false, he says. So he says that the thing that proves this is that the ways that we sort of used to work become ways that we sort of entertain ourselves, right, in this new civilization, right? And he says here, the truth is that when human being is not eating, drinking, sleeping, making love, talking, playing games, or merely lounging about, and these things will not fill up a lifetime, he needs work and usually looks for it, though he may not call it work, above the level of a third or fourth grade moron. Life has got to be lived largely in terms of effort, for man is not the as the vulgarer hedonists.
Vulgarious hedonist.
Vulgarer hedonists. He calls them vulgarer hedonists, like people that are both vulgar and hedonists. They seem to suppose.
I want to pause into the, if we can, because I'm trying to track down this clip I saw earlier, which appeared to be like this ancient Justice League clip from the '80s. But there's this whole Marvel DC rhetoric going on.
We can't play it anyways, but
well, I can't find it. So,
yeah.
But there was a Marvel versus DC rhetoric going on. Cause now I'm like kind of wondering, like, does that tie into like Orwell versus what's this fucking H.G. Wells and this and that?
Well, usually it's Orwell versus Huxley, right? He's critiquing the idea of Brave New World, right? That there's going to be this world which is both frees man from work and then sort of has man in a state where it'll improve man as well, right? So he's pointing out the contradiction between these two concepts, right? That the improvement of man and the improvement of society are sort of two different things, because the thing that man works towards in the improvement of society is different than what he works towards in improvement of his own goals and activities. And once you make this special category of work and special category of man's passions, and you separate play from work in this very distinct way as the machine is doing, then it will basically correspond with a complete eclipsing of man's deepest modes of enjoyment. It will cause this prolonged sense of boredom, right, and detachment, right?
So
well,
yeah,
that could manifest in depression, anxiety,
yeah,
self-hatred, whatever.
yeah, but the practical manifestation of it is a depersonalization, right? And a massification of man, right? Into the mode of assimilation to the machine. So he says, hence, he says he says, cease to use your hands, and you have lopped off a huge chunk of your consciousness, right? So he says here, he says, for man is not, as the vulgarer hedonists seem to suppose, a kind of walking stomach. He has also got a hand, an eye, and a brain. Cease to use your hands, and you have lopped off a huge chunk of your consciousness, right? And he says, basically, he's saying that, who controls your eyeballs controls your brain, right? And if you can be made to move in a certain way, if something controls your movements, and they control part of your consciousness, right? So it says, and now consider again those half dozen men who were digging the trench for the water pipe. A machine has set them free from digging, and they are going to amuse themselves with something else, carpenting, for instance. But whatever they want to do, they will find another machine has set them free from that. For in a fully mechanized world, there would be no more need to carpenter, to cook, to mend motor bicycles, and that goes back to that.
There's no need for a carpenter, they say, and Jesus was a carpenter. To say that is like,
yeah, the motorcycle maintenance thing that you brought up too earlier.
yes, and and then it ties back into that. That's why I brought that up, because of that quote you just read. Yeah.
Yeah, so he says there is scarcely anything from catching a whale to carving a cherry stone that could not be conceivably done by machinery. The machine would even encroach upon the activities we now class as art. It is doing so already via the camera and radio, mechanize the world as fully as it might be mechanized. And whichever way you turn, there will be some machine cutting you off from the chance of working, that is, of living. So this idea is what he's talking about, is the complete separation of thought of and action, right? And basically amusement and work are completely separated by the mechanical aspect of man, and this has a permanent psychological transformation on man. And of course, as we've said, this is carried out by both the complexification of means, right, and the massification of means, right? And of course, man is caught up in this process of complexification. As I've said, complexification breeds assimilation, and so on and so forth. And so let's move on to another part of this, where he's not talking about the transformation of work and leisure time, right, which is also one of the.
Can I pause here?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want so technology is when man starts to fraction off parts of his consciousness and give it off to the machine. And so like stretching back in a time, and I don't expect an answer right now, an absolute answer, because it might not. It's like kind of like etymology. It's like, what was the first piece of technology, like in that regard, versus the tools versus technology? Tools divorced from technology. Like, what was the most ancient piece of technology?
Yeah, it's the symbolic, right? So this is the thing. Where did tools?
Right.
Yeah. So we talked about this with the Phaedrus of Plato, right? See, you could talk about stonework, right? And of course, the symbolic and the stonework and the tools and the capacity for writing and imprinting in those stones with tools, right? That was where the symbolic and the technical sort of merged. Right. And of course, what merged them was the ritualistic aspect of man,
right? So for Mumford, right, the large capacity of man, right, was the ritualistic and symbolic means of expression, right? So this separates man from the animal kingdom, not the use of tools, right? Because animals alter their environment. They use sort of methods and techniques to alter their environment, right? Develop nests and dams and all sorts of different techniques, right? That the animals perfected before man, right? So the technical capacity belongs, properly speaking, to the animal kingdom. So Mumford argues that man is not a tool making animal; he's a symbol making animal, and this symbolic capacity introduces a new range of technical expression, right? And of course, you could see this that this is why man develops technology at a greater rate than at a far greater rate of organization than the animal kingdom, right? It's because
Through
he's
the symbol
unlocking this.
making.
Yeah, through symbol making, exactly. Right.
And Mumford related to Orwell and H.G. Wells and the other people. Like Mumford, like related to them. I know I've heard you mention Mumford, but the correlation to those
Not
thinkers?
really. Not
No,
really.
he's not. Okay.
Mumford is related to Ellul's thinking, right? Because
Ellul.
Ellul cites
Okay.
Mumford, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
But I'm not sure if these other people were aware of Mumford, right?
Okay.
Mumford is really an American thinker, right? So it's like a lot of these sort of European dudes, they're not really up on Mumford until quite later, right? So yeah, so it's interesting stuff, my friend. So yeah, so let's continue here. Where the fuck am I? Okay, so he said of course he brings out the transformation on traveling as well, right, by machines, and of course we won't really dwell on that because this was already pointed out by Henry David Thoreau as well and Walden, as we read earlier. Right now, now he's going to talk about this idea of here, hold on, let me try to find this idea of mechanization, right? Because this is one of the key concepts, right, that he's sort of against, right? He's against mechanization, right? He says, to begin with, there is a frightful debauchery of taste that has already been affected by a century of mechanization. So the thing he really doesn't like about mechanization, as to parallel his idea of the separation between the techniques of work and the techniques of personal amusement, right? And he's saying that in this sense, okay, there's a corruption of taste.
Entertainment versus information.
Oh yeah, and of course this is also affected by massification, right? The development of a monoculture, right? But also mass production itself, right? Constituting the corruption of taste, right?
Mass production comes from like World War II philosophies primarily, where how do we make as many of these as quickly as possible? How do we can as many green beans into a can on these global farms as we can? Because we're going to start looking at farm like territory that the military controls, and the food production line is going to become a result of that, where we put everything in aluminum cans, and all of a sudden, aluminum cans, they might be causing dementia. But also the BPA lining that we put in those forever, like that, also might have a problem. But we're going to don't get BPA anymore, okay, guys? We're going to move on from that.
Exactly. Okay. So yeah. So the debauchery of taste, he calls it, the corruption of taste, right? This is almost too obvious. Too generally admitted to need pointing out, he says. But as a single instance, take taste in its narrowest sense, the taste for decent food. In the highly mechanized countries, thanks to tin food, cold storage, synthetic flavoring matters, the palate is almost a dead organ. As you can see by looking at any greengrocer's shop. The hell is going on here, Cecil? Is he like?
I don't know.
What the fuck? What is this? What is happening here? Did he just pass
This is
out?
like, well, this is the moment you
Is that
bring
his head?
vodka. It's like you bring vodka into a nation. This is the Russian problem. It numbs the palate. And
Yeah,
then they start arguing about what is good vodka. There's no such thing as good vodka.
Yeah, so that's a oldie but a goodie where Cecil falls asleep on the show. You know, and
Oh
that's a
yeah,
classic,
that's a classic, dude. What's this
that's a
though?
classic Machine Lies moment.
Oh man, and this is the classic drawing right here.
Yeah,
Dang.
exactly.
Two classics, a modern classic and a classic.
The homage to Master Kong.
Blessings. I appreciate you. And yeah, so Ellul talks about this too, right? The corruption of taste, right? He talks about bread, right? How bread has just become just a totally synthetic substance, right? As compared to its progenitor.
There's so many things to get into there, man. Vodka. Then you could argue about tobacco, and you could argue about tobacco. I was hearing about cigarettes, and the closest name to a cigarette is a ziggurat.
Yeah,
which
how
is
many
like this sacrificial thing.
Yeah, how many freaking how many chemicals are in the cigarettes, right?
Yes.
Tons. Right?
Retarded.
Well,
amount.
you know, they put neonicotinoids, right, for pesticides, right? Because
Mhm.
the cheapest form of pesticide is not glyphosate. That's like if you're lucky, you'll get glyphosate, but usually you'll get neonicotinoids, folks, and those things are fucking cancer
They're
causing, right?
well, this is what. See, we know what they do. We know that they kill the bees, the honeybees. The neonicotinoids will kill the honeybees when they're sprayed on the mums and stuff, because they're sprayed on mums and all these different things that are pesticide prone, like all these ornamentals grown in greenhouses on a mass scale where they need to spray some pesticide, and it'll kill the honeybees, and it may not show up for 50 years. Like glyphosate, it took 50 years of it being like safe before they got started to be sued for billions of dollars. But to the point where they had to leave the country and go back to Germany and deport the Nazi technology back to Germany with their bare fucking Monsanto bullshit. They had to go back. Cecil. This is like his pitbull arm. CMO is streaming.
Cecil's still with us?
Is he talking in his sleep? Was he talking in his sleep?
I believe we're waking him up, so I'm just gonna. Yeah. So let's check this out. Actually, you know what? Let's not check this out. Let's go ahead and move forward to a different text. You mean I think I'll move to a little bit. Actually, I'll play some music in between that entire experiment. But yeah, from the second hour of this, right, to now, we broke down a series of issues. Okay, we started with Samuel Butler, right, and we moved on to some key issues from Marx, Das Kapital, right, and of course we moved on to this idea from Nietzsche, human all too human, and then to Road to Wigan Pier by George Orwell. Now, before that, right, on last show we were exploring the ideas of Plato, the ideas of Shang Tzu, right? And the ideas of um, Walden, right, by Henry David Thoreau, and the main
Malden
issues
Pond.
yeah,
Shut up, that motherfucker.
yeah, and the main issues I wanted to put forward is this idea of technical complexity, right? The idea of proliferation of the means brings about disappearance of the ends, right? The appearance of a monoculture, the appearance of a global system, right? And the invasion of the mechanical and the technical on the symbolic expression of man, right? Which totally transforms man on a psychological level and makes him the tool of his tools, as Thoreau says, right? And as many others have remarked, right? So these are the main issues that we've been dealing with: is the prefiguration of those ideas in ellul. Now we will take
Bro,
a closer
this
look
is the
at
shit I deal with when I tune into your show and I jump up on stage. And finally, you're like, all of a sudden you've been talking about Hegel and you've been talking about Bernays and ellul and all these. And then all of a sudden I read a quote in this book, the obstacle is the way. And in the very end of the book, like that was like a Marcus Aurelius quote part of it. But like this whole book is like different philosophies. And the last quote in that book, I like flipped this page just earlier, like hours ago, like 5 hours ago. Henry David Thoreau, like a quote from him. I forget what it was. I can't even dare to quote it, but
well, how about this quote? The salvation of man is in the wilderness. There's a paraphrase of a quote by Henry David Thoreau. We will be also talking about this idea of man and his relationship to nature, right? And the relation between man and the machine, as we're making evident right now, right, will be extrapolated to the entire picture of the relationship between man and the machine and nature, right? And of course, does nature have a will? Does it have an intelligence? Does it have a guiding force? This is going to be something that is primarily touched upon by a number of thinkers, right, that we're going to bring forth on Tuesday. And of course, this is one of the major issues that's put together in the Tao Te Ching, right? But of course, we're going to be looking at Gregory Bateson, The Ecology of Mind, right? Extrapolations of different problems. And of course, Bateson is involved with MK Ultra, right? And the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, and all this type of stuff. And of course, his ideas influence those notions, like, and they sort of relate to those ideas, right, that are mentioned by the Frankfurt School, right? And so we're going to be looking at, or we can also look at some of those ideas from Herbert Marcuse, as we've sort of reviewed in the past, of one-dimensional man. Okay, but mainly we're going to be looking at man's relationship to nature, right? In Bateson, in ellul, and Uncle Teddy and his whole sort of idea of the revolutionary and the sort of ideal of wild nature as a counter ideal to the techno-industrial system. And then we'll look at this idea of nature as a sort of metaphysical concept in Skrbina's work, Metaphysics of Technology. So we're going into a bunch of leaps and bounds to explore the various issues of the show and contextualize the various issues of the show. And of course, we're making good time. Right? I did call in to talk to Vocab Malone, and I don't think he had a satisfactory answer to the questions I presented there. But of course, we were barred from communicating further, so we left, and we will be editing this episode to expunge some of the material that is extraneous in regards to that interaction. And yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys.
Shiloh is fucking pissed that nobody, like, I fucking put the fedora out there last night. No one donated. He actually just kind of tore up my arm a moment ago. It really hurt. You guys don't know what I'm going through. He pretends to play with me right now as he nibbles on my fingers, like this is a game to him. But when it's behind the scenes, he's abusing me for not getting enough donations. For TML, for Frank Monday, for everybody, we We need to get this information housed to get out there.
Yeah.
We can't deal with this. We can't deal with this pain anymore. He can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. I'm gonna beat him.
Indeed. Yeah, so here is a song here. I appreciate you guys. We'll move here to a music video, and then we'll move to looking at the work of ellul, right, in the technological society, and I'll probably bring up some key passages where he talks about the machine and extrapolates on the machine. And of course, he had serious things to say about that when he was talking about the modification of time and space. I may just play the video where I recorded the audio section of modification of time and space. So yeah. So
would it be? And I just want I'm not asking for a direct answer, but like, would it be animal cruelty to implant a Neuralink into my dog's brain to see what it does to him before I do it to myself? He's already tearing my arm apart. He does not like that. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So let's play the video here. Yeah, we're against that type of modification of the the animal and the biological by the mechanical, and of course we've presented many different explanations of why we think that is an intrusion. Definitely we'll cite our views against transhumanism that we presented against the Transhumanist Declaration and the Transhumanist Manifesto, right, on the past shows that we did last week. Right, so if you want more information on that, definitely, and of course, we'll be communicating with our compatriot Truther Cop to, bring him up to date on those various topics and issues. So, if anybody has any questions and concerns, I will actually drop the link. We will not be here for that much longer. I want to replay.
I have questions. If somebody sends you a dog from the Panelverse and they start to tear your hand apart, how do I deal with it?
Yeah, just give me a second. Let me break this shit down. So we're gonna be doing a thing of playing this song, and then we're gonna be coming back with ellul, and then I want to replay certain segments of panel time that I've had. Now, I was on a show every day this week, so I'll play those shows. Of course, I was also on a show with Truther Cop on Friday, so we'll play those shows back because we spent a lot of time going to different shows respectively, and participating and spending time. So anyways, here is a song video that I put together that has become quite popular. Obviously we put together tons of music shows, and I hope more people will participate in those, and we procure different music for the various shows that we do, so you guys could click around and just find the music. For the people that like the music, I appreciate you guys. And of course, there's a lot of the shows of the music available at the Cyber Caliphate channel. If you guys click the link that's pinned there, it'll take you to the new Made by Machine Bob episode that we made. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for participating. Talk to you guys soon. Whoops, am I frozen? Oh. Yeah, I mean, what video game is that, Lorp? What a weird video game. I mean, yeah, Lorp made that video. I mean, I put the music with it, but yeah, Lorp made that video. I'm not sure what video game that's from, but yeah. You know, one day I did a show where I played that video music show, and they tried to pop my channel for nudity, and then I appealed the video, and I wrote in the appeal, I said it's just video games. And they fucking gave me back my video. Agony
I saw a video the other day
Alright.
where it was like classic art, and they had fuzzed out the nudity sections of classic art, and I thought, where are we that we have to do that? That seemed really strange to me.
Yeah.
I did have a question, TML. Where in
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
where,
this is the perfect time. I said I dropped the link too, so here.
where at in you said we're reading Henry David Thoreau or Ralph Waldo Emerson? Thoreau, right?
I was reading Thoreau at the beginning of this show and at the end of last show.
Yeah. Where had you gotten to? Are you in Walden? It seems like I recall you reading the section on economy last.
I finished reading the sections I was reading there, but so
Okay.
I'm just jumping around a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, I laid it out.
Had you mentioned the part where he says, "But lo, men have become the tools of their tools."
Oh yeah, I quoted that extensively. I even quoted it at the beginning of the show.
Okay. That's good stuff. I like the part, I'd rather sit on a pumpkin and have it all to myself than be crowded on the velvet cushion. I'd rather ride on the earth in an ox cart with free circulation than to go to heaven in the fancy car of an excursion train and to breathe a malaria all the way.
Yeah, I'd like a giant pumpkin house with giant tentacles, walks around, where you
Nice.
open the pumpkin door and you slide down one of the pumpkin tentacles and you go walk around the earth, but your pumpkin house can move around with this giant tentacles. And yeah, that'd be nice. Maybe if I behave myself, God will give me one of those.
Yeah, there was a long period when I first moved here to Beijing that I was growing pumpkins and gourds in like the public courtyard, and I kind of basically lived out there. It was nice. Like you get a deeper appreciation for nature and the natural environment, even in the middle of a city. If you have a plot of land where you can do some gardening and see the sky.
Absolutely. So what happened to Truth or Cop? Is he just a non-entity at this point? Oh wow. Quite mysterious, I would say.
Yeah, it seems like something's been up with StreamYard, for me at least. I don't know if you guys have had any problems, but the last couple of days I've been getting bumped from it constantly, and like it just hasn't been functioning correctly. Today seems to be okay.
Okay, let's see what he's got to say.
Yeah, I was like trying to like comment there and go back to my phone. And somehow I boot out the StreamYard login, whatever, man. I was listening to Pumpkin House, walking. If you behave yourself, God, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. Some walking pumpkin, that'd be pretty cool. I was watching some dude grow like some dude in India. He was growing grass in his hair, and he had like some sort of turban, like held the grass in his hair, and he was growing it up into his scalp. And the comments were saying like, "What happens when the roots get to his scalp and they don't stop?" And I was like, "I don't know. I genuinely don't know." He was growing grass in his hair. Like it was weird. I don't know.
Maybe he had sex with a dead tree. You know what I mean?
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
Might be, man. Might be.
Who's this? Who this? Who this? Who?
Rob Loss and Fat Billums.
Okay.
Is it like William Shakespeare? They're just law.
Are those the Timu versions of Bob Ross and Cat Williams?
Oh.
How does it feel to be an icon?
I guess the Timu version of these guys they don't got much to offer. That's why we got the original OGs out there. This one's got nothing to offer other than the AI infographic. Apparently.
tent and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, blessings.
How dare you? I'm just kidding. Peace, peace.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, how's it going tonight? Late to the party, but
just in time.
yeah, we don't know if time is linear anyway, so it is what it be.
Yeah, I said there's 4 types at least. Linear, cyclical, spiral, and then eternal recurrence. I extrapolate probably all 4 are happening at the same time. No pun intended. But yeah.
How is spiral different than like cyclical? I would think of that similarly.
Because the past and present and future would randomly intersect. So it'd be disjointed in spiral, right? Whereas in cyclical, there'd be a pattern that would repeat, right? So, like maybe like a Kali Yuga or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Before the sort of regeneration and obviously that's how we keep track of time is in the cyclical way. Obviously we're aware of the continuous forward motion of time, but we're not aware if that's on a scale of like, you know, but I think like, you know, obviously I think God can intervene.
Yeah, I agree with you. Scale matters. Not to give like Einstein or anybody like that credit, but I would say that scale does matter. Or you could have a cyclical spiral.
Yeah, I think the most powerful one is eternal recurrence, right? Because I think instead of a linear progression, I think Nietzsche was right that the moment actually repeats itself, and then it's like everything gathers itself with what's happened, you know, again in this moment, right? So it's like the very same moment returns.
So like cyclical? Or no, you said recurrent. What did you say? Because that's how I think of like deja vu.
Yeah, let me read the part again from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, because this is actually really cool. I think so. You know, he says, oh yeah. Okay, here it is. Halt, dwarf, said I. Either I, thou, however, am the stronger of the two. Thou knowest not mine abysmal thought. It couldst thou not endure? Then happened that which made me lighter, for the dwarf sprang from my shoulder, the prying sprite, and it squatted on a stone in front of me. There was, however, a gateway just where we halted. Look at this gateway, dwarf. I continued, it hath two faces, two roads come together here. These hath no one yet gone to the end of. This long lane backwards, it continueth for an eternity. And that long lane forward, that is another eternity. They are antithetical to one another, these roads. They directly abut on one another. And it is here at this gateway that they come together. The name of this gateway is inscribed above. This moment, it says. Am I still here?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Word.
So that was it. That's from The Vision and the Enigma from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where he describes this idea of eternal recurrence. So these two roads, right? As Heraclitus says, right, and basically, right, Nietzsche is a huge proponent of Heraclitus, and he says, the road up and the road down are the same.
Right. Oh, well, see, but like that's like, because I've heard it displayed like you can spiral up or spiral down. Like 6 is spiraling down, 9 is spiraling up, allegedly. Like through different thinkers, I could point to.
Why are the parameters set in such a way to where it would be forward and reverse? Why not more than 2 directions?
I think he's saying like forward and back are the same in terms of there is no forward movement. Like, because he says the road forward and the road backwards abut on one another, and the place where they abut, it says this moment. So he says they're in direct opposition to one another.
I mean, basically, you could either choose to enjoy yourself in the moment or not. Eventually, is what that would come down to.
So, what is deja vu in that paradigm? Because we've all had it, right? It's anecdotal, obviously, but I think we've all had experiences of deja vu to the point where it's mathematically impossible to be mistaken, to where there's literally 12, 13, 15, 17 things that happen directly in a row. You've had a dream several times.
Maybe you've had deja vu, but I haven't.
You haven't?
No.
Do you have
not true deja vu? Not I've seen something in a dream and like 3 days later it actually happens. No.
Well, how about having a dream where there's like a series of like 20 things in a row that happen, and you've had that dream like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and then that shit actually fucking happens?
No. The closest thing I've gotten to deja vu is when the elites put things in your faces for years and then it happens in the real world. That's deja vu to me, though.
That's
like
pre-programming.
But like deja vu is like, I feel like I've been here before. And
Yeah, I've never had one.
Do you have an internal monologue?
Oh, who doesn't? If you don't, you got a problem.
That was a total side tangent. But
He externalizes his internal monologue.
I was just curious. It was a tangent, but
projection. I heard the deja vu for dreaming is called deja rêvé, and it means already dreamed. Two experiences feel similar in the moment. Deja vu is a waking type thing, though.
So it's a chemical feeling that goes through your veins. You didn't actually dream that scenario.
I hear that.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be dreams, though. It could be like a reference to an experience that you feel like you've had that maybe not be from a dream.
Well, then that's starting to sound more like a premonition than a deja vu. It sounds more like premonition than deja vu.
So is it merely
classified
feelings?
also.
Is it
Okay.
just feelings and chemicals, or are
Well, I'm
you
just
actually
saying, I've
having
had
that?
dreams where like something has happened in the dream, and then like a few years later, something close to the dream happens, but that's about it.
So close.
But not
You've
like
come close,
down
but not
to
the guard.
down to a detail. So
You-
I would say it's more like a little bit of a premonition. Like you see someone's face you haven't seen in years, and then you see it, a few years later, even though you thought you never would, like something like that. But I consider that not coincidences, because I mean, you know how many times I've almost walked across the street, almost been hit by a car, and not almost been hit by a car. I mean, what's coincidence here? I mean,
Yeah, but you're talking
Deja-
about mathematical probabilities compared to direct.
well, I mean, I say the
premonitions.
same thing about deja vus. I mean, if that's the case, then every time I see the all-seeing eye triangle throughout my life, it's deja vu, because it's been pre-programmed throughout my life to every time I see it, it's a deja vu. So,
Yeah, but the mathematics are off the charts in some cases. Maybe people are mistaken. Maybe it is close and they're thinking it's identical.
I know people who claim to have deja vu moments, but I mean, I've never had one that make me go, I need a bag, I need a bag. No.
Nobody said you need a bag. You need a bag, Mr. Fucking Romantic over here. Have you ever had premonitions, as you call them?
He's come close, but no cigar inside Monica Lewinsky's vagina.
No, I don't. I wouldn't say I've had dreams that I think have told me things that, yes, have kept me out of harm's way, but leave that up to dream interpreters.
Yeah, I had a prophetic
So, but
dream
you,
just the other day.
what's with failing to like reach a common rhetoric, like where we can just have a conversation about
I've never had a deja vu moment to prove it exists, but I've met plenty of people who claim they've had it, and I call that coincidence.
Around the bush
And I call that
all around and
coincidence,
saying how you
of which I don't
have it.
believe in.
Well, you're the wrong person to ask then.
Yeah, he likes to pipe up though sometimes though.
You're the wrong person to ask, because like when I grew up in Florida until I was like 8 years old and then moved to California, and we went to the exact same location of a new building,
That's
and
what's
it
fucked
literally
up.
fucking happened, dude, like step by step, not just kind of like it was step by step. So there's other people I know that have experienced that, where it's like literally like you have people who you haven't even fucking met yet, dude, that are saying things in a conversation that happen sequentially, like exactly the way it happened.
Oh boy, so it's
I'll say,
synchronicities. Oh boy.
It's not synchronicity.
I'll
It's
agree with
way
you there,
past
Mr. Anderson.
synchronicity.
And I don't know why this guy over here, he's playing like beyond this devil's advocate thing. Like this, he
That's
wants
fine.
to be like the demonic doubter for some reason. He wants to inhibit this or inhabit that for a moment, because it's like, I don't know why he does it. I have no judgment.
I don't know.
about
Why are
it.
you so gay for me like so many other people were?
I'm not gay for you.
He has
bro.
his-
I don't
he
know.
has
You,
his
seem
own-
to sing, you only seem to single me out. So
He has his
No,
own experience of close but no cigar. I'm talking about the cigar though.
And I also have an experience of you, and I appreciate you. It doesn't make me gay for appreciating you, dude. So like, let's
Okay,
like,
Alex
be
Stein.
real, Alex Stein.
What does Alex Stein have to do with it?
Oh my God.
Does that mean that he's a gatekeeper who's Jew and father only and not mother?
And also Landry's
So he's
friend
relegated to
somehow.
a B-rate
Landry's friend.
actor status.
Anyway, deja vu.
What? So Alex Stein, I had people beg me to go on his show. They said, Mr. Anderson, you got to go on his show and talk to him. You got to. So I went on his show to talk to him, and he fucking lied about me to his fucking audience. He's a piece of shit. And I called him out for it, and he apologized for it on the spot, but then acted like a piece of shit. And then lo and behold, I was correct. He was a gatekeeping piece of shit. So it is what it is.
But this is the part I want to bring up about this, because you asked what would he say, right?
Yeah.
Well, he says here, right, at the end of this long little sermon, he says, must not, and, must not whatever can run its course of all things have already run along this lane. Must not whatever can happen of all things have already happened, resulted, and gone by.
Right.
So in this concept of eternal recurrence, it's not so much that we're returning to the same moment and there is no forward or backward movement, but everything's already happened.
That's okay. I'm confused. That's the same difference, but I'm not knocking that, because the fact is, deja vu does happen where it's mathematically impossible, like for it to just be coincidence. So it has to be some level of recurrence. It has to be recurrence.
To freaking like get at what excommunicated, whatever his name is now, I forget. It goes
Nietzsche?
back so far. I already forgot my fucking point. The deja vu.
Talking about Lorp.
Oh, Lorp. Yeah, it's like more about like there are synchronicities. Let's stop referring back to it as deja vu. Like Lorp can like is it synchronicities? What do you like? What is what he's saying? So what like what's your inhibition about like identifying what he's getting at?
What do you mean? Because synchronicity is a different thing.
Then
So if I
deja
say,
vu. So,
hey,
he's
I was
gonna
just
argue it
talking
himself,
earlier about ledgers, and someone today said ledger 3 times, synchronicity. That's a different thing than having true deja vu, where you've actually dreamed something.
But
that
what
actually
I'm
happened.
saying is, why do you have to call it deja vu? Maybe this is his argument. I'm wondering if there's a different term we can use.
He's calling it close but no cigar. Let's call it that. I'm calling it cigar.
Are they Cubans?
They're 100% pure Cubans.
Oh man.
Like rolled by literal Cubans. It's sitting in my basement and all that shit. That's getting abstract, but what I'm saying is, have you not had deja vu where there's a series of events where there's certain people and everything that you've never even met yet, that you dreamt these certain people, certain phrases, certain words, certain sequence of events happening?
I can say I have, and I would argue that somewhere in Lorp's consciousness that there is something to that effect. But he's hesitant to call it deja vu, and you are like determined to
that.
call it deja vu.
We can call it whatever you want to call it.
If it came from a dream, it's not deja vu, guys.
But you're getting into semantics.
Deja rêve. Deja vécu, deja rêve, and deja vu. Deja vu doesn't come from dreams.
Can you elaborate on that?
Deja vu comes no claim source of familiarity. It's a mild feeling, and deja rêve comes from a prior dream. It's a little more modulated, a little more intense.
Okay, deja rêve is what I'm referring to. Then that I misspoke.
Right.
Then.
Deja vécu is prior to waking experience, and much stronger. So they vary in degree of intensity. Have you guys read Prometheus Rising by Robert Anton Wilson? He's got a lot of he's got a lot of nice quotes.
So, yeah, he's got some interesting theories about time. Him and William S. Burroughs, they talk about time magic and like chaos magic and so on and so forth as part of their Discordian hypothesis. So yeah, it's fascinating stuff. And
he's got there's a short, interesting commentary on people's tendency in the modern scientific sense to reduce everything to coincidence rather than finding the threads of synchronicity.
Yeah. Well, that borderlines on neuroses, right? So like if I said tomorrow I'm going to become a hardcore Christian, and then I pray to God and say, do I go left on this road or right on that road? And I start getting really neurotic with, someone said this, and so God's leading me in this way. I get that people get neurotic and want to see synchronicities. And they say, well, I just opened up the page of the Bible and I was just talking about discernment, and the verse of the Bible said discernment. And I get the whole synchronicity and imposing that, right? But TML, have you had the experience of actual dreams of direct scenarios where there was like 10, 15, 20 things that happen in a series of events? that you can't mathematically even brush it off as just being your emotions imposing something. Have you had that happen to you?
I could tell you about one that happened to me recently. In Dreamland, there's a palace called Ba Gong in Chinese. It's like an 8 octagonal style palace that you can visit in lucid dreaming. And I was there just the other night, and I had done a bit of a intention to have something arrive. And as I walked through one of the palace rooms, there was a door that had the thing I was interested written right on the front of the door. And I opened the door and I looked in. This was in the dream, of course. And it was right there, and it communicated with me, and I seized it. And it was the very next day I had gone into the park, and that exact thing, like in exact reflective detail, appeared. And now here's the difference between just having a wishy-washy phenomena is that I had written it down in my dream journal prior to it appearing. And so there's a direct scientific proof. I do this quite a bit, but that's just
you
one
imposed
example.
your will, though. It sounds like you imposed your will on it, so you weren't like a passive recipient of it. You were imposing your will.
No, right. I summoned it.
That's interesting. Also, I've never done that myself. For me, it's kind of like a recipient where I'm watching this happen, where I'm not imposing my will. That doesn't minimize what you're saying at all, because you're saying the same difference, basically.
Congratulations, your dreamland is better than someone else's.
Have
Not
you,
mine.
Mr. Anderson, have you endeavored to look through Robert Blake's Astral Dynamics at all?
No.
Okay.
I've read a lot, but there's even more that I haven't read. So.
Yeah, if you're at all interested, I would suggest looking through it. It's Astral Dynamics by Robert Blake. It's a pretty interesting examination of like the way the mind splits during lucid dreaming and like the dichotomy, and then bringing back those impressions and becoming more successful at it.
But is it possible that determinism is real, and that we're watching a movie play out, and that sometimes we accidentally tap in to that movie ahead of time?
Well, if that's the case, I'm fucked.
Well, if that's the case, you just are, and your destiny is your destiny. I don't believe in determinism, but I just don't know how to describe. I don't know how to explain away deja vus to that level. I know there's the feeling, right? Like, you know how they can tap into the human brain and like activate certain little things and stuff, and say, we'll light up this part of the brain by touching this part of the brain. And technically you could like inject some chemical that gives you the feeling of deja vu. I think it's beyond that. I think that there's certain dreams and sequences that you can see and that they happen, and you can't explain it away with chemical feelings. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about those experiences.
I mean, if you're like not an AI robot trying to like capture some chemical romance here, it's like the devil goes around trying to sow doubt, seeds of doubt, and whatever the vision that God gave you, the devil's job and the demon's job is like God gives you a vision, and then they come and sow the weeds in. You can't believe because of this. It's not because of that. You can't do it because of that. And eventually, you just gotta like fucking do it on your own. I don't know on that.
So you haven't had that yourself?
I didn't say anything like that. I'm just
asking though. Have you had that?
Have I had what?
Where you've had dreams, like recurring dreams, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times of a specific sequence of events with a certain group of people, certain words being said. and then it comes into fruition
You're
like in real life.
You're so looking for validation on a different level. It's like, for me, it doesn't
That's
happen.
fair enough. You can say that.
It's not. It doesn't happen like that for me, and I'm not going to
Okay.
explain how it happens for me.
Well, that's an honest answer.
But it
I'm fine
happens
with
for me, and I wouldn't go around trying to explain myself to other people about how it happens. But it doesn't
So it
happen like
hasn't
that.
happened to you. That's fine.
In
I can
that
accept that.
fashion, through a dream sense, where this, I don't need that many reoccurrences. I've had like a different pattern emerge. Like
That's fine.
God, he puts his fingerprint in each one of us his own way. It's not to let us know that we're not the ones in charge. Praise God. Praise the Most High Holy Spirit. In Jesus Christ's name, in Yeshua Mashiach's name, in the Most High God.
I think you might be. I think you might be
fucking
addressing
right.
something different than I'm addressing, but I
I'm not.
don't knock you. I don't knock you for that.
20 times in a row talking about the same dream coming true. I'm saying that I haven't.
Have you ever had the same dream more than once?
Yes.
I mean, that's the. But I mean,
And has that dream that you had more than once ever come
maybe
true?
most of that's just your subconscious. You know what they say, that, you know, like if you consume too much of certain content, or if you have too many fears or something, or you have a lot of desires, you'll eventually dream them. Like, you know how many times I've had dreams about nuclear weapons? I mean, if they're real, allegedly, I mean, if we live long enough, we probably will be wiped out by them. So welcome, you know, the sun at 4 o'clock in the morning. Does that mean it's going to happen just because? Was it a fear? You know, just for the longest time, you know, I can't, if I had to guess, maybe 18 in my life of experiencing what it's like to not only see nuclear weapons from a distance, but to actually be right next to one and hear the deafening, feel the heat, be able to see your skeleton through your flesh, be with your loved ones. I mean, you know, I'm telling you, I'll put it like this to try to give you some ease if it's something that you've experienced.
Right, go ahead.
Most of the crazy shit that I've experienced, I was awake. So, I mean, when it comes to the dreams, I kind of see it more like Joseph or whatever. You know, when God sends me a dream, if it has people in it that I recognize, I will have to admit it doesn't really mirror what happens in real life. More or less, it's a, if I could give an example, I had friends that I really shouldn't have been hanging around, and I had a dream where something bad happened in the dream, and not long later he was almost shot and killed, and I never hung out with him again. So if you want to call that deja vu moment, you know, whatever.
No, I wouldn't.
But like, it didn't involve a gun in the dream. I just know that like I was around him, and for some reason we were afraid, and he was screaming, and that's all I remember. So
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying
picked up on energy. Yeah.
maybe to some people that kind of deja vu moment kind of stuff happens, but most of the time, most of my dreams really don't make no sense, dude. I mean, that means every time I had a zombie chasing me, you know, is that real people chasing me, or is that real zombies? I mean,
no, I agree with you. I have the same thing.
How far can you take dreams? That's the only problem, because I've had non-lucid dreaming and I've had sleep paralysis. Does that mean every single time that I had sleep paralysis that I was hallucinating, like, you know, people say, like the doctors say? I don't believe it.
I give you that. Like, most of my dreams don't make sense also, and I have a similar experience to you. And on a side note, I do think nuclear bombs are just blatantly fake. But what I'm talking about is...
Yeah, I said the same thing about the UFOs too.
Okay, that's a subjective thing, UFOs. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but I never had a dream about UFOs. I've always had a dream about demons and eldritch demon-looking things, never a UFO. So explain that synchronicities or deja vu.
Well, if you're talking about mathematics,
or coincidence.
Mathematically, is it more possible that your government is lying to you, or that there's something from a billion miles away doing some shit? I think it's more likely mathematically that your government's lying to you and doing some shit.
Oh, well, I guess the indoctrination camp didn't work good enough, so that implies that there's a God.
Irreducible complexity points to a God.
I would point out real quick that the predominant theory of non-human intelligence and UFO or UAP is not that they're coming from distant star systems, but they're multidimensional and they're here among us. Most of them being under the ocean or living within the ocean and subterranean.
Exactly. Under the ocean wouldn't even have to be multidimensional either. That's what I was going to say.
Well, then they suck at flying by. thought they had cloaking technology. I guess it was meant to be seen.
No,
Some super secret stealth aircraft that was.
Well, but
Or is that just military intelligence? Like we're trying to develop what we think they should be through technology.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know. Like I said not long ago, I watched South Korea, I think it was, roll out their latest stealth technology, and it didn't look like nothing I've seen. So,
what is more likely? Our government is doing some undercover bullshit without telling us, or there's something from a billion light years away doing something. Which is more likely?
I don't know. Ask the common person. Is there a
You don't
god
know?
or a little green man?
That's a
That'd be a small
terrible
percentage of it.
comparison.
I guess.
But that couldn't explain all of the phenomena. There are so many cases with so many different narratives and evidences from credible sources as well. My
So you
question would
don't-
be to you guys.
Well, I
question
happen
you,
to know of a
if I
military
may.
base where they're doing that.
I think I've heard you go along this line before. My question to you would be, though, have you ever had any UAP or UFO experience of your own?
Well, no. So I actually had this conversation today with my significant other, right? Where we have a mountain over here where she's seen some shit and she's like, it moved in a way that a helicopter couldn't move and this, that, and the other.
So
But also, I know somebody who from the same mountain had a
military.
military installation, dude. Like, come on.
No, but
Unless
like,
it's a
but the woman in your life is saying like she sees it in this format of like these UFOs, and you see it in deja vu, but like
No,
you're
I
seeing
don't
the
see it in
same
deja vu.
thing.
No.
I wouldn't think so. I would.
That's two separate
postulate
things. That's not what I'm
too
talking
that
about.
Unless you've had
What?
direct experiential evidence, then it's mostly unknown to you.
I know, but you got to understand observation in the scientific method. So if I observe something, you can't just declare what the fucking cause is. So when you
I'm
observe,
not attributing cause, but if it's not accompanied by high strangeness and some sort of like internal transformation, I would say that it's superficial at best.
but how do you know the cause? Just unidentified flying object doesn't mean that
I
it's
wasn't
from
attributing cause.
a million light years away.
That's not my postulate at all. Never has been.
So do you think there's aliens?
Of the illegal type, a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I can see that.
Wah, wah.
Ruh-roh.
That's what I said earlier today. I'm like, you mean illegal aliens? There's plenty of those. It's all artificial anyway. It's artificial constructs and nationhood and nations and arbitrary distinctions and borders and everything, right?
Yeah, not to deviate. That was a bit of a tangent. I was just being playful. But I think that the alien narrative is somewhat of a red herring.
Yeah. I would say just logically and mathematically, to me, it makes more sense. It'd be military or demons. And I know it's out there to say that, but to me, just either logically, even logically, it makes more sense.
Does it have to be demonic? It can't be angelic?
Why would it be angelic?
Why wouldn't it be?
You mean like
would it
fallen
be
ones? You mean like
angelic?
fallen ones? Like fallen ones?
If you believe that they're demons, why don't you also
can't
give
you like be the bridge
credit to
to like
angelic
pray
beings?
to like the archangels and like make the bridge happen? Can't you like? Don't you have any participation in that at all?
What are these fucking angels doing, being weirdos and doing all that then?
That's the very definition of Solomonic magic, is summoning the demons to guard and protect you.
Well, I don't do that, so I don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, I don't know if the one I
Fuck with
saw out
that.
there in the woods that night wants to protect me, but yeah.
Yeah, some weird object out like with a spotlight over the mountain and then disappearing. That's an archangel. Get the fuck out of here, archangel. What the fuck are you doing over here? That's some creepy bullshit.
Because you don't understand it. It had to be demonic.
Now you're getting really philosophical, I guess. Okay. I'll give you that. There's also, I do think that humans have some level of intuition and basic shit, right? Like when you have a chick at a bar and a dude's being a creep, she knows when he's being a creep. It's not some deep philosophical shit, right? Or is it that she just doesn't know and she's dismissing it as demonic? Like there is some level of common sense and intuition. And I don't think that archangels and shit are above that.
I think that you have some level of charisma to determine what might happen in that circumstance should you witness it. And that's kind of your
Well, I'm
purpose
just
in
going to
witnessing it.
say if there are angelic entities, I have yet to physically see their help. I've seen plenty of demonic activity. So maybe they're like Nicolas Cage in that movie where he walks around like an angel.
Well, would you maybe allow that just because you haven't seen it, other people may have?
Oh, of course. After what I've witnessed in my life, again, I don't doubt anything. I mean, I doubt it. I take that back. But I don't doubt people's stories.
Yeah, but when someone like Aleister Crowley says that he went and
Yes, sir. Maybe he wasn't lying to you.
Yeah, when he said he talked to the Aeon of Horus, what if he was really talking to an angel?
I mean,
how do you
could have
fucking know,
been.
dude? It's all subjective.
But well, that's what. But he didn't report he was talking to an angel. He said he was talking to this, and he said some demonic force.
Okay, so if he
Allegedly.
said he was talking to an angel, we would take that at face value then.
Do you remember the
but I
context
wouldn't.
or details
I don't see anyone
surrounding the
saying
story?
that.
Okay, we
Do you
took
know
his
how-
face value. Like, come
Do
on.
you know how
like,
do you know how he came to contact AWAS?
Well, he's not
Yes,
hiding the
he-
fact that he did either way.
I vaguely remember the
It's in
story,
the,
but it's been a while.
He was
he was in the
snorting a bunch of
London-
hopium and copium. That's how.
He was in the London Museum and he read the Steel of Revealing and attempted to translate it with the Emerald Tablet. I believe it had already been done, but he was working with it, and he was doing sex magic with his wife at the time, and he was working on both the Babylon summoning, I believe, or the Babylon working, and
Babylon working, yeah.
Arbor Melon's contact with the HTA.
Yeah, what a coincidence. What a coincidence. It all just fits together, right? It's this.
Yeah, have you read through those works?
I've read some of Crowley's stuff. Yeah.
No, not Crowley's stuff, but the actual MSs he was working with.
No.
Okay.
But the point is when someone says they're working with a certain entity, I mean, it's subjective. A Christian could say, well, you're working with a demon. And then someone else can say the
When
opposite.
someone says they're working with a demon, I don't doubt it. When Crowley says he's working with a demon, to me, it's like, okay, then I stay the fuck away from what Crowley is fucking saying.
I agree.
When someone says they're working with an angel, I might test it. But rarely does anyone actually say that.
You're supposed to test every spirit.
I see it the same
interesting
way.
that a lot of people criticize Crowley based on a mainstream narrative without actually having ever looked into the documents themselves.
It's not mainstream. I read his 777 thing. His Kabbalistic magic bullshit, and also his Thelema.
So, was it a demon that he was looking to connect with? Is that what the holy guardian angel is? It's demonic. Is that correct?
It depends on the paradigm you're coming from.
I mean, they can appear as an angel of light.
From a Christian
a
paradigm, yes,
Wi-Fi.
it's a demon.
Wi-Fi is beautiful.
So to
angel
seek
light.
out Jehovah and to enter his temple and connect with the guardian angel that you've been assigned to at birth is demonic now. That's interesting to me.
So did he not do things that you view as
Right.
demonic
Yeah,
in order
right.
to achieve what he
out.
achieved? Such
If
as,
you've read-
like eating
if you've read the-
feces and raping young boys.
I'm not saying he didn't have some
Right,
deviant
well,
behavior in his life.
Frank, Frank opened that gateway earlier because he said he was practicing magic with his wife at the time, As in, he had practiced sex magic with others before.
He's probably just doing tantric bullshit.
Well, I'm just curious, like, the fact that he was seeking to enter into the heavenly kingdom of Jehovah and to find a way to receive guidance from his higher divine intelligence.
Do you think Jehovah's heavenly?
Truth to Crop, have you ever tried any type of sexual discipline in interaction with women?
No one cares about tantric sex magic, dude.
Can you get it up?
This is not a
Not
Stanley
tantric.
Kubrick movie.
There's a lot of different methods.
Do you need the blue pill?
Is it heavenly to try to for Jehovah? Is Jehovah heavenly?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so you're Abrahamic.
I wouldn't say that. That don't have to necessarily be labeled just because I feel a certain way.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's a description of a heavenly force, right? It's originally. I guess
Yeah,
it would be
yeah.
like
What's your point?
tied with
Oh.
Zeus.
Are we saying sex magic's real, or that things? Yeah. About succubuses are real. Yes, they're
Have
real.
you done sex magic?
I've been attacked by a
All
succubus.
all this is a deflection about the we said Aleister Crowley had practiced sex magic with young boys and shit before as well. So like, where are we going here, Frank?
Yeah.
I am not defending Crowley. I'm just saying if you haven't really looked into it and don't really kind of understand like the material itself. Then
I didn't say anything against. I didn't say anything against. I don't know why you're arguing
That's
for
apologizing for.
Well, I mean, you
Crowley.
should because porn is a part of the sex magic spell that they have on the world. But whatever.
With a demon, but it wasn't a demon. He was
Fair enough,
seeking communication with his higher divine intelligence and his holy guardian angel. I'm not saying that
Crowley
he
was just
successful.
trying. It sounds
How
like
dare you!
it sounds like Crowleyism apologist.
Well, just to discount things out of pocket without.
I don't care. I'm
researching
not
them a
like
little bit.
criticizing it, but
That's fine. It's fine. I'm just pointing it out.
Well, I mean, Frank is like, he said that he practices like Solomonic magic and alchemy and all this type of stuff. So he's definitely into some,
occult Judaism.
yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, Frank is. Yeah, Frank is into that. He's
Abrahamic.
He's expressed that. Yeah.
You like those Jews that had the golden calf?
It includes elements of Egyptian magic too. I believe that Moses was an Egyptian magician, so was Solomon.
Well,
some may argue that
he is somewhat of a
Jesus
J
was
dog. He's got a J dog background. He says J dog, so,
yeah, that's my term.
Wasn't Moses run out for killing somebody? Wasn't he run out of that area for killing someone?
I don't know who you're asking or what you're talking about.
Yeah, Moses.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Moses was basically like somewhat of a warlord.
100%.
Yeah.
Not as much so as Abraham, though.
Right.
Abraham was a hardcore warlord. Just flat out. Like, force is power. Just pure warlord.
Yeah, but they were kind of a dime a dozen back then, though.
Yeah, I agree. Force is force, right?
Well, it's more, I think the sort of clan and, if you like get a bunch of people on your side, then you can take over a small territory. That's kind of how it worked back then. And then if you could get a bunch of codes that would help them keep the population in sync with certain value structures and I mean, definitely.
100%.
Yeah, you could definitely, and obviously time proved that was a superior system, right?
Yeah. That's true. The old mixed multitude coming out of Egypt. But even in the B'nai B'rith, like Jewish adult education series, they admit that they were the Hyksos that were driven the fuck out. There was no exodus. They were driven the fuck out of that land. Finally, it'd be kind of like where the Europeans came and took over America, and we pushed them back and killed off like 90% of them. It'd be like if the Native Americans finally, after 4 dynasties, finally pushed us the fuck out of America. And we said, oh, we had this exodus where we fucking left America and the natives and you know, they were driven the fuck out of Egypt. And they even admit it. They don't even dispute it. When you actually read their adult education series and all that stuff, they admit it. The Exodus is bullshit. Get these fucking people out. They're trying to take over Lower Egypt and trying to remove Amun and all this shit with their mystery schools. That's what the whole King Tut thing was.
Well, it's
like
okay.
erasing all that.
Just worship the black Cuban ball, and you'll be all right.
Well, yeah, but that's just El. That's the pantheon of fucking Canaan. That's all what the black cube is. That's all Saturn is. It's just a later version. Right?
It's one big mystery school. You just ain't in it.
Well, what I find interesting is the removal of Yahweh's consort. I find that interesting when you have Canaanites having a civil war and the Southerners going to war with their Northerner Baal worshippers, and they're trying to separate themselves, the Yahwehists, and removing the Queen of Heaven.
Well, I can tell you, there seems to be a lot of very famous people who make famous things that seem to worship Baal and the black cube. So, anyway.
Well, yeah, even in the Bible, they were doing that shit all the way through. There was never a time where they weren't doing that shit. Even Moses himself came back down from the mountain. They were still doing that shit.
We're communicating through black cubes right now.
Oh, what's wrong? You don't believe that oblong box
That's
in the
true.
corner of the room like David Icke told you?
David Icke's right about half his shit.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're told to tell it.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
true.
a man on the moon, right? Yeah. Thanks, David Bowie. I'm just saying at this part, if you don't realize that you're in the LARP, you got a problem. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, all the things that we're talking about, again, what I experienced a few years ago, it makes me wonder what they're doing now. But, you know, maybe it's going to be a slow leak and then it'll be a hard crash. But, you know, I like to, as doom and gloom as I like to seem, I haven't lost all faith, so to speak. So
what is your eschatology? Do you think Jesus is coming back to save us?
I mean, you know, with my experience, yes, but, you know, I had thought that 15 years ago, so I guess time would tell. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think we're kind of in this shit together, and that's my evidence that I'm doom and gloom, is because without God or Jesus, no, I don't think... I'm sorry, y'all. We're going to fucking eat each other alive or worse. Or it's going to be, you know, what I witnessed a few years ago. Like I said, I've had plenty of contradictions, even though I don't believe in them. So I don't know. Time will tell.
So what if I told you Jesus come back within your generation? Would you believe that?
I mean, I'll believe it because I'll probably live through it. I've always believed I was going to probably live through the end times just from the dreams that I've had and my experiences. But again, you know.
What's your reason for believing that?
I mean, if you haven't known me by now, Mr. Anderson, you know, I had experience with Jesus. I've had 2 by now, 3. So, plus many others being a grown adult who doesn't do drugs and not schizophrenic. So, I've experienced some shit without the need of psychedelics or, you know, sex magic. So, I don't know what to tell you. I just know that I consider myself a very down-to-earth, realistic person who doesn't believe he's a space monkey, despite the indoctrination camps and all the evidence points that we're deceived. And we're going to find out, unfortunately, what happens when you don't notice the boiling pot, as much as I don't want to LARP Alex Jones gay frogs. So,
well, I agree with you. We're not space monkeys. But what happens if you and your children and grandchildren live and die and Jesus doesn't come back to save us?
It's very possible. I mean, everything I've experienced could be, you know, what doctors and people and preachers and humans have always told me, but from what I've experienced, I'll take my chances with what I have my convictions in compared to what's being sold to me, because it doesn't sound very good.
So your eggs are in that basket, and if it turns out that there's still a battle to fight after you and your grandchildren die,
It won't.
what do we
In the
what do
end,
we
you
do?
I can tell you, if you're floating around in a ball randomly out in the void, where, you know, one of the newest theories is
I
that you
didn't
can
say a
randomly
ball.
look.
I know we're
You
not
can
on a fucking
randomly
ball in
you
space,
could
dude.
randomly
Come on.
drop out of the universe's gravity and end up completely in a different universe, which would completely annihilate all of existence that we've ever known
I didn't
since
say that. I didn't
So
say
the
that.
point is, if it doesn't happen, you better buckle up, because Keanu Reeves is going to be having sex with you in your artificial dreams, because he's okay with it. So that's why he allows me to use his face in AI, because he wants his face uploaded into the consciousness. So maybe he did do that with his wife and child. Star Whackers. Anyway,
that's abstract retardation. I'm
no,
asking
it's
you
called
what
a
happens.
LARP, and we're all in it. So get used to it.
Okay, so what happens if Jesus doesn't rescue you or your grandchildren?
I mean,
do we still fight
we
the good
better
fight,
rescue.
or do we just give up?
No, I don't think you. I don't, where's the evidence that we are?
Do we give up if it turns out Jesus isn't coming to
Sir,
get us?
you gave up. Sir, you gave up the day that they allegedly, hypothetically told you that they were baby eating. And what we just heard about in the files, and the world has an uprising. I'm not trying to LARP that shit. But again, what's worse than hearing that extremely rich and powerful people are doing the kind of shit that we believe that they've gotten away with, and we continue every single day? Look, I wish I could. If I could snap my fingers, poof, what do you need? Poof, what do you need? But you know what? I ain't goddamn Robin Williams, so I don't know what to tell you. We've all
that's fair
been
enough. I'll give you
complacent
that.
in it. Every day.
I'll give you that. You're right.
I mean, you complain about what we go through, but, you know, we still pay power bills, even though we know they have unlimited energy, from what I've noticed. I mean,
Yeah,
what
but
do you
within
do
your-
about the system?
Well,
there you go.
Within your generation, Jesus is going to come back and fix the Epstein files.
He probably won't. But you know what? I don't see us doing it either. So just because I hold out for him, what does that excuse everyone else? Because I know that
it's like
I can have the intelligence to run an army. Is that going to get you to pick up arms? No, it's not. So sit down, soldier.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
This is the biggest attack on the white man. Is
Uh-oh.
that their ancestors don't exist.
Well, tell
It's
us
that their
about your
ancestors
tangent
don't
about the white man.
exist, and it goes so far deep, it goes so back in the fact that, like, you can't even love your grandmother and your grandfather because they were about
What are you
something
talking
else.
about?
and
I
you
love
just
my
stand against
I
this.
love my grandmother and grandfather.
Well, this is the fucking LARP that they've been putting on us, man. Over and over. And I forgot where I was
You
even
mean
getting
you
at.
mean
You
you
guys
mean
are
the
going somewhere
same
else, but-
grandmother and grandfather on both sides who are complacent
How
in
can
the
you
same
love
system?
Jesus, who you have not known, when you can't love your brother and sister you have known? You can't even love your grandmother who fucking gave birth to you because you can't fucking get over the genetic trauma that happened during the 2,000 years of Jesus' absence. I mean, maybe we deal with that shit. I'm out of here. I gotta go.
I don't even know
Thank
what
God.
you're talking about, dude. I don't. Is he talking about epigenetics with what white people have been put through since World War II? I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. That would make more
Evidence
sense.
goes. Well, I guess what I'm getting at is that, you know, I can hold up hold out for God and Jesus all I want, Mr. Anderson, but Neo, unless we pick up ourselves and do something, no, I don't see much change happening, because
I agree.
I LARPed about like the Elon Musk 5 robots like a few months ago, and then TikTok just started, putting iRobot and Elon Musk together. So, I've played video games from famous people who were spies, and other video games by famous people who recently died in car crashes. How convenient. And, they put the same symbolisms and the same architecture and same LARPs about foreign countries. So I'm just saying at this point, no. It's a system of which, even if you can identify the fucking Hydra heads, first of all, what happened? Did your balls drop off? Do you have the balls to go and cut off one of the heads? And what's going to replace it if you do?
Welcome to individualism.
Oh, well, soon you won't have that, sir. So you won't be Mr. Anderson. You'll be Mr. Everyoneson or no oneson. See?
Yeah,
it's a LARP, but it's happening. So what's the LARP and what isn't?
Well, the LARP is individualism, to be honest.
So as long as we don't lose that, but
no, I'm saying that's the bad part. I'm saying individualism is nonsense.
Oh, so we need complete and total obedience and compliance.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have to identify with your fucking group and dig into those roots. And that's what makes you fight back. It's what makes you dig your heels in the sand and not give up. You're not going to dig your heels in the sand and give yourself up for a fucking Somalian next door to you, are you? Are you? Are you going to dig your heels in for some communist fucking white liberal chick that lives next to you in an apartment? No. So identity and all that stuff does matter, and individualism is nonsense. You have to fight for your bigger group, and the issue is there's a struggle.
Well, I don't know.
There's a struggle
if
right
there's
now.
anything,
There's debates
if there's
happening
anything
online and all that about what people's identity are. Identity is what is the core of this. So if your identity is a Christian nationalist, okay, you're going to fight for your Christian brethren. You're going to fight tooth and nail. You're going to throw your life on the line for your Christian brethren.
Exactly. No, I mean personally, no. Unless, like I stated to the many people in the military who try to recruit me, unless they come parachuting in my backyard, I'm not worried about them.
Well, Muslims got you beaten that way then, because they will fight for their brother.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, we can just no offense to TML, because obviously it's not, but I'm talking about the ones who do come in for harmful intentions and other people, because I can tell you some of the Mexicans here, look, I'm not saying all of them, but I can tell you from my experience, most of the ones who came here, because mine was a sanctuary city, they do not care to integrate. So I'm just saying, I get it, but at this point, I can protest and sign signatures and stand in the street and say, ice, ice, baby. But the system is going to do what the system does, regardless of how much we bitch. So,
but what's stronger as far as identity and self-determination, race or religion?
I would say race, because some people, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I would say religion.
Yeah, blood's thicker than theology, right?
I mean, not in cases. I mean, maybe for some people, sure.
So if the top two, I think it's pretty indisputable that race and religion are the top two cohesive self-determinist paradigms. I think it's pretty safe to say that, and people debate what's stronger, race or religion, race or religion. I think it's safe to say that those two are the top two. So if Muslims are beating Christians out with self-determination and race is stronger than religion, where should we be putting our identity?
I mean, I don't know. For the longest time, because I was born in America, you know, I thought, you know, the USA, red, white, and blue, fireworks, hot dogs, and America,
Yeah.
you know, that freedom, freedom, you know.
Yep.
But
I hear
then,
it.
you know, you realize after what happened back, you know, in 2001 that, you know, I mean, everything that you're living in is a facade, dude. So at the end of the day, I can tell you, I don't have much connection with my ancestral roots. I know about them, but I don't, it's no good to me. What they lived like over where they were back in them times would not really help me right now, because in America you can't walk around with fucking swords the way that you could over there. So anyway, point is, you know, and not in all places can some, you know, attributes be reapplied, even, you know, I guess, you know, if you got some good things about your cultures. But yeah, I mean, I see where the benefit comes from it, but a majority of people in my age range and a little bit younger don't give a fuck about their cultures, really, or their religions. You know, I can tell you, as someone who wasn't really raised in a church, you know, I've brought my son up about Jesus, but I've never forced it down his throat. I never sit here and say, you have to believe that there's a man named Jesus. I've told him about my experience. I told him that it was real, how it affected me. And he naturally decides to do what he does, you know, compared to people who I know who the same thing. They weren't forced into the religion and then completely rejected for whatever reasons. But yet here I am, despite my reasons, I can't reject mine. Like you said, you know, Jesus doesn't come back. I mean, unless it's extreme schizophrenia, I know what I experienced at that age was real. So unless I am schizophrenic, then that UFO was schizophrenic. The eyeballs I saw that shouldn't have been there were schizophrenic, plus everything else I've experienced makes me
Maybe it was deja
schizophrenic.
vu.
So, what I'm saying is
Close but no cigar.
I get the point of the human aspects of why we apply ourselves, but to me, in reality, things like culture and race doesn't matter to me. I really do judge you just based on you. If you're not going to eat me and kill me if there's one more can of beans, I trust you. If you're going to kill me and eat me over the last can of beans, or if there ain't no beans, I'm not going to trust you. I mean,
But the thing is that
That doesn't make
most
sense.
people don't. But most people don't see it that way. Most people don't
no,
even
they're
really
too
care about
attached to
race.
their human flesh and their human bones and their human breath.
But yeah, that's the thing is like most people don't even really
You
care
need
about
self-determination.
Here's the fucked up thing.
Or
is
like
most people don't-
Anakin says, you don't like you
gotta
lack
fucking hear me
conviction. Yes, sir, we can, sir.
Okay, can you stop talking? All right. Anyways, so no, the thing I was gonna say is that most people don't even care about race and religion. Ultimately, they're just looking out for whatever they can get in the moment. I would say.
So individualist, you're talking about atomization. Why is that a good thing?
I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with your description.
Like this is the problem. Like so, this is the problem again with. Okay, so like for example, right? And I know this is going to sound very Anglophiliac or something like that, but look.
Are you fucking dead Anglo people?
Huh?
Are you fucking dead Anglo people? What is Anglophilia?
No. Well, I don't know. People have been calling me technophiliac or something like that. So I'm just playing off of the words. So I think philiac means like you like obsessed with something or something. I don't know, but
Okay.
some shit. But anyways, the point is that who's fucking banging on a fucking side of a house or something?
Hey,
Anyways,
he's tapping on his can of beans. He's over the campfire. Come on.
but okay, so I was gonna say, what the fuck was I gonna say?
You were saying some Anglophiliac shit.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we have our own individualism here, but it comes with a whole culture, and people say that white people don't have a culture, which in some ways may be true, but I would say that like a form
not
of
true.
Protestantism, I would say a form of Protestantism mixed with like English and German cultural norms that kind of got transmitted roughly through the last couple hundred years.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. still do exist. It just isn't very well understood by people outside of it. Meaning, if me and Mr. Anderson and you know, and Lorp are in the same room, for sure we're going to have a certain level of things. You're going to have your own idiosyncrasies from being a California white. We're going to have ours from the from the South, but generally there's still like a normative or whatever the fuck baseline, right? Like we expect a certain level of conduct or whatever. So
I want to give a little push.
that
Go
form
ahead.
of
Sorry.
individualism, I would argue, is very different than the form of individualism that's now spreading to the rest of the world. Like it's basically like a version of our individualism mixed with the host culture. So they're taking like the host culture
Yeah.
and syncretizing it with
That's a
this like
conundrum. You're saying a
ideology.
host culture while saying individualism. That's contradictory. So
No,
you're
it's not. So
still
like,
you're
so like
still
what I'm saying is like
acknowledging a certain degree
Indians are
of
being individuals,
collectivism.
and Indians in India are getting or whatever country or culture. But I'm just using an example. They get this idea of individualism, and for them that means like, well, let's just immigrate to the best country and get the best job possible and scam as much money out of whatever and raise our kids or whatever they're
Yeah.
doing, right? Whatever it
Yeah.
is that they're doing, right? And look, I'm
Nero
not saying
Jack,
that
if I
makes them
may,
better or worse. I'm just saying it's not exactly the same as like what we're going through. Now, is there some overlap? Yes. But I would
You've
still
got-
argue that it is different. And I think a big
you've
part
gone a
of
little
the
far afield. I'd like
problem
to ask if I
is the
may, because I
multiculturalism.
don't think you'll ever stop
Not
talking.
because multiculturalism itself is bad, but because the way in which this is being imposed on us.
How do you define
is-
culture?
Huh?
How do you define culture? What are the accoutrements of culture?
I'm not sure. What? Give me an example. of what
Culture's
you mean, I'll
downstream.
answer.
Culture's downstream of
You said that
ethnicity and genetics and
That's not what
all
I
that
mean.
stuff.
It's not what I mean. I mean the tangible assets of culture. How would you define it? You said that white people don't have a culture. I find that really reductive. We have clothing, we have music, we have art, we have
Correct.
one of the most well-developed
Oh, no,
philosophies
I'm
and
not saying
literature.
we don't-
We have
I'm not-
technology, we have
He was
architecture.
saying
We're the
some people say
predominant
that.
culture
He was saying some
in the
people say
world.
that.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying some people say that. So like I disagree
We're the
with them.
predominant culture in the world, yeah.
Like,
and our
yeah,
culture
I would-
is robust.
Well,
Correct.
well, the problem is that the culture is now the product, and the people who created the culture and preserved the culture are now being demonized and blamed for transmitting a culture that is very attractive to people for both good and bad reasons, right? And so
Yep.
my argument about white culture being proliferated is that the way in which it's been done may be negative, but it doesn't mean that the culture itself is all negative, right? And so I think a big problem of it is that people are not listening to us about our culture, right? But see, and again, I'm not trying to be reductive, but I would make a broad statement and say like, white people in general do try to understand other people's culture. I have experienced most other people are not really concerned with comprehending other people's culture. They're really just concerned with like, how is this culture and my interpretation of it going to serve me? And again, maybe you can say the same for whites, but
Yep.
from my
I
perspective
agree
and
with that.
experience, that's the way I experience it. So I could be wrong, right?
Well, yeah,
But again,
you have liberal white ladies that want to save an African tribe, but they don't give a fuck about the white culture because they're so worried about other
and
cultures because they're
and
empathetic.
ironically, they're transmitting their shitty version of their culture to these people by proliferating like pathological altruism or something like this, which is not really white culture, but that's the version.
Why
of
the hell did I see
Pathological
coochie?
altruism is white culture, part of white culture, unfortunately, and that's
Well,
part of the detriment.
I think it can be, but I don't think that that's like inherent. Like, I don't think you go all the way back in time and it was just 100%.
Yeah, but if
pathological
you're living in a northern climate where we're all pathologically altruistic and we're all staying in the same tribe and not trying to get kicked out, that would work.
Yeah, and and again, I think this has probably existed in a lot of different places in different ways. But
I don't
yeah,
think
again,
so. I don't think a lot of cultures are pathologically altruistic. I think that's a weakness of the white culture.
well, everything
Sounds
can
boring.
be both a strength and a weakness. It could have been a strength in the past, and it could be a weakness now.
It's literally, definitely a fucking weakness now.
Yeah, well, and I guess I'll ask Frank Monday because he's lived in a foreign culture, and I think the Chinese versus American culture is very interesting for many reasons. But I guess what was his thoughts on what we were saying before? I guess.
I don't know. I kind of rally against the idea that the white culture is devoid of a lot of like rich goodness, because it seems to me like, and having taken a perspective from going to a foreign country because I was interested in studying the Chinese culture, it's why I came over here. It required that somehow, like leaving my native like a fish doesn't know it's in water, that type of thing. So I kind of had to step outside the fish tank in order to be able to reflect on it better. And I found that there's just like what we see in the mainstream isn't a very good representation of what genuine culture is. Like I was raised in a Lutheran style environment and like private schools and churches and stuff like that. And we had some of the most beautiful like churches and music and like pipe organs and art and people engaged in doing those things, like learning the violin
and building and pioneering.
Yeah, and practicing like all kinds of things, sports and martial arts. And I feel like the Western culture is in fact one of the predominant cultures. I think the Chinese culture is very rich in diversity and expression as well. But I don't think that we should necessarily allow the country to be supplanted. I don't think any other country other than Western societies on earth are doing that. And I think it's a really, it's just, it's a dangerous thing because we do run the risk
I agree.
of losing ourselves by doing that.
Well, it's in the semantics too. It's in the language where they say that cultured people or people of culture are basically non-whites, implying that there is no culture with whites. That's bullshit. They'll say, well, what is your culture? You eat ham sandwiches? Like, it's bullshit. It's propaganda.
Well,
that's damn good culture right there. Swiss ham with mustard.
Well, that is part of my
Ham
culture.
and
I
mustard's bomb. I'm not gonna lie.
I grew up eating these sandwiches and shit like that. And the thing is this, like you go to other cultures, right? Like, you go to like Asia or something or wherever, and you eat the street food that's made with like really shitty oil and shitty ingredients or something. Is that the culture, right? Or is that just like a commodified version of it that you're consuming for the moment, right? Like,
right, commodified, debased. I would add.
Well, culture is downstream from people, right? People, a certain people group is not only genetics; it's their area that they live in, their environment, their genetics, just their whole social norms, their music, the way they speak. It's an ethnicity, right? So
yeah, I would agree with that.
That's
certainly.
the issue, is that America has an identity crisis, and there's people battling over it, and there's like white nationalists versus Christian nationalists and all these different things. But realistically speaking, we know that at the origin of America, you had Jews basically who were kicked out of Spain with Columbus, who were trying to find another homeland. And yes, they did use Shabos Goy and Freemasons to create a nation. But the reality is, most of the U.S. nation was founded and settled by Anglo-Saxons. And when it came down to the overall spirit of the energy of most of the people in that nation, they wanted a mainly Anglo-Saxon nation, for better or worse. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that that's the reality. That's the truth we have to look at. And there's many layers to it, as far as like the Jews using Shabos Goy and Freemason lodges and this, that, and the other, right? But the reality is, when they did the Naturalization Acts, even when they did the emergency quotas were to avoid a European melting pot. They didn't want Eastern and Southern Europeans. So there was an ethnogenesis happening in America, where American was an actual ethnicity. That's why they have to hyphenate African American, because it's not an American, it's an African American. That's the point in the hyphenation. So it's an identity crisis. So I see it from both sides. You know what I mean? Where, yes, Western nations are being erased. Just to be frank, Anglo-Saxons are the biggest obstacle to Jewish supremacy. They're the biggest obstacle. So they know competition when they see it. So they gotta stomp us out. Say we have no culture. We're pieces of shit. You know, we're evil just for self-identifying and all that stuff. I tried to avoid that stuff, but I can't really even dispute that. I mean, am I tripping or?
Well, I don't know much about that stuff. I mean, I definitely argue that you're mostly correct, but I would also say it's like,
What am I wrong about?
No. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is like it's nuanced in a sense where it's like, is it the Jesuits? Is it the Jews? Is it the Muslims? Is it the whatever? You know, like
Well,
everybody's
forget about the
debating who is
Jesuits.
it,
Was there an ethnogenesis happening at the founding of America?
an ethnogenesis.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
So an ethnicity is beyond a race, right? Like people will say the white race, where it's like all these Europeans. But when you get more narrowed in and specific, you talk about ethnicities like, you know,
Well, this is like
Irish
the whole
or
idea that
Italian.
Jesus was a Jew. I'm saying like, well, what does that really mean? Is that a race, or is that an ethnicity, or is that a clan, or is that a culture, or is that
That's a loaded
whatever
term when you're
fuck,
talking
you
about
know?
Jew, obviously.
Yeah, it's kind of all those things, right? I would say I agree with you. It's Mr. Anderson, right? That it was an ethnogenesis, and from
And it got
records
interrupted.
today, from records today, they say that 150 million Americans claim their descent from Germanic sources, and 75 million claim their descent from Irish sources. So
That's still Northwest,
225, 230 million of the U.S. people, roughly two thirds, are German and Irish.
Well, check this out. Here's what's interesting is I just found this. I was reading this in the book, and I think other people I talked to confirmed it. I mean, you can double check me, but the Celts were in Rome in like 400 BC, sacking Rome, right? So before Rome became big, the Celts had already sacked it. The Celts were basically in Turkey or Galatia or whatever you want to call it back then, right? They were probably in the Levant, hanging around Galilee and all this, and for sure the Hittites and these Proto-Indo-Europeans were around. So whatever the truth of the matter is, like these cultures were not totally cut off from each other in the way that we're kind of
Yeah. Cut off
generally
is
led to
different than
believe,
having an
right?
actual ethnic identity, though. That's different. You can cross
Yeah,
over and
but my
cross
point is
pollinate.
that. But my point is like, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but really quick. So you're saying that ethnogenesis happened with the English and the German here in America, and even
I'm
with the Native Americans, right? So like
I'm
you kind
saying
of
there was an
all three mixed together.
ethnogenesis in America with Northwest Europeans.
Right.
Clearly,
Yeah,
like it was
Germans
90
and
something percent,
Scotch-Irish,
dude. It's like not even.
Scandinavians.
Yeah,
Right.
it
It was
was.
written into the Constitution that only whites should be allowed to
Yeah,
immigrate.
and it was implied there was Northwestern whites, and when it got to a point where too many Eastern European Jews and Southern Europeans were coming in, they had to pass the Quota Act to avoid a European melting pot. So it was an ethnogenesis of Northwestern Europeans.
Yeah. Well, and again, we can argue over what's good and what's bad and all that. And
But
the
was
thing
it or
is,
was it not?
well,
Whether it's good or
I
bad.
think it could be good or bad. I would say at the moment,
Whether it's good or
not.
bad, was there an ethnogenesis of Northwestern Europeans
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure there was. For
in
sure there
America?
was.
Several waves of it. Yeah, several waves.
Yeah. Yeah, and you could argue that since 1066 or whenever the fuck that's been going on, right? I mean,
No,
depends
in
on how.
America though.
Yeah. What I'm saying within America, you also have the Jews who own most of the slaves allegedly, and then you have like the blacks come in, then you make mulattoes, and
Yeah,
again, it may not be a
they were hiding
majority,
in the
but it's still
background.
and same with the Native Americans. Like I think a portion of them mixed with whites, and the other portion got killed off from disease, and another portion got killed off in war, right? So there's obviously
Well, yeah,
multiple
the
layers.
melting pot was termed by a Jew who was trying to push all these Eastern European Jews and shit that were coming into America and infiltrating the ethnogenesis that was taking place and sabotaging it.
Well, I'll make the art. See, here's the thing: is like I make the argument, and I was saying this to somebody in the Discord the other day, but I'll make the argument here as well, just as a preview, because we don't have to get deep into this. But I'd be interested in Frank Monday's opinion on this, right? I think that Western Europeans have an easier time mixing with the East Asians, like Chinese, Korean, Japanese, or whatever, more so than with Eastern Europeans. And
What
people
about the
think that
dirty knees?
Say what?
What about the dirty knees?
I would agree with you. It's Neurojack, right? You were just speaking. Yeah. Just from personal experience, I get along far better with Asians of all categories than I do with Eastern Europeans, and
Same here,
I also integrate better with Asians than I have ever with Africans.
Or even with Central or Southern Americans, which kind of sucks because I feel like Central and Southern Americans should be a more natural ally of us in the West. Or, and again, I'm not making this in like a political or technological way or anything like that. I'm just saying, generally speaking, we have the same religion and
But do they
somewhat the
integrate?
same language and shit. But like, it's very hard for us to kind of like integrate. But like you said, my experience with the Asians, like they're very accepting of us and vice versa.
I think that's the key difference is that they're like, we're willing to learn about other people's culture and assimilate if we're among them, and they're willing to learn about our culture. And in fact, they deem it as one of the highest cultures on earth, and they really admire it. And so they're willing to assimilate. And additionally, they strive really hard to learning English well, which gives them a mental advantage in communication and cooperation.
Well, Japanese too. The Japanese have an epic culture.
Yeah, it's not all positive.
I love the Japanese culture.
But I do think that I think you're going to see the Japanese culture disappear pretty quickly. Like,
are you saying they're gonna they integrate better? You're saying that Asians integrate better than Eastern Europeans?
The Japanese aren't replacing themselves either.
Well, I'm making an ethnogenesis argument. I'm saying that we can create a new ethnogenesis with them more easily than we could with Eastern Europeans. Like,
why would we do that, dude? Come on.
Absolutely.
Why wouldn't we do that?
Why wouldn't we do a new ethnogenesis in America with Asians? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, it doesn't have to be within America, but I'm saying the white people's numbers are shrinking, and if we're going to have to make an alliance with some other people in the world, I think it's probably the best argument. And it's not that we couldn't do it.
Why would we try to homogenize with a new ethnogenesis in America with Asians?
Why?
Yeah, why?
We need numbers to exist.
No, dude.
And our women are, kind of fucked in a lot of ways.
Asians are Asians, dude. Like, come on.
Well, people would say that English are English and Celts are Celts and Italians are Italians.
Yeah, and Americans are Americans, and there was an ethnogenesis of Americans taking place that was interrupted.
Well, you can't go back in the past and redirect that energy in a different direction, right?
But if we did redirect it, we would redirect it to homogenize with Asians.
If we could do it, if we could have done it before, why didn't we do it? And at this point with the women, I think we have to take what we can get.
You realize this just happened like back in like the 60s, right? That's pretty recently.
I would say it's a lot further back because the Catholics
It wasn't.
have been sending in waves of people. For
Hart-Celler Act was
about 200
1965, and in the 50s was the Johnson-Reed and everything, which was the opposite. So all the way up until like 1965.
I think the Catholics have been making moves against us for a lot longer, along with the Jews. So I mean, again, I'm not saying you're totally wrong. I'm just saying, like, I think you got to go back much further than that.
Further than the 50s with Johnson Reed.
Yeah. I think America's been, if America was ever a project that could have been used for an ethnogenesis that was going to help Western Europeans, I think it's been constantly sabotaged since like 1830 at least, for sure.
Well, yeah, I could point out the actual sabotages. I could point out the Jewish groups that came together to make it happen.
Look, if we're not going to go and start pumping out, 3.6 kids on average anytime soon, which I don't see that happening. You know, I think we got to take what we can get. That's what I would argue. I mean,
Well, if we were to pump out 3.6, right? Let's say that they're just theoretically, let's just say we came up with an idea where we awarded people or gave people 100 grand if they had more than 2 kids or whatever the case is, and we
yeah,
awarded.
well, it's not
But hang
just
on,
the amount
if
of
we
kids, it's the
awarded that,
quality of the kids too, I would say.
I agree with that. But let's just say that we did that, right? How can we do that without a foundation of identity? How do you know 3.6 of what?
Well, I think again, if the culture is binding and it's beyond race, right?
It can't be beyond race. 3.6 of beyond race is what you're saying?
It's gonna be a little bat baby. It's gonna have little bat ears.
3.6 of what though?
Well, do you want the culture to survive or the people to survive? I think that the white
People.
nationalists that we all talk about,
The people.
they've actively made the choice that they can have a very low amount of real white people that are elites if they are willing to sacrifice the lower classes. And I'm saying, like, yeah, it's a class struggle, and again, I don't want to be a Marxist, but it's both a class struggle and a racial struggle and an ethnicity and a culture and a religion. It's all
But
these
if we
different
got
things
people to
simultaneously.
3.6 instead of 1.8 or whatever it is, 3.6 of whom?
People of our culture.
What culture?
German Irish Jews.
Yeah, I would
What
say
culture?
German, English,
So
Scottish, whatever.
well,
the fuck.
German is different, but like people
French
who
is kind of over at this point, so we got to take our losses. Portugal, Spain, kind
well,
of gone.
the
you know,
English
so-
have some of that. The English had the Anglo roots, so they were Northwestern European. So you're saying beyond Northwestern European?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, look, if you're gonna
You're redefining what
you have,
the
if you
American
have
national.
half, Asian babies and they continue your culture and heritage, and we survive with higher numbers of the culture, and then the white people finally wake up and start blending back in with that secondary group, then you can kind of have your cake and eat it too, I would argue. Like, but I see, generally speaking, like, the general well, I'm trying to think of the right term without that's YouTube friendly. If the general consensus of white people in the West is like they're kind of losing their survival mechanisms, then I think it's not the worst idea to kind of hedge your bets. Like, I think people are going to do what they can while they can, and my personal opinion is the general trajectory of the West is that it certainly seems to be pushed towards degeneracy and falling off. And I'm saying, like, we got to do what we got to do to survive whatever's coming, I would say. And right now, I don't think it's looking too good.
And why would the
in the
Asians
current
drag
situation.
themselves down into our low birth rates? Why wouldn't they remain in their
Oh,
own
they already
identity?
have. They're
Are they going to
already-
assimilate into our identity?
They're
Come
already
on.
in
The
the same
birth rates are
situation.
already super low. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in the same situation as us, and I'm saying, like, I think
Yeah.
we can mutually benefit from recognizing that we're kind of both on the decline, and so is the rest of the world. And I'm saying, like, look, if the whole rest of the world is on the same trajectory, other than like Central Africa, we better start looking around for who we're gonna like team up with. And again, I think that, like, personally, I think that, like, the Afghanis, the Pakistanis, and a lot of the Middle East should naturally want to hook up with us. I think
Yeah.
the problem is that they're artificially being prevented from doing so.
I agree, but
So-
teaming up is
and
different than
oftentimes-
homogenizing.
America.
Teaming up,
Oftentimes from
teaming
what
up
I've
is different than homogenizing.
they hate us. From what
Well-
I've encountered, oftentimes they hate us, like Pakistanis.
I think
a lot of them.
I think some do, but I would also say that there's a lot that don't. And again, this is from my
Is that right?
experience here
Okay.
in California, but I think it depends a lot on the situation. My main thing is that I've dealt with a lot of Russians and Eastern Europeans. They have zero interest in making any deals with us on average. Like, you're just not going to find people. And I would even argue most Western Europeans are not thinking in the way that we are at all. Again, in my experience, and the ones that are have mostly left Western Europe to go live in Asia. So, right, either way you go, you have to find some different things that are aligning, and convenience is one, and beliefs is second, and race or ethnicity next, and culture next. So you have many different factors at play simultaneously. And I'm
Well,
just saying, like,
ethnicity
if
is
you
what I
have
was
to,
talking about, though.
yeah, no, and I'm just saying, if you have to pick who you're going to team up with, you're going to have to team up. Again, I think that some of these people would make good allies, but just for political reasons, it's not going to work. And I'm saying, like, I think this fantasy that the Russians are going to, like, come and work with the Americans and save the day from immigration, or the Muslims, or whatever the boogeyman is today. I just think that's a fantasy, right? I just don't think the Eastern Europeans have any interest, like, other than like Kazakhstan or something. Like, I think Kazakhstan would be pretty cool, or Mongolia or something like this. I don't think most of Eastern Europe is. They've been too war torn for too long, and whatever this communist shit has done to them is just not really working. I would say it's different with Eastern Asians, particularly China, because they've been under communism, yes, and yes, they're still like working with the Israeli and the Russians and the Americans against our interest. But at the same time, the average person is family values all the way. They're have a pretty good system of dealing with a lot of stuff, and they have a lot of internal problems that they can't really resolve without outside creativity or influence, right? And I think this is a big danger that they're trying to mitigate, because if the Chinese people were to go against their own government and say, hey, you guys are kind of like not really working for us, that would be very bad for Russia. It would be very bad for China. It would be very bad for a lot of other people that are also doing the same shit to us in America. So, in my opinion, right? So I think that this is something that, again, I'm not trying to be communist at all. I'm saying, like, there's a very, there's a lot of moving parts, I would argue, right? Like,
And I think the likelihood of that is very low because it's not predominantly within their mentality to do so. It could be instigated by the West, and there seems to be some evidence of that, but
yeah, I
I
agree.
don't think it's going to happen.
And really, what I'm saying is not really like a violent revolution or anything like that. What I'm saying is that, what I'm saying is, like, I agree with you. I don't think the Chinese people will stand up. But what I am saying is that if some percentage of Chinese people mix with white people culture, and they started getting more like a Christian value system, I think that could change things within China, just from the sheer weight of that mentality
Yeah,
kind of taking
that's a unique
over.
angle that certainly could happen, and there are more that are predisposed to do that thing rather than the other thing.
Yeah, and I think there is a lot of danger in that too, by the way. Like, it could also lead to, like, what the problem with South Korea is, like, or Japan is, like, you have a lot of cults going on with that stuff, and then you also have, like, a lot of, like, Chabad Lubavitch adjacent stuff going on as well, and evangelical stuff, and Mormon stuff. And so you have a lot of weird situations.
Yeah, the Moonies, remember them? Yeah, I think that's probably one of the preeminent reasons that the Chinese government works to thwart that type of foothold being established.
Yeah, and again, this is the thing, is like, it's only going to happen through ethnogenesis. It's not going to happen through cultural transmission alone, I would argue. So, and again, this is a theory I'm working on, so don't take everything I'm saying as like 100% like thought all the way through, but this is something I'm trying to work on as a concept, because I do think that there's going to be a version, whatever happens, there's going to be a version of ethnogenesis that's going to be imposed on us. And I think one of the only powers that we're going to have is to kind of consciously choose which ethnogenesis we want to see occur, and kind of lean into that. That's kind of, and I know that sounds very like eugenicist or something, but I think I mean, look, every man thinks about what woman do they want to have kids with, and it's one of the most important decisions you can make in your life, right? And so I'm just saying, like, if we're going to be stuck in the situation regardless, we should think about what's right for us, and that's going to play out on a wider scale, whether we wanted to or not. That's all I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was deeply examining this question in the mid to late 90s, and it's the choice I made. I mean, I married a Chinese gal, and we have raised 2 kids, so I think
Yeah,
it worked
and
out.
again, it doesn't mean that we should be adversarial towards these other people. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that there's going to be natural alliances that are going to occur. And again, like I live in a high Hispanic area, right? And look, the thing, I don't have any real problem with Hispanics. For the most part, they're cool, and same with the Muslims, and same with a lot of the Eastern Europeans I'm around. But I don't see any natural interest in uniting the clans among these people. When I'm around Asians, they have a high interest in like working together with other people, um, you know, like that look like me and have the same attitudes as me and all this. So again, you know, I'm just saying, like, it seems like an easier choice to me, and it seems like a good choice to me from my experience. Now, again, if somebody has a better argument, I'm open to it. I also think the Indians will eventually come around and want to join with us too. But I would say at the current position of what I'm seeing, like, I don't think the Indians are going to work in our favor at all. You know, I don't, and because they have their own cultural baggage that they're working through. And I think the Chinese have worked through theirs. I think the Koreans are working through theirs. The Japanese, I think it remains to be seen how deep they're going to get into it. With Vietnam and Thailand and places like this, like, they're going to have some real problems. And I think they're going to be looking to the West and China and Korea for a lot of help. So that's what that's kind of, and I think Indonesia is kind of in a middle zone where it could go, I think they're going to have a really tough choice. I think Indonesia and Malaysia is going to have a really tough set of choices ahead of them.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
You know.
What do you think? Do you think that was a natural alignment due to the factors that you've mentioned? Or do you think that it's in some way been engineered by the intelligentsia?
Which one exactly do you mean?
The like meetup and natural aligning of the somehow the Chinese people and the American diaspora of predominantly white.
That is a good question, and it's something I don't know, honestly. It's something I'm really not sure about, because I do feel bad promoting it, because in a sense, like, is this part of the grand master plan to do whatever? It honestly could be, but I also see the most hope in it, because what, and I think it's for you too. Like, I don't know what part of the country you're from. You don't have to tell me, but like, for me, when I left America the first time and then came back, and I haven't left America for many years now, but you know, I'm kind of wanting to do that at some point in the near future, but and maybe never come back home, honestly. But the main point is that, you know, it gave me the perspective of like, well, what is America going to look like in the near future? And what I see America looking like in the near future is, it could be great, but I just don't think that, I don't see any chance of America looking the way that I want it to look, if that makes any sense. I just don't see that happening. I don't see, when I look at Asia, I look at China, I look at Korea, I look at Japan, I look at these, I see potential that it could actually be realized. Here in America, I just don't think, I think things would have to get so bad before they would get better here, that like, I just don't want to be here to watch that happen. And it's not out of cowardice. It's just like,
Well, it's a tragedy in leadership that they're squandering our resources and our potential that way.
Mm. Yeah, and I think that the thing is, most people, because it's the hard part about being in America is just that people just don't know what they don't know. And I think unless you leave and you can see it from outside, you just don't know how fucking brainwashed we are. And again, that sounds like really woke and stuff, but like, it's very deep. Like, I think the level of brainwashing that we have here, it's so hard to explain to somebody who's not seen it for themselves, you know. And like, I saw this guy, he said today, he said America is the only place on earth where people volunteer to be a slave. And I think that's really the truth. Like, that's honestly how I feel about America, is like, we're all slaves, and we think that we think we're free, and we think it's our idea what we're doing, and it's really not. And I know that sounds really extreme, because there is a lot of good things about America, but I would say that Americans just don't know how good we have it, and we don't know how bad we have it. And I know that sounds contradictory, but I don't know. Hopefully that makes some sense to you guys.
Yeah, no, totally. I see it. You know, having spent 30 years there and then 30 years here nearly, I get a very good juxtaposition. And I do go home fairly often, you know, every year, every couple of years, and spend, at least in the last decade, a significant amount of time, you know, 2 months sometimes. Once I spent 6 months back in Cal. Oh, and to answer your question, I don't mind telling you where I'm from. I'm from Los Angeles, California originally. And then high school and my first couple of years of college, I was in San Diego, so Southern California.
Well, well, so if that's the case, I mean, tell me, because California gets a bad rap. I think California has so many good things about it, but because I live in San Francisco area, and it's a great place, and it has so much potential, and it's the squandering of the potential that pisses you off, right? And
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, after World War II, the Navy guys kind of built all of Los Angeles by hand, pretty much, like all the homes and stuff, like the A-frames homes and all these different kinds of suburbs. And then it was completely thwarted, like during the 60s, 70s, and 80s, just by mass immigration from places like Cambodia, Somalia, and just like all different types.
Yeah,
They just flooded the city.
And the white nationalist thing in California, a lot of people think it's like a bunch of neo-Nazi shit and this and that, but like a lot of it's just very, like a lot of Southern SoCal Asians are really hardcore, I would say white nationalist adjacent. And it's not out of like white supremacy or whatever they say. It's just like, look, like we're happy here. We don't want to see this shit disrupted. Everything's going good. And it's like they're doing everything they can to like make people's lives more difficult, more expensive, more.
Yeah, I think somehow that was based in like a shared understanding of work ethic and just like human decency and stuff like that we don't see coming out of those other countries from the recent immigrants. And it wasn't even like it wasn't classic American, like people that had been there already for a couple of hundred years. You know, it was those recent waves of immigration that they were doing during that time.
Yeah.
They were just flooding the inner city with it. And it really caused like the Bloods and Crips and various gangs to swell their ranks. And then the distribution of drugs and stuff, it was destroying everyone's culture. It's terrible.
Tell me some more about SoCal.
Yeah, it was great. Like LA, growing up there in the 70s and 80s, like again, until they started flooding with like recent immigration, it was just like a really wonderful place to live. Very secure families. Everyone's 4 or 5 kids, you know, no matter where they were from, whether they be Asian or whites or blacks or whatever. And then when they flooded in those new waves of projects and started setting them up everywhere and then fueling them with like crack cocaine and gangster rap culture and stuff, it started to cause a destruction of everyone's quality of life. We moved to San Diego at that point, like when it got really bad, like, you know, your kids are getting shot at routinely in drive-bys and stuff. And San Diego was under 1 million people at that time. I think it was around 750,000, something like that. And so it was a very similar situation. It hadn't yet been flooded with like massive new immigration. But now it has. But yeah,
I heard it's really bad. I heard San Diego's really bad now. So
yeah,
I had a friend go down there. He said it was like
it's murder.
He said it was psychotic. He's like literally he almost got robbed multiple times in the downtown area and stuff. He's like it's like he couldn't believe how crazy it was.
Yeah, last
like,
time I was home,
you know,
within 4 months, I had 3 near-death encounters: knife pulled on me, gun pulled on me, attacked twice. So yeah, so it's getting bad. I mean,
yeah,
and
the thing is
that's why I asked if like you thought that was in some way implemented, because I tend to think that it is. It seems to me like they're intentionally, like whoever's in leadership is intentionally doing that to destroy the.
Yeah, it seems very intentional, and I think that most people on the East Coast are just now understanding that it's how intentional it really is. And I think that just again, I don't really think I'm pessimistic, but I just don't see people.
I don't think people. I think people are just in such denial. I guess is the best way to put it. Like they don't want to see what's so obvious in front of them, right? And I think that, yeah, whatever the intention is.
I mean, it's not just that. There's powers behind this shit that is keeping the system protected. Look what I just went through with me falling in that hole. And I can tell you, they know that I got them by the balls. And I've been getting active resistance from probably the mayor too. So I'm just telling you, like, they know the corruptions that's going on. And as long as these mayors and politicians are getting money in their pocket, they don't give a shit about their fucking constituents at all. At all.
Can you give me a little bit of background on that? I didn't hear that story. What happened with you falling in the hole? If you would.
I'll just put it this way, you know, it's what happens when you hire illegal aliens to do a quick job, allegedly, for a city. A few months ago, maybe about a year ago, on a work site near here, they were removing some stuff and placing some, you know, just casual stuff like they do for the city to make it look nice. And I don't know if they, you know, messed up something, but they messed up something, left something they shouldn't have. I stumbled upon it, got hurt. And just the very first conversation I had with the insurance woman for the city, and I could tell you, boy, don't mention, you know, anything woke, or, you know, even though it's their job being paid to deal with the people who are filing, you know, claims against them. Let's just put it this way. Unless you are probably prominent in your city, like a doctor or something like that, you know, I can tell you they're doing things in my city that if the leaders here actually cared or gave a damn about anything, they would do it. And they're not. With the whole situation, what I guess what I'm saying is you better have money if you want any change. And even if you are rich, what is that going to do? I mean, we know some rich people. I know some rich people, and they only care about putting more money in their pocket. So if someone, I'll just put it this way, my mayor cares more about putting up attractions for the tourists here, even though they have active, you know, crime and drug and gang issues here. So even in what is somewhat a decent sized metropolitan city, neighborhoods where all the, you know, white people used to live in middle class, upper class neighborhoods. Yeah, well, now it's, you know, not white people. So I'm just getting at is, you know, even in this city, which, you know, I've lived on and off most of my life, you know, if you're rich enough, you don't care. They just move away. But I can tell you, I've had a good conversation with an older dude who is an Uber driver. And even he sees exactly what's going on in this city. And basically at the end of the conversation, he's like, what can you do? He's been to the town hall meetings. I'll just put it this way. Our mayor don't give a fuck. Like he does. I'm not going to say what he is, who he is, or what he affiliates himself with, but their ideologies and the money in their pocket clearly matters more than the dead bodies. I'll put it this way. I've been to one, and I've talked about how the police deal with dead bodies when there's crime around here. The police don't give a shit. Like the police don't give zero fucks about the crime. I'll put it this way: they definitely don't care about child trafficking. So, at this rate,
like to add a little to that on the end, like as far as the bodies go as well, like they don't even care in the morgue. I have a friend who's a businessman in a small southern town, and he went into the morgue because like someone that was a regular customer at his restaurant was no longer showing up, and they were older, so he was suspicious that maybe they had died. And he said there were literally bodies just strewn and piled up on the ground because no one would pay for them to be cremated or to be buried. And they just didn't even fucking care. Just human life rotting in a morgue. It blew his
I'll put it this way. Our city is facing some severe... I know of two major sinkholes that are forming. And I mean, I'll put it this way. Either A, the people who live on the street don't care because no one's gone out there and drew anything or put anything around it, letting you know. But like, I mean, I'll put it this way: I looked over that whole, like with the whole eye fell in that shouldn't have happened. Like, just, I mean, I understand, but like even when I was a kid, I don't remember this place being nowhere near not as maintenance as what it is now. Like when I'm saying putting up attractions, I'm talking about literal useless things that does not really, it puts money in the pocket, but yet you have druggies sitting out here in the middle of what used to be places that I could hang out as a kid safely and not have to worry about, 15 or 20 druggies hanging out, just doing whatever. I mean, at this point, I do have to agree, like, but I mean, at the end of the day, what there's not much you can do unless from what I've noticed, people just move away. Like there's a very rich man who lives here and he has one of the most prominent houses here. And I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's already moved away. So, I mean, except for the few, like the rich lawyer that's been here my entire life, pretty much everyone has moved to the outskirts of the city. So, I mean, people are just turning a blind eye to the most, like they put up the flock cameras here and then they turn around and had to get rid of the flock cameras because we found out that, like the one that was not too far from me, they were illegally spying on us. So I don't understand how you get that oversight messed up. You put thousands or a few hundred flock cameras throughout our city, and then you had to turn around and barely, a month later, had to disconnect them and turn them off, allegedly. And then now just here, maybe sometime last week, they finally took them off the poles. So, I mean, at every single, like I said, with the police, I mean, I recently, not long ago, had to deal with something with my child. And I can tell you, you could tell that the female cop like cared probably because she has a child or something, but like the male lieutenant, he didn't give a fuck. Yeah, you can just tell that at the end of the day, most of the people who are running the infrastructure and are supposed to be our leaders, and they definitely don't like people like me. I mean, I haven't been kicked out yet, but I'm not trying to, there's just no point to go in here and get thrown out in a public meeting with the council people because, it's just, I've had a lot of interactions with the political leaders and the police officers here. And at the end of the day, like I've literally sat here and I've know cops who have laughed and joked over the dead bodies as they were rolling them out on the gurneys. Because, at this point, I can't tell you how many, I'm a good citizen. I'm not one of those call when you see something, but like if I notice like a car going down the road smoking and it hasn't stopped yet and I think it's probably going to explode, I'm going to call the fire department. Hey, that's the kind of citizen I am. But I can tell you there's been a few times where like there have been active gunshots, not even in a bad neighborhood, like somewhere where you really wouldn't expect it. It's close by or seeing something crazy. I've seen a guy, what appears to be a druggie, homeless dude, jacking off in like 98-degree weather, laying on hot rocks. I call the police. The police show up with an ambulance, ask them something because I'm standing in the store across the street staring, and they literally get back in the car and drive away. So, no, I think at the end of the day, as a society, I hate to LARP as the Joker, if, maybe it is come down to maybe we've lost a bit of what matters in our cultures and stuff. But I mean, I don't know what it's like to go to other countries. I personally haven't been out of anywhere besides a few states in Virginia and outside of North Carolina. And I've been a few places down like in South Carolina and I've been close to Tennessee. So I haven't really been out there, but there's been plenty of places where you have a mix of people, I'm just going to say, at what point do we start taking care of the situation? Is it in the schools? Because I can tell you, they didn't really care for bright ideas in governor school. Not every single state has governor schools, but mine did. And they don't like it when you come in there with good ideas. If you're not promoting corporatism, they really don't have any time for you. And that's kind of how it was at these public meetings, like with what I'm going through with the city here. You know, they know that I have a case against them, and they have purposely put me off now for over a month because they know that, you know, oh, if I could just afford a little bit better of a lawyer, you know, they're going to probably have to pay out lots of money because why they had a bunch of illegal immigrants who shouldn't have probably have been here working on heavy equipment that they probably weren't even fucking cleared to operate on, digging and messing with things that they don't, you know. I'm just saying, like, there are people, even the people in these neighborhoods, there were Mexicans who were living here, who were here years before the new ones come in. They fixed up their houses, they drove up the property prices, and then they dipped as quickly as possible. And that's what every single one of them has done. So, you know, I mean, is every white man supposed to just, you know, go and find another woman of another race and, you know, have children with them? I mean, is that really, are we supposed to just let America, you know, what, jump ship? I mean, that's what I'm hearing is, you know, go have lots of babies with, you know, other races and just kind of forget America. So what, you're just, I mean, what are we getting at? I'm just confused that, you know, how does that really fix any major problems at the end of the day? I mean, I still care about America. You know, I don't really believe in patriotism and the whole, you know, Team America, you know, fuck yeah type stuff where we should be world police. But I mean, you know, I don't want and necessarily want to see America crash, burn, and die. But I mean, from my understanding, that threat is as foreign as it is, you know, internal. So isn't that what PSYOPs and FBIs and CIAs at the end of the day all is? So it doesn't matter whether you go and fuck a bunch of Asians. There's a bunch of fucking feds and Asians out there who aren't allowed to procreate or mess around like you because they have a job to do. So where are we getting at here? You know, do you not realize that most of the majority of the people that you walk by on every given fucking day is probably a government agent? And I'm not talking about, you know, black people on the corner selling their drugs or getting their 211s or, you know, the local Pakistani at the grocery store. You know, like there's a good majority of the people that we're talking about here that, you know, intern students who, you know, are active spies for their country. So most of them don't have sticking their pee-pee or their vagina around things, you know, on mind. Their job is to spy and learn how to, you know, internally dismantle your country from within. So while you care about having sex with other people, I think I'll care more about, you know, the US of A not being dismantled from within. But you can't do anything about that anyway. So LARP away. Go have your babies. I'm just saying, what's the solution to anything? College professors don't give a shit. I can tell you they don't. So if your school system's rigged against you, I mean, I'm not sure what moving to another country is. I mean, that might teach you better values, but is values what really matters? So let's say in 20 and 30 years, you manage to complete this. Like, what does that say? So you've made a new race of people in another country. And what does that benefit other than you've made a bunch of new people who, if they don't follow the exact same system that you're living in now, what's the difference? So I'm confused. What does that benefit? I mean, we're low on white people. Okay, well, do you really think they're going to let you make more white people? I'm sorry, I'm confused here. I thought we were talking about people who had the power to literally control most of what goes on this planet, right? Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, make more babies when you allegedly already have pollution problems. Allegedly, right? We don't. All right. Overpopulation was a LARP, like everything else we LARP about. That's why they put the population on the blown up Georgia guidestones. So. 3.1, right? So that's 3 more fat mouths to feed. which means three times the carbon, but they're not doing anything about the illegal Mexicans that have been living here who have 7 fucking cars between 2 houses. But Bill Gates tells me that I make too much carbon and I walk. So who's LARPing? But making more white people will somehow solve that? You mean more white babies who won't pick up arms? More Eurasian babies who will live in another country under their LARP? Under whatever god they follow, like Frank, who says he's like doing whatever. So, like, at what point are we all not just fucking? What's the goal here? So you go have a bunch of babies, and that solves what? Does that stop the Terminators allegedly? I mean.
Well, ask Frank what he thinks, because he's actually done it. He's actually created a new race of people in another country.
Yeah, but it only benefits like his little multiverse until his multiverse affects other people.
Can I address the question? Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say so. Yeah.
Well, my game plan wasn't that. In fact, it was just to study culture, and so I adopted the idea of what we call 两全其美, or to have the best of both worlds. And so by establishing a career path and then establishing myself financially, I've in turn bought property in the United States and have an intention to return to the United States. And that's probably going to be via a Chinese community in the United States, because there are huge enclaves in Southern California. And I've got a lot of friends that from China, Beijing and stuff, that are successful in their careers and financial, and they've all established communities and other Americans that have integrated and had mixed kids as well. And so the ultimate long-term plan is not just within one lifetime, but to reestablish a pathway of bringing wealth home and stabilized culture that, you know, maybe through mixed parentage, and hopefully it continues to interact with the white diaspora, so that so ultimately so that there's a long-term effect in that direction.
Well, I definitely want to learn about that from you, because that sounds fucking badass to me. But
so make your own cults, right? Okay.
Well, I mean, is a family a cult?
And well, the one of the most attractive things to me is that they're multi-generational, and they have a system of ethics where they support each other over long term. And in addition to that, they help out and strengthen the community so that
and one upheaval and your country falls to shit, and then all that things that you build, you know, goes to shit too. So, you know,
Well,
Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
That's all of history and life, though. I mean, anything. That's always a possibility.
Well, and just to finish real quick, what I was saying is that long-term establishment of things over time, where you can pass along generational wealth, which is what most of the families with the greatest amount of power and wealth today have done. And so, yeah, you might as well start your own conspiracy in order to compete with them. It seems like it's only a handful of people that have been able to take over the world in that way. So.
Well, maybe we should mix, because I mean, you know, most of my family is like straight white people, and they didn't leave no inheritance to any of us. So I mean, yeah, maybe we should have mixed with other races. Makes sense. Stingy ass white people. That was a joke. Sorry. I get what you're saying about like you, but it just sounds like you're lucky. It doesn't sound like every Tom, Dick, and fuckery can have that situation. So,
well, look, you could find a Chinese wife for your kid in 10 years or 15 years, right? So, I mean, you know, not too late. Start the clan. You right?
But,
Right. By apparently having to move to another country that has worse, if not worse, surveillance than the one you're already living in. Okay.
Well, you could just have him be a rootless cosmopolitan and be an international businessman.
Make him Tom Cruise in feudal Japan, who'd be the only white boy getting on the Japanese pussy. There you go. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he could do a lot worse. That's for sure.
Well, I wouldn't say that it was luck either. I mean, I spent 10 years among the community in Los Angeles, Chinatown, and learning about their culture, and then 6 years of studying the Chinese language at university. And the entire time, so that's 15 years right there. And the entire time, most Chinese folks said, yeah, you'll never find a Chinese wife because Chinese people don't really like to integrate that much with white folks. And it wasn't until I was almost 29 years old that I got accepted into an exchange scholar program at a university over here. So I was nearly 30, and I had invested nearly 2 decades of time in studying the culture and endeavoring to do that thing. And I wasn't necessarily that interested.
Exactly. It was a preference for you. Most white people don't really care about studying other people's cultures. I mean, I do. I've always loved other people's cultures.
Well,
but yeah.
I wanted to finish. I just had one more sentence to go, if I may. I wasn't very interested, honestly, in finding a Chinese wife. That just seemed to be a part of the thing in the end, is that I was ready to marry and raise a family. And that wasn't the overt goal in the beginning. It was learning the Chinese language and Qigong and systems of martial arts and philosophy. So I just wanted to clarify.
So you grew up on Bruce Lee movies. We got it.
Well, but that's the thing but I think what he's saying is that
no, go home.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
No, but all that hard work he did can benefit both communities simultaneously, right? Like, he brings a value to them, he brings a value back to the culture he came from, right? I think that's something that, again, this is going to happen organically or inorganically anyways, right? Like, we're all being forced into certain situations. So if you take an active participation in the matter, right, and enough people do that.
I thought it was my body, my choice, but yeah.
Well, so I wrote something earlier. I want to get you guys' take on this. I used AI to write this, by the way, but so I wrote this part first, and then I had the AI help me flesh it out. The only way to defeat the petty bourgeoisie is to be the petty bourgeoisie. Petty bourgeoisie is basically like kind of like a lower middle class person or something, right? And so
yeah, that corresponds with what I said a moment ago, right? Start your own conspiracy and take over the world.
Right. Well, and the middle class has kind of been the only way to like exchange between the poors and the elites, right? So, for better or for worse, that's the only route we really have. So I wrote this kind of like, I'll try to read it. Okay, so it says analysis of the dialectical approach. So to inhabit the role of the petty bourgeoisie as a means of dismantling its structure requires a deliberate exercise in mimetic subversion. By adopting the operational modes of the class, its consumption patterns, its performative professionalization, and its focus on the individual capital accumulation, one gains internal access to the feedback loops that sustain its instability. So internal contradiction operating within the framework creates a tactical dissonance. When the tools of the system are leveraged by an agent working against the system's longevity, the result is often an acceleration of its inherent crises rather than a preservation of its current status quo. The aesthetic of access, utilizing the specific cultural markers such as serves as a performative entry code. It signals a membership into the strata, allowing for the deployment of critical discourse under the guise of normative participation. The petty bourgeoisie is defined by its precarious position between the proletariat and the grand bourgeoisie. By aggressively occupying this space, one can force a confrontation with the limitations of a small-scale capital ownership, demonstrating the structural necessity for broader systematic shifts. So I know that sounds very like hoity-toity, but if you know what I'm saying, right?
Right.
Sorry, guys, I got cut off. I missed that last part. Could you give me the summation, Neurojack? There towards the end, just the last couple sentences.
Yeah, I'll just read it again. It says, the petty bourgeoisie is defined by its precarious position between the proletariat and the grand bourgeoisie. By aggressively occupying this space, one can force a confrontation with the limitations of small-scale capital or ownership, demonstrating the structural necessity for a broader systematic shift. So basically what I'm saying is like, you know, it's kind of like the thing of like where a lot of people who get a little bit of success in the system, you know, go buy a bunch of like Louis Vuitton handbags and stuff like this, you know what I mean? To signal that they're a part of the elites, but the real elites, you're not going to know that they're rich if you just saw them on the street. You see what I'm saying? So the idea is that you pretend to be someone who's just a part of the striver class, to be like, who's trying to become an elite, but you'll never get there. But you do that so you get closer to power, and then you can actually like influence the higher levels of the hierarchy into taking on the values of a better culture, essentially.
Yeah, sounds good. Makes sense to me.
Right, but you're still, but like the culture is still going to grow up in this technologically advanced dystopian fucking nightmare. So like, what good is your like little cult conspiracies do? Is it going to be more powerful than that conspiracy?
What good does it do to not do that though?
I'm just saying, from my evidence, if they want to fucking depopulate the planet at any given time, because in fact Canada was just burning and it affected my fucking stomach from here, and I'm quite a distance. From my evidence, go make your little cults, and you know, when things happen, I guess they happen. Good luck. You know, that's how life has always been. But from my evidence, they can kind of do what they want. Yeah, so you might as well do it too. So do what thou wilt, right? So, oh wait, that's the whole law of the land. So get to it.
Well, I'm not going to defend that, but I don't think that's exactly what it means either. But
I'm starting to like it. I mean, I've held myself back my entire life, so I mean, you know.
Well, I don't think that's what that really means, as far as I understand. Maybe Frank Monday can give us some insight. Like, I don't think that's exactly the same thing.
Oh, the elites are only allowed to watch, the poor people kill each other on their property. I forgot. It's only the rich people who get to do the Hunger Games. God damn it.
Oh, sorry guys. For some reason my sound kept cutting out. So yeah, I'm a little behind.
Well, I was going to ask you what do you think of, well, he said that what I'm talking about of like trying to bring the values to the people or whatever. He said that sounds like do what thou wilt. And I was like, I don't think that's exactly what it means. So I was asking if you could give me correct, like, what does that actually mean?
What you were saying, or do what thou wilt?
Do what thou wilt.
Oh yeah, according to the understanding of it, like it comes originally from the idea of the riddle of the Sphinx: to know, to dare, to will, and to be silent. So the magician's will, the idea of doing what thou will, is actually to do God's will, to get in communication with one's higher divine genius, and then to play out that love is the law, love under will, and do what thou wilt means that first you have to discover what your will is, and in all things defer to God in what you think, say, and do. So
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's been subverted. People think that it means just do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with hedonism. In fact, it has more to do with like austere asceticism and renunciation of the world in general for a long period of time in order to get into to communication with what your true will is on earth. And hopefully the idea is that you'll be directed to the idea that it's to end the suffering of all people and to complete the great work, which is perfection of oneself through understanding God.
It sounds like a Sisyphean test to me. Now just add a little bit of perversion to it and you got the dark gospel.
Well, I feel like my audio must be really low. Is my audio really low? Probably.
Because in dark circles, basically, you know, you can do some very taboo things with people as long as they basically sign a consent form and say, yes, you can do it. So, and make a safety word. Don't forget your safety words.
Your audio sounds fine to me, Neurojack.
Okay. Cool. So, so what is the dark gospel, by the way?
I mean, I'm not 100% there yet. I've been working on it for a good year and a half now, but they really, I don't know if they want people to 100% create like their actual own gods and cults. But when I was making them really dark AI videos there to try to like, and you know, LARPing, you know, one must tell lies, that video I made, that was one of the main ones that kind of got me noticed and stalked by a few people on TikTok. And I'm just saying, I don't know if it's tech bros or who bros or who they is, but someone they is wanted to know if that's what I was doing. And once I kind of said no, they kind of haven't, I was just saying things haven't gotten weird, but I've had some weird experiences in this last year of just LARPing with AI and making stupid, you know, AI videos. And I'm just saying that, you know, it's, there's something with the dark gospel. Once I started throwing it out there, people started stalking me in the background. And then in other platforms, that's when the Freemasons started fucking following me. And then basically it's a, you get ready for your weird androgynous, you can kind of do whatever you want, purge kind of stuff. I mean, people think purge is the joke, but it's a lot more than just getting to murder and rob kind of stuff. And I mean, at this point, isn't that not kind of what you're seeing in the world today? I mean, most of your horrible stuff that you get in content, I mean, you know, like what you said about Neurojack about with the Terrifier movies, you know, about how we said about how this stuff is initiation rituals. The dark gospel is no different. That's why they made that movie Nefarious. You know, they really want people to take what did they just do with that AI and the Buddha stuff? Oh, you know, have them sitting there wearing their robes and now he's gonna study it. Like, they want people to take the Bible and the Quran and all these other different religious texts and mess with it. And then again, there's not enough evidence. I can sit here all day and bring up what I'm starting to notice, but like at the end of the day, until the experiment's here, dark gospel is no different than what we're seeing with like the article I just read where, what is it? People who are using Chat GPT or some shit is starting to form either split personalities or something. They're starting to develop stuff. Like, at the end of the day, I know what I'm doing with it. You know, I hate the AI as much as you do, no matter what I'm doing with it. It's stupid, even if it makes me laugh. But like, there are some people who are unhealthily obsessed with it. And I'm not talking about just generating pornography and stuff. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure if they really came at me, like the people who are pushing this kind of deep, dark shit. Like when I came out and talked about that game Pragmata that Capcom made, a lot of people started fucking with me. Like they did not like when you started pointing out, because you're talking about having race babies. Well, isn't that what people were claiming about that game Pragmata? Oh, look, it's a way to get the Japanese people to mix with the white people. So, I mean, the very LARP you're talking about, that's what they were talking about a few months ago when they released that game Pragmata. So, I mean, there's been a weird technological weird cult out there. That's what Dead Space is about. That's why Dead Space is a part of it too. So I mean, I merge with it. That's what they want. They want you to fucking merge with it. Okay? That's what they want. Okay? If these people know that there's a devil, they want you to conjure it. Because from what I understand, they I don't think they can really conjure the devil. Okay? I don't think they can conjure the devil himself. But I mean, from my experience, dude, they've already gotten the technology and other things that they've needed from the things that they have done. If sacrificing people, sex magic, and all this other stuff grants them fucking powers, trust me, every time you've consumed porn, you've participated in giving them power. So congratulations. I mean, if you want to believe in this stuff, but from my experience, yeah, the darker it's like they can't force us all to be dark. They need you to, like in Nefarious, you have to say a certain amount of yeses. Yes, man, right? Like Jim Carrey. Uh-oh. Anyway, same actors, same faces. Point is, you know, how far do you want to take it? You know, you're caring about race mixing, but I know that, you know, with one splice of the gene, they can literally wipe out, allegedly, one side or the other genetically. So, I mean, I don't know. It comes down to, like with my experience, why aren't they able to do it already? You know, like they're able to release all this information to us and each day goes by. I don't understand. It's some dark cult mentality. The darker that you can be behind the scenes and not get caught, the more they want you. Once people do background searches on you and do weird shit and find out that, oh, you're not a weirdo like they are, you know, then they start to back off and leave you alone once they realize they can't dig up no dirt on you. So at the end of the day, is it LARPing? I don't know. You know, I thought it was LARPing. I just started making stupid AI shit and people started messing with me. Sure, maybe they're just crazy people on the internet, but when Freemasons started popping up, you know, when somewhat famous, prominent commentators start repeating certain words and topics that you said, thinking you're just old LARPing. I mean, yeah, man. I mean, you focus on whatever, but from what I understand, like spiritually, you know, we care more about the physical realm than what we pay attention to the spiritual realm, which it's hard. It's hard to do that, but dark mentality. That's all I can tell you. They want you to create your own personality. They want you to be able to, not really necessarily, I don't think Heaven's Gate kind of situation, but the online groups that we were talking about, you know, the Order of Retards and all the other stuff, you know, it's may have died down a little bit, but I mean, from my experience, go ahead.
I think the dichotomy of saying the spiritual realm from the material realm is a little bit of a misnomer because they interpenetrate each other, and I don't think they're exclusively mutual. I think we're interacting with both simultaneously.
I mean, yes, I agree, but I'm saying like the general person who hasn't ever had like a ghost experience, which I don't believe in ghosts, but what I'm getting at is someone like me, I've had experiences, you know, where other people don't understand that, you know, it's a lot more than just the pleasures of life, you know, and stuff like that, where once I had my experiences, you know, you start to look at the world order and how everything works and moves in completely different ways. And just from my understanding, the only thing that's kept me from really joining is, I'm not going to say it, but you got to be pretty bad. Okay. I'm just going to say this. If you want to join any actual cults, you better get prepared to do something on camera. That's all I will fucking say. You can fucking quote me. Anyway, you're not going to get anywhere or get anything if you're not in some way could be exposed for doing it. So that's all I'm going to say about the people that approach me. So the dark gospel, while it's not entirely here, I got pretty fucking close to it. I got pretty close to it. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, you have some men all allegedly out here that, you know, remember the 62 million, you know, allegedly, you know, there's already a large group of men, and I hate to say it, women too, but you know, the point is there's a lot of bad people out here. Okay. We all are human, but there's some people out there who can't control their urges. So I'm just saying, yeah, it sounds like a LARP, but those people are out here every single day. You think just because you're a little old YouTuber, like any of you parents who let your fucking child have a YouTube or teenager have a YouTube, you're a fucking idiot. So I'm just saying, if you don't understand how bad it is, I brought it up to the police, even hear about it. They don't care. They do not care about our children. You better care about your children, because the fucking government nor the fucking police, most of them, I'm not saying all, but most turned a blind eye when you brought up certain things. So I'm just saying, you know, while it's not everyone, there's a dark internet personality behind it. There's the internet is, because I'm just telling you, if they can go and if the government can do what they've done to me and track me down, there's no excuse that they can't find these people online who are doing what they're doing. So there you go. Yeah. And the dark gospel is a part of this, which is, you know, a really dark cult of people who want to take basically the Bible as the core, but they want to take a bunch of other religions, and if they can, merge them together. Basically, if they can make people who already got issues go and believe in, like, probably some multi-dimensional Galactus, you know, hey, join. And I mean, from the people who were fucking with me, that's kind of what they wanted. Oh, are you one of them people? Are you trying to start your own cult? So, no. I mean, I was LARPing at the time. Then I proved that, no, there's a group of people out here who, you know, apparently not everyone's against AI. I'll put it that way. So what do you want to do with that? What do you do with any of that? Because I already know that you can complain about the data centers, but from what I just heard, they're naming data centers after angels or something. So, yeah. They're putting them up anyway. We have, you know, thousands of signatures, and they're still going to be doing it here. So, yeah, I mean, what do you do? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, you're just going to keep creating until the sun burns out or whatever happens. So welcome to life. You might as well start your own cult. So, oh, that's right. The government will come and stop you unless they can abuse you and use you,
Well,
your
you already
cult
started.
to
You
its
already started
advantage.
a family, isn't it? Is a family a cult?
Well, I mean, yeah. And they, you know, but I mean, they already get access to your cults by the many ways of, you know, medical procedures and, you know, aerosols. So what's the point? I mean, we all got it anyway. I'm just getting at the grand scheme that what good does making more children do other than, yeah, sure, it keeps your particular bloodline or race going. But I mean, if they can just make countries go to war, I mean, your children can get blown up by a fucking bunker missile. So, I mean, you know, I'm just saying, until the system that is and has been what it always has been, that while it seems to be human, might not be entirely fucking human.
But look, is someone in like Africa where there's like, you know, leeches trying to like eat people's organs or whatever terrible disease they have over there, is he thinking about, you know, all this stuff, or is he just like, well, I'm gonna do it anyways, right?
that's where I'm saying, isn't it kind of strange that not all of us seem to be participating in the experiment, but yet the experiment is still continuing? So what does that say? Is it not supernatural? Isn't it not bound to happen anyway, regardless of how much you push back against it? So it's a fucking Ouroboros, Albert Wesker. So go ahead with your eugenics program.
Okay,
I'm just saying, from my belief, whatever existence is, it has to play itself out. No matter what you do, it bears little to no change of what's going to happen. From what I understand,
that point of view, wouldn't you just say that like you have to play out your existence, whatever?
Yes,
I've got some.
Which comes back to sorry. Do what thou wilt. There you go. As long as it doesn't harm others.
I've got some thoughts, if I may respond a little bit.
For sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I think the rhetoric is somewhat defeatist, and I would say that I like to adopt, just personally, a more victorious type of mindset, meaning that I think there is a point to it all, and that by me starting, as Neurojack pointed out, maybe a small cult or a family, and our family's a little bit larger. We have about 50 members here in the capital, and we routinely meet at seasonal transitions like equinoxes, solstices, stuff like this, because they're on the Chinese calendar as holidays. But we were at least attempting to establish an interior cult that supports itself and is a productive member of the community. The community here, obviously, I mean, it's China, it's under strict authoritarianism, but it's more, I would say it's more orderly in some way than Western society at present. And part of the reason for that is that there isn't really any political participation, which it's fine with me, because growing up, like, I mean, my father was a little bit politically active. He was a 22-year Navy veteran from World War II that established himself as a businessman. But at the end of the day, he said you have to look at your life over a long enough timeline and see if any of that anxiety or involvement in politics has done anything to change your life in any way, or that you've had any effect in it. And for him, at least in his 60s, pushing 70, the ultimate answer was no, that it was predominantly a waste of time. So I would say that the main purpose of life is to continue life. Like, we're an intermediary stage between the old and the young. And you may say, like a moment ago, Rob Lost, that's kind of pointless, that it's an Ouroboros, but I think that pointlessness is kind of the point of it too. And I'll just finish there.
Oh, and that's kind of the wisdom within Taoism, and I would argue in Christianity as well, which sounds crazy, but yeah, I agree with you.
Well, of course, you're supposed to endure and survive no matter what. I mean, as someone who, has a child and, looks at the world and shakes his head sometimes, is like, why did I do that? But that would mean I regret them, and I would never regret them. So, I mean, it's just at this point, I see a world that, like the tale of Ouroboros says, it's going to eat itself alive, even if you have the best intentions.
Well, look,
so.
The more you understand, the more disconnected you are from what you have to do in a weird way. And I think that's kind of the thing, is like sometimes learning to just
build a cult, and someone who has lots of experience with psychology, you can't just trust people. Hence why I'm so active on the online community, because again, the FBI doesn't care about the PDF. So from what I know, you better not just trust everyone you talk on the internet. So again.
Yeah, and to follow up on Neurojack on what you said, like according to the Tao Te Ching, when you increase knowledge, you increase suffering. And so the more you go, the more you know, the further you go, the more you know, and the further you go, the less you know. So there is something to be said for. I think TML was addressing it early on in the show today, that some of the key attributes are simplicity, right? Simplify. If one meal will do it, then just one meal. If 5 dishes can replace 100, then do that thing. It's something I kind of learned early on, is that you have a Spartan diet, and a Spartan amount of interests, and you actually start to save a lot of money, even if you're making little money. Like I was making very little money in the early part of my career, but I was still able to purchase a home and 2 cars and then a second home. And I know that America was different in the mid 90s, but I had much lower wages. In fact, at the time, one of the jobs I had, there was no minimum wage in Tennessee, and I was earning $1.20 per hour, and working as a waiter, and everything was entirely based on tipping, which I don't really necessarily jive with the tipping culture anymore, because I think employers should just pay their employees a fair wage, and we shouldn't have that added burden. But anyway.
No, I get you. No, I agree with you. And
what are you talking about? Janice with boobs deserves more money than you.
well, that's
Yeah,
actually
America's
not always the case.
changed a
Actually.
lot since I left.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that's not always the case though. Like, a lot of people who rely on their looks, it doesn't work out very well for them after a short period of time, I would say.
I don't know about that. I knew a stripper who still lies on her tax returns and gets $10,000 a year, and somehow the IRS hasn't figured it out, despite the fact she hasn't stripped in 10 years. So I guess it does benefit if you're. Anyway. Sorry.
Well, I think Frank is starting to miss home with the.
Life is rigged unless you find your own cult who accepts you and you excel in it, or you kill its leader and take it over. What's your point?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting statement that Neurojack said about me missing home. I've always kind of felt like no matter where you go, there you are, and you can't. Like, I wasn't trying to run away from the U.S. I was seeking out something that I was interested in, right? And I didn't think by coming here things would necessarily be different. And I don't think by going there, like going back, which I do plan to do, that was always my intention. I just wanted to spend enough time to make the thing codified. I didn't want to just come over for a year or two and just kind of get a superficial, peripheral view of the thing. I wanted to get involved and live the thing so that I had a much deeper understanding of what it is.
Well, what's your motivation to come back now with all the changes that's going on in America, rather than just stay where you're at? And I'm not saying you're wrong, because like I have mixed feelings on that, but
because yeah, and I know you had mentioned a moment ago that you may be willing to step back away from it for a while again. Because I see communities that are being built up, like a couple of them outside of Orange County, that are doing really well, and they have a high level of integration between Chinese and whites, like 30% white, and then about 40%
okay.
Chinese.
Where's this at? I might go scope it out. Where's this at?
I'm not going to mention specifics, but I mean, in any amount of research, if you looked into
in Orange County, okay, I'll look it up.
Yeah,
I have some friends from like Arcadia and places like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
so
that's another one, Pasadena or Arcadia, and I believe there's like a little town just north of there that's been really hot recently. But anyway, they're like newly expanding communities that are really, really newly built, and I think they're going to expand on that entire nature reserve between Orange County and Riverside County at some point. They haven't done so yet. Coto de Caza and Tribuca Canyon and Ranchos Margaritas.
I haven't been down in SoCal in so long, but I do get a sense from what I'm observing that it does look like there actually is hope for Southern California, which doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but like I am actually hopeful. Like I actually I actually love Southern California, but it's just like it was just too crowded, and like the problems of LA just are so bad. But
yeah, right. Absolutely. Yeah, that's totally true. Things are changing though, and I'm hopeful. It's where I was born and raised, and we were kind of driven out of there by liberal government programs and Marxism and stuff that just kind of destroyed the inner city. But I'm hopeful for a return at some point. Anyway, I'm looking into it at least.
Yeah, well, I think if you have a clan that's all kind of moving in direction, it makes it a huge difference. And I think that's the hard part. And again, this is kind of why I'm negative on the white people culture, is because I think I know of very few families that have this kind of like moving as a culture or moving as a clan thing going on. Like, I'm sure they exist, but it seems to be certainly on the downward trend, if anything, for most.
Yeah, it does. Which 50 to 100 years ago, that wasn't the fact at all. It was, in fact, the opposite was true. We were much more clannish. I think that's something that was intentionally like usurped within our people. And I think a part of that was the dumbing down of culture and reducing people to think, speak, and act in a manner that's even like vastly removed from what we were just 100 years ago. So there's something to be said about that. Even when you think of guys like Hemingway, who was very, he was a journalist, obviously, and he made a great contribution, but he was extremely reductive in decreasing people's ability to think in highly complex articulation, because it's like, let's just, subject, verb, object, let's all use three language part sentences and reduce everything to the most shortened, simplified version of it for clarity.
Right. Well, yeah. And I think, I was talking, I think me and TML talked about this recently, but it's like,
I believe so. I think I heard you guys talking about it now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, in a sense. But I'll overly simplify it, and I would say that the destruction of poetry within the English language as an art form doesn't seem to be a mistake. And what people now call poetry is like, atrocious, essentially, I would say, right? Like, for the most part, Oh my God. Like they've certainly taken away the nuance of the language, right? And so and again, it has a negative part of it, but also it can be a very powerful way to get across a very complicated message in a way that touches people. And like, certainly they seem to be stripping away meaning in any sort of poetical or, like you're saying, complex range of thought or ideas. And again, this is part of the problem of like, I think I see Asians and they want to look at the complexity of these things and then comprehend them. And even if they can't fully see it the way that white people can, like, they have an interest in it, right? And then on the other side, I see a lot of white people, they don't have an interest in this kind of higher level culture, I guess you'd say, or for lack of a better term. So
yeah, it's something you have to work at. Like, I studied literature in school, and like all through my graduate program, we didn't even necessarily study the literature. They were more interested in us studying specific papers that were published that were analyzing literature. And then rather than like creating our own analysis from studying the literature itself, they just wanted like basic regurgitation of these ideas that they had already formulated.
Yeah, that's what I found in college, especially, and even in high school, because I was pretty advanced in high school as well. But like, if I could have done it over, and money was not going to be a factor, I would have went into like an English lit direction or something. I don't know. There's a lot of directions I would have liked to have taken, and English lit is one of them, because it's like that and math were my pretty much two strongest subjects, I guess. One, history I was pretty good, but it was more of like just personal interest more than like I got good grades per se. But
yeah, we have crossover in lit, but not math. My math is terrible. Like for a case study, I was
when I
recently
was
working
younger,
with
it was good, but by the time of high school, I just kind of lost interest because they kind of didn't teach math very well. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I'd say unless you go into the sciences like engineering or physics or something, it doesn't really play out. What I was going to say, that I've been helping my daughter, a first-year student in university, with a social studies and a communication course, and they don't even want them to read the academic journals. They just want them to summarize the abstract and then give a reaction based on the teacher's recorded lectures. And I've been listening to his lectures. Like, he pontificates and gives so many opinionated ideas. And the first paper I wrote, I helped her write, and I got a 5 out of 10. The second one, I had AI help me analyze his lectures and the material, and I also got a 5 out of 10. Then the third one, I turned everything over to my son, and he programmed Chat GPT with a lot of parameters, and the entire thing was done by AI, and it got a 10 out of 10.
Right.
So it just kind of shows you what they're
and
looking
you
for.
basically just told him what he wanted to hear, so he feels like his ego was stroked. Probably, I had to guess.
Exactly. Like I read it, and it was so like sycophantic and terrible, and I'm like,
Well-
oh, let's just submit it and see how it
Well,
does.
Well, that's why I didn't do good in college. Is like I had some really cool professors who enjoyed being challenged, and then I had quite a few that literally, they pretty much wanted you to go behind the dumpster and suck their dick to get an A+, and I was like, I'm not going to do that. So
I'll do it for
obviously
a
they didn't like
cigarette.
that. There you go. And I was like, and I just kind of refused to do it.
Yeah, that's the
and
thing too.
then-
Like I couldn't swallow
yeah.
my dignity. Personally, I can't write that way. And when I was in school, there was no AI, so others
Well,
would
what
have
I
more
would-
tolerant. We
well,
had
I would-
more tolerant teachers, I think, or
Well,
professors.
what I would do is like stuff that I like to read, I would just read it thoroughly, quickly, and then just write down notes of what I thought was interesting, and then go back and like answer the questions or write the papers according to what I thought they wanted to hear, but then inject things that I believed actually within it. So I would try to kill like two birds with one stone. But
Yeah, it's a
then
good,
when I
good
wasn't interested
philosophy.
in it, I would go and read the cliff notes. I would just go read the cliff notes, then open up to a random page within that section of the book and choose a quote out of that to support the argument that I was going to make based on the synopsis.
Oh yeah,
And
for
that-
sure.
that usually did
Cliff
pretty
notes.
well.
Cliff
Yeah.
notes helped me get through college too.
Yeah,
it would have been
'cause
awesome if we had something like a lit charts. Lit charts is wonderful.
Yeah, I never really cheated. I just more of like, if I wasn't interested, I would just kind of like half-ass it at the last minute. I would usually do it at like 1:00 in the morning on my second draft, and then like finish it like right before class or something. And I would just half-ass it, because I was like, well, I'm just not interested, right? Well, and a lot of times it wasn't even that I wasn't interested, is that I knew that the teacher didn't want my opinion, although they were saying that they wanted my opinion. So I would just, tell them what I thought they mostly wanted to hear, and just try to like do something, say enough to where they got the picture that like I wasn't pleased with the assignment. You know what I mean? And yeah, I was kind of like I was kind of like not the nicest student academically, because I would try to like make sure if I didn't like it, I would try to let them know. But most of the teachers were pretty cool. But the sense that I get is like that's not the case anymore, and especially in college, like it's just too many people on a power trip in the colleges now. And it's probably been going on for a long time, but it only seems to be getting worse over time. And the problem is, like, in America, like, I don't know, well, I know that you're over there, and I don't know what the academic situation is over there, but I would say that, like, based on everything that I see here, it's like most of the people who are influencers, who are educated, they know that they're lying, and that's a real problem, I would say. Like, because
I'll tell you about a situation
yeah.
recently. I'll give you some idea of it. At our academy, they implemented AI in the classroom and lesson prep this year, and they demanded that every teacher use it and do a case study of using it. And I knew that come time for the work report, everyone was going to give a positive case study about AI, and I went in the exact opposite direction. I gathered all of the research and data that shows that it's causing cognitive atrophy and deviant mental development in children, and like did an entire case study on the negative effects of AI and how it should be mitigated. And it was interesting to me because out of 30 speakers, they scheduled mine last, which kind of surprised me because it's going to be ending the entire AI symposium on a negative note. But what ended up happening was that was the first round, and for the second and third round, where they actually showcased the presentations that they agreed with the most, I was cut immediately. Like, and I was the only negative voice out of 30 presentations. So it just goes to show you have to have groupthink.
Well, and again, that is a problem with the Asian cultures, I would say. And again, I think this is where we have an advantage that they need. It's not a want, right? It's a need, in my opinion. And again, because I'll tell you, like, the way that things are going, I don't think that white societies are going to do well, but I do think that they're going to be more adaptable, at least in the short term, to a lot of this shit. And so I think it's kind of like when people talk about like corporations, right? Like an agile corporation can kind of maneuver, right? But then if you're just this big giant conglomerate that has all groupthink and you have to get all these moving parts and people are just yes men, that's actually pretty hard to maneuver in a sense, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't lead to any like real growth or evolution. I think that it's absolutely essential that you have those dissenting voices present. Otherwise, you never get kind of what's the word? Like you don't get any contrast to what you're trying to do.
Right. Well, and this is why I think the American system actually doesn't hate those of us who are against the system. I think that they kind of need us around and they begrudgingly accept that, but they still don't want us to have power. Now, my argument is that we should have power and they don't like that, but I do think that is something that they're going to run into that problem of like, well, you know, if we just have a bunch of yes people running everything, you know, I guess they're banking on the fact that AI is going to cover them. But like you said, if your human beings are being brain damaged by this AI, you know, what good is all this other stuff doing? Because it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. It's just like drugs, right? Like drugs don't care if you're rich or poor or elite or, you know, whatever. A drug addiction can totally destroy your family, right? So, and that's kind of how I view AI and technology basically is like, it's a tool, but do you have the ability to curtail it? You know, like even my own use of AI and technology and stuff like that, like, do I really have the ability to curtail it the way that I think would probably be optimal? No, not really. And it's only
And I
getting
think there would be,
worse, you know,
yeah,
over
I think
time.
there'd be a huge impact too in like variation. Like you're an adult, you're a fully grown adult, probably, you know, 20s, 30s, 40s, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Whereas children that are using it are showing like real mental decline and signs of dementia due to the hallucinations, and then weakened memory. And the third one was a decreased ability to make decisions. So it can be very alarming, I think, for kids to be.
Well, that's the thing is like people like you and I, and most people here in this chat, I'm sure, we basically grew up without a lot of internet technology and stuff like this. So we kind of have that baseline of like reading books and having boredom and having time outside in the grass and rolling around with dogs or animals or, you know, we had a very mixed experience that gave us kind of a well-rounded thing. And I'm thinking like for my children, it's like, well, how do I give that to them? Like, it's not really possible to emulate the 80s or the 90s existence of the average American in a rural or even like a suburban lifestyle anymore, right? Like now it's like everybody's scared of each other. Everybody's a little bit paranoid. You know, if you send your kids to school, all the kids at school are now watching degenerate shit on YouTube. So even if you insulate your children from it, if you want them to interact with the general population, so to speak, that's going to be a danger regardless. And then if you want to get them into the elite circles, well, it's still going to be an issue. Like you're not going to escape it because you're in the elite class. So what? And,
Yeah,
and
you're
then
right
you're
about
also,
that.
yeah.
And
So
we
yeah.
just don't know how it's going to play out. Like this is something I guess with every generation, there's some new element being implemented that makes things play out differently. But it'll certainly be interesting to see. Right,
But it's
as it
it's
goes
totally
along.
uncharted territory. I mean, we have a supercomputer in our hand that is basically a weapon, and we're using it like it's a toy, right? So, you know,
Yeah, I mean, from what we know of the historic narrative, it is totally uncharted territory.
right, and again, you know,
Allegedly.
Well, yeah. Well, and the thing is this, like having access.
Right. That's why
Well, like
I
giving
alluded to
every
that,
man,
yeah.
woman, and child on Earth a gun, is that wrong or bad or evil? Not necessarily, but again, we don't know what's going to happen if you do that either. And like to just do it and then say, well, let's just see what happens. Like,
Well, I don't know.
I don't
Give
know.
everyone a gun and have it go off at once.
Hey, quick question. TML didn't fall asleep, did he? Because we're already way past the 8-hour mark, and that's usually about how long he goes, right?
Yeah. Well, I was hoping he was enjoying the conversation, or I was
Yeah,
hoping he
because
would join in,
sometimes he
but he
does.
might be passed out. Yeah. But he's
Yeah,
probably
sometimes
awake. He's probably just enjoying
sometimes
the banter.
yeah, sometimes towards the end of the show, I've noticed he'll do that, like just kind of allow the conversation to go as long as it's headed in the right direction somehow.
Yeah, but Timo, are you there? Is Rob Loss and the Fat Bill Williams there?
Look, all I'm going to say is I put Einstein in the back rooms with Stephen Hawking in one of my videos, and then a very famous channel that the narrator does voices for some of the famous body cam videos for the YouTubers. They also put him as Einstein in the back rooms. So coincidence or they're stalking. So, but I think he's asleep.
I was in an interesting liminal space just the other night, and like I suddenly noticed that like all the paint was yellow and there were fluorescent lights everywhere, and I I was a little bit nervous that maybe I had slipped into the back rooms.
There's definitely something to it. I've been working on something for a while. There's something definitely psychological going on with the whole backroom thing. So
wait, what are you talking
Oh,
about?
I just noticed that's the
what's going on.
oh, the background on his picture.
You don't know about the
there's a
back rooms? Come on.
I mean, I know it's a movie.
kinda-
I don't know what the deal is with
It's a lot more than just that. It's a cult following. A literal cult has formed around it.
Yeah, prior to it being a movie, it was an idea from a Reddit thread or something like that, where like storytelling. Are you familiar with creepypastas?
Creepypasta. Yeah, I actually kind of
Yeah.
like some of that stuff, but like most of it's just too demented, so I never really listened to much. But
Well, it's like a liminal space that you slip into, and it's like 1980s office space, and it
yeah,
just
you know
goes
what's
on for
weird is there's a
thousands and
lot of
thousands of
YouTube
miles.
videos about that though, like going into like these abandoned buildings and like these empty warehouses, but somehow the power's on or whatever. So it's kind of
Right.
weird. Like they did do a lot, and I think it's just like some tie to nostalgia with it. But what's the lore about that? I haven't heard about that.
I think that's probably the milieu that it grew out of, but it's like a multi-dimensional space, and so you kind of shift into it, and then there are various creatures that live in there. I think it all started with one post, and then it just kind of grew from that. Like people added to it.
But what were you saying your experience was? You say you're in a liminal space, and what happened?
Oh yeah, I went to I was crossing a bridge that like was a covered bridge, and there was like a broken window, and I looked out through the broken window, and there were like these like really nice little stools and stuff. I kind of shot a video from it yesterday, a live stream, but I like pulled one of the stools out and I set up my cameras and stuff, and I had a couple of bottles of water, and then I started looking around, and I noticed that all of the paint was like this off yellow kind of color, and like all the lighting and stuff was like fluorescent lights. And suddenly I realized that I was like in a backroom-esque liminal space, and people were, coming in and out of the scene. And at one point there wasn't anybody anywhere on the bridge, which is always weird in a city of supposedly 30 million people or whatever, when it just drops to zero. So I thought maybe I had slipped into the back rooms. I was just being playful.
Well, yeah. Well, but no, there is something like that, like because you said you're from America, obviously, but you also went to Tennessee, and that's I grew up in the South a little bit, and it's like there is something weird about, like, I'll tell you this, like, I know this sounds kind of weird, but maybe you understand what I mean. Like, America feels very haunted, and Asia feels very haunted, but it's a very different type of haunting feeling. Does that make sense to you? Like, I don't know if that makes sense to you, but like,
Oh, yeah,
America has a
absolutely.
very dark energy over it that's hard to explain. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like a Native American thing or something, but
Yeah, like my mom's family was in the Shiloh area, and I remember there are parks, military parks, that you can go like people routinely do this. They go out like under the full moon at night and walk around the cemeteries, and almost anyone who does it is going to see some sort of like ghostly entities, Civil War soldiers and stuff like that, milling about on the battlefield still. Also ghost lights like will-o-wisp, that type of thing is very common. I've seen that. I've also seen ball lightning while I was out there. And then here in China, we climbed a mountain to a little mountain temple right outside the city just the other day. And when we got to the top, there was an 18th century like Jesuit monastery, and there was a man outside with two his wife, I guess, and a child, but there was something off about them. And when me and my daughter walked up, he said, I asked him, I said, it's not, like the gate was closed. I said, it's not open to the public. And he said, no, it's a haunted house, or it used to be haunted until the ghosts were locked out. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? He said, now there are people living in there. And I got a kind of a spooky feeling from the whole three of them. And I told my daughter, I'm like, okay, hey, we'll talk to you later. We'll see you. And so I had her walked away, and I was looking back at them, and they were somewhat misshapen, like physically, like they had very, very large, strange foreheads, and very, very thin and wispy hair. And I said, honey, there's a good chance that we just spoke to fucking three ghosts.
were they that's pretty creepy. And were they white people or?
No, they were Chinese, but they had
really?
a very, very pale pallor. They weren't at all dark. They were extremely the pale type of Chinese, which they used to call like the Manchurians.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, it was a little bit creepy. And then later in that evening, as the sun went down, like a lot of strange things started happening. There were some really bizarre, like they might have been cicadas, but they were like jumping insects that kept jumping out of the bushes at us and like jumping from tree to tree. And they weren't making the cicada noise. They were making like a really, really strange noise. And then at one point, like I was walking, my daughter was really scared, and we were in like this little wooded area. And I looked up, I spotted my flashlight up, and there was a spider casting a web that was literally the size of my hand, like an extended hand. And it was one of the largest spiders I've ever seen. And I didn't tell her about it because I know it would have scared her to death. But I'm like, honey, you need to move on a little more, get out of this space, because it was like right above her head.
Yeah, that's pretty scary though. But there, so I don't, have you ever been to this? There's some area near Beijing.
I've seen demonic eyes.
That's right.
Yeah, you had mentioned that.
Well, but there's also.
I mean, we were sharing wartime stories, isn't we?
Well, imagine if you're in China and saw some demon eyes.
But that's the thing. I didn't have to. I was in the good old American, forest and saw, glaring white eyes that I captured on camera staring at me. They didn't move or blink and shouldn't have been where they were standing. But, demons or ghosts. Sounds like we all got schizophrenia.
Yeah, like Nero Jack was saying, there's a lot of spooky haunted places in the U.S.
Well, I mean, that's a contradiction. How can you see UFOs? And I've never seen a ghost. I've only witnessed demonic or UFOs. So, yeah, y'all the ghost people. Even my wife has allegedly she's seen a demon dog, and she's messed around with spirits and caught pictures. And even I have to admit, how do you explain what you see on the camera? But I mean, me personally, I've sat right here and I've called out spirits and things, and I'm not afraid of that stuff. As scared as I was of what I saw that night, I mean, Jesus Christ saved my life once, so I'm not entirely scared of anything. So, I mean, that night when I saw what I saw that night, I mean, I had the video of it. So, I mean, it's not AI generated. What was that? I mean, if that was a demon, because I can tell you it wasn't a deer, there was no light out there that should have been making them eyes as piercing as what they were. And I still have, as clear as the day, I can go back and look at the video. Even though I've done all types of editing to it, you can't make an outline of anything past the blaring eyes. So, I mean, at this point, I mean, things like ghosts don't make me go, ooh. I've seen a fucking UFO at this point, the sky better open up unless it's Project Bluebeam. So I guess what I'm getting at is, I take most of what people say and what they experience, but, even I myself, try to look at it from a realistic standpoint, kind of, are we sure exactly everything that we all experience is, what it is? I mean, again, I've never had ghost experiences, but I've had plenty of people tell me about ghosts, so I don't know. I just think the idea of that is stupid. The idea of ghosts, but so is aliens, right? So are we all crazy? I mean, are we monkey men? I thought, can monkey men come back from the grave? I didn't know monkey Neanderthals can come back from the grave. So we are special. We're special monkey Neanderthal men.
Well, why is it stupid though?
I mean, because what's real and what isn't? I mean, the fucking Oracle tells you that aliens, ghosts, and demons are all the same thing. So if Neanderthal monkey man can come back from the grave, I mean, what is existence? Why even care about dying? Why? You should be okay with transhumanism. I'm just saying. I mean, I've claimed to have seen UFOs. I've been rescued by the name of Jesus Christ from demonic possession, and I've witnessed eyeballs twice now in my life that shouldn't have existed. So, I mean, at this point, not much makes me go, wow. So when you see everything that's happening in the world and everything that was science fiction happening before your eyes right now, you kind of just go, oh, wow, it took that long? I mean, I'm just saying, if there are things that are really happening in this world unseen, what is our little mundane human life really doing? I mean, it's getting to a point where, I mean, no offense, but we are fucking stupid as a human race. I don't care how smart you are and how many schools you go to. We don't know how to run anything right. We never have done anything right. So at this point, I feel like we're all just trying to find where we're comfortable in our LARPs until we croak the bucket. And if you have kids, you're trying to do the same thing for them. And from the evidence, it might turn out good, but, say the same thing to the generations before us who didn't get to have children. So it's not really, I think, up to us to the extent that, I know plenty of soldiers who joined to die for your actual freedoms. And I've met soldiers and known soldiers who didn't care about your freedoms and just wanted to go and kill people. So who's right, who's wrong? In this world where your government can sanction you to kill someone in another country if they see fit, but you can't do it in your own country. So, take all that into context, and we're over here talking about building careers and going to schools and shit when, some of the schools that I've been to, it's much better to learn how to pick up a rifle than a book in some cases, because from what I'm seeing, either way, it's not turning out very well. I mean, we didn't learn nothing from the last 50 to 60 years from the military complex. And as someone who's witnessed technology that they claimed in video games that was science fiction, and movies that was science fiction, and then, seeing it being implemented now today, like what Frank just said about him at school, like at the doctors, it's the way of the world, and the way that the doctor looked at me. I mean, it's his job. What he's going to do? Say no, like they did about the, I mean, I'm just sorry. We're saying hold out for goodness, but I mean, I guess that comes back to, my belief in God holding out the goodness and things, that it's really is God that holds back everything and all the real bad shit. Because if what was flying around was military or alien, like I said, once you see certain things, people care about a lot of things. I want to care about the world, but I do kind of agree. At the end of the day, you kind of just have to let the world burn if that's what's going to happen. Because what's our mission here, people? Major Tom to ground control, right? So I'm gonna get the fuck off of here. It's late as fuck. Well, technically early. I just, I don't know. We're looking for solutions on so many different issues, not just the things we talk about, but, at the end of the night and day, I'm not seeing good outcomes at the end of the day for a majority of people. I've have met and made friends since I've grown up who have died in some of the conflicts around the world. So, yeah, it's
Hello.
strange.
How are you?
Oh, yeah.
My name is Creek Mary.
He is awake.
Dang. Anyway. I was going to tell some stories.
All right. Okay.
Is that Creek Mary? Creek Mary, how'd you get in here?
Oh, I snuck in the back door.
Yeah, I see that. It's out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was going to have you, join in y'all's conversation. You're a neurojack. About things, spooky things.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. What's going on with you? How you been?
I've been better. I mean, how people, I've been better. No, I'm better. So.
That's good to hear. I like to hear that.
Yeah. So, getting around. But yeah, I was going to contribute some of my stories that people have told me and that I have experienced too.
Yeah, we always love to hear them. Blessings.
Yeah. Well, about, one time my boyfriend was telling me about sitting around a campfire with his uncle. And they're both, full blood. And his uncle sees things or used to see things. And this man came, I've told the story, and sat by the fire, across from them, and they talked. And then he got up and left. And his uncle asked my boyfriend, he said, "Do you know who that was?" He said, "No, I thought that was one of your friends." He said, "No, that was a spirit. Go look." And he did. And he said there wasn't any footprints. There wasn't anything where that man had been. So that kind of stuff just like they used to tell me, that kind of thing just happens. But that's commonplace. Spirits coming around.
Right.
Yeah.
Who is that? That's a man that's been dead for 20 years.
And they still live there. And I think that the more things are undisturbed so that time does not appear to pass, like our old home place, we don't ever go down there and we shoot anybody that does. And so it's pretty undisturbed and it's kind of old, like before Oklahoma. So I think whenever things are like that, it's easier for spirits to be there. That it still looks like the Civil War battlegrounds, people talk about going to and seeing spirits. And I've heard stories too. There's a Honey Creek battleground here where they fought in the Civil War. And a friend of mine was telling stories. His grandma said that they used to see little puffs and see the soldiers walk by out by their house a long time ago.
So, but I'm not going to get too descriptive, but I have two people in family that is cremated. I have 2 dead people in my closet. Okay. I'm telling you, as someone who doesn't believe in that human spirits can walk around. So, does that just mean that it has to be like, mass graves? It has to be, a bunch of people died in one spot? Because, I'm telling you, I've lived with 2 corpses as ashes. If anyone should be experiencing constant spiritual movement or anything, it should be me, because these people were, one of the people were not very nice. They were pretty evil, in fact. So if there's anyone who should be able to inhabit a doll or something and make something bad happen, I'm just saying, I know people who have had experiences, but it does, from my experience,
Well,
the
maybe
more
they don't
you
want to.
believe.
No, maybe they don't want to.
So
Maybe
ghosts
spirits
get
don't want to
bored.
be around you. If you want to keep talking over people, you can have a conversation. If you don't, then you can just have a monologue.
You were kind of done talking by that point,
No,
but
you just took off on a tangent and just keep on talking and don't let anybody say anything.
yeah.
So if you want to have a conversation,
Oh, we're talking about spirits. There's not much to talk about. We're all
Then
crazy.
maybe you don't need to be here. Why don't you just don't listen and just don't interrupt? How about that, baby? I'm an old woman. I get gripey sometimes.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, you want to hear it? I will let you have it. Anyway, just be quiet and listen. All right, maybe
Yeah.
you might learn something.
Tell us another one, Mary.
Dang, I swear to God. Anyway, one of my cousins was telling me a story that, everybody's out here running around out in the country at night in the woods, and their parents were telling them, we're all Indian out here, they're full blood. They said, y'all better be quiet. Y'all call something. That's what they said. You'll call something. And they didn't pay attention. So their mom and dad shut the door on them. And sure enough, they start hearing something up, and they looked up and they saw 3 owls up in a tree, but they had human faces. And they knew who they were. They recognized the people. They were the people that lived down the road from them that were supposed to do medicine. And medicine is another word for magic, witchcraft, medicine. And so they took off. And my sister-in-law was with us, and she said she knew who they were. I mean, you don't say people's names because you'll call it, but she knew who they were because she was their neighbor. And she said, it's those people that live down there. It's a woman and 2 men. He said, yeah, you know him. She said, yeah, I know him. So there's a lot of stories like that.
Yeah, is it possible that like the spirits of the people, the medicine people, were riding on that of the owls, and that's why they appeared to have their faces, or had they transmorgified actually? Oh, they shapeshifted.
They shapeshift.
Yeah, that's legit, right there.
Usually into the owls, but sometimes they'll shapeshift into other things. But mostly around here, it's an owl. They even have a name for it, the Stagini. And my boyfriend said that he was with his siblings and a bunch of kids one time in Welika, Oklahoma, on Main Street at night, running around causing mischief. And they saw this man down the road, and they watched him. And he tells me, the truth. He said, we saw him start to turn into an owl because they're big. The owls that do this, if you see them, they're big. They're not like, I don't know, whatever they should, but they're big. They walk. And he saw him start to turn into an owl. And they were all freaking out. But his sister, she's crazy. She picked up a stick. Get him! So they did. They all picked up sticks and started chasing after him, chased him. So that's another story.
Did they scare him off?
Yeah, he took off. I don't know if he took off flying or took off running. But he took off.
We have very large birds in Southern California. They're California condors, and I've seen some of those like in the air and then like at relatively close distances. But they don't usually have. I don't know that the local natives ever use that as one of their forms before. But yeah, they can be a spooky creature.
Well, yeah, and sometimes there are other things.
Right. So, powerful spiritual entities just waste their time appearing out in the middle of the woods at night for no reason, just to give me a 5-second heart attack and never do anything ever again. Boy, what a waste of all that supernatural power.
Well, they probably wouldn't go visit you.
But because I don't believe in them, or because it's stupid.
I swear. Anyway,
because you got a bad attitude, boy.
No kidding.
It's because I'm not afraid of them.
Well, I'm not afraid of them either. Act like I'm afraid.
No, they're up to something. Dang. Who knows what they're up to? They got their own business, right? You got another one for us, Mary?
They got their own business. Yeah, my biker cousin was telling a story how they were out in the woods one time, and his other cousins, and they found a bunch of guts by a tree stump, and one of them almost like, poke at it, and they said, no, let's go get Dad. So they went and got their dad, and as he told them, leave it alone. And when they got there, it was gone. So he told them, he said, that's what a medicine man will do, is when they are shape-shifting, that's one of the things that happens. They'll like throw up stuff. But if you take it and mess with it or destroy it, they can't change back. So he said he was probably watching y'all, waiting for y'all to leave so he could come back and change back to what he was. So there's a
Wow.
lot of stories like that.
Yeah, and I think there can be some very human interests involved in that type of thing too. Like if as a sorcerer or a shamanistic type thing, they might be very directly involved in the human politicking of the locals, right? And maybe something as simple as like spying on someone else or putting
Yeah.
a curse or
Well, they use it
you
for
know.
base things. You know, it used to be, they could do things, but now anymore, only things that they seem to want to learn how to do is like get a woman, get money. No, for
Sure.
real, it is. I got stories about that too. It's not like they want to save the universe or do anything. That's their own
Right.
interest. They want a woman.
It-
They want some
that's what I
money.
would imagine. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I
those
have
are some of the
stories
most
like
powerful
that.
motivations in life, right?
Yeah, so it's not, anything cosmic. And they'll do it for money. You want a woman? A medicine man? You go give him something, he'll give you something, you can get a woman. They do that too. So there's that. So it's not all cosmic, a lot of it's just personal. Just plain old human stuff that they want to do. Like one of my
Yeah,
cousins. Yeah. Well, I
go
got
ahead.
another
That makes
story.
sense to me. Yeah.
Yeah, our pastor's daughter, she was telling a story that they were having like a big holiday where people come over to the house and there's a lot of people and you sleep on the floor. And so they were doing that. They had pallets on the floor. And somebody walked in the house. Oh, God, I had a woman walk in the house on me one night and do stuff. Anyway, somebody walked in the house and she kind of halfway opened her eyes. She didn't want to know, didn't want to know that she was awake. But she said they walked over and stood over her and looked at her face like they knew she was awake and just pretending. And then they stood up and walked in one of the bedrooms. And so, the next morning they were all getting around and one of them was like, ooh, golly, I had a dream about so-and-so. And they were like, ooh, ooh, ooh. And so she said, that's who I saw. That's who came in the house last night was that man. And they were talking about it. And she said, outside the window, there was a big black dog. They all turned and looked. A big black dog had jumped on top of the car roof outside the window and had his tongue out like he was laughing at him. And then he took off. Because they have seen him turn into dogs, too. It happens at church, even. I've seen a spirit at church. My son has seen a spirit at church. One of the deacons mowing the lawn saw a spirit at church. So they happen at church. Which was, I thought, dang. But anyway, people do medicine at church.
Yeah, I
And
think there's more among the Native community than any other really. Like my grandmother, she's half Blackfoot. Her grandmother was Blackfoot Indian, and she's Tennessee Appalachian Irish. But her husband.
oh man,
worked in
that's a combination.
Yeah, her husband worked in a coal mine his whole life, and he would get whiskey drunk and come home routinely and beat her. And after about 10 years of that, she felt like she'd kind of had enough. And one night when he was passed out drunk in his bed, she sewed him into his bed sheets. Right? You've probably heard a similar story before. Right?
Yeah, I did.
I don't think she was the first woman to do this. And then she took a Louisville Slugger baseball bat
Yeah, that's the story I have heard.
and beat him to death. This was this was
not
my
to
grandmother,
death,
my mother's mother. No, she beat him to death, and she called the sheriff over and the coroner over to come examine the body. She said he's dead. He's in bed. I don't know how it happened. And they came over and they took one look at him and they said, Henrietta, it looks like you've killed him. And she said, no, he's dead. I know he's dead. And the coroner the coroner wrote it off as natural causes.
Yeah.
So she didn't go to jail for it. But she said that after that, he came back to her 3 times begging for forgiveness. And on the 3rd time, she finally said, okay, you're forgiven. And then his spirit stopped coming back.
Yeah.
So kind of a funny story.
I know. Well, the one I heard was like, he got drunk. My husband's aunt, he got drunk, got that way. She waited till he passed out and she got a wire coat hanger and beat crap out of him while he was passed out. And he didn't do that anymore. So yeah, sometimes you got to do things.
Yeah, she outlived 3 husbands.
Mhm.
Malcolm, her 3rd husband, her youngest son Johnny took a 22 repeating rifle and shot him 19 times till he was dead.
Well, you might as well do it till they're dead. Don't just make them
That's
mad.
right. And he ended up going to jail for that, and he
Well,
died of pneumonia in prison.
That's rough, isn't it? But let me see.
So
I
yeah,
had another story. I forgot.
don't mistreat half native, half Appalachian Irish little old ladies.
Oh
They
yeah,
don't like
well
that
they don't
shit.
take you on while you're sober. They wait till they got a chance,
That's right.
then take it. Yeah, I forgot what else. I had another story. I got a lot of stories about this and that because it's so common out here. I don't know that it's going to stay that way. People don't want to do things the old way anymore. And I think that promotes it because people forget how to do things, and people don't believe it when they see it. Because I have seen, a long time ago, I saw adult candid camera on Playboy Channel, and they sent a naked woman into a
Nice.
restaurant. Yeah, candid camera, and they sent a naked woman into a restaurant. I mean, she had on a hat, heels, gloves. I mean, it was a fancy restaurant, but she was naked. And some people noticed her, and some people just kind of laughed. But one old man, he saw her, and his eyes got big, and his mouth fell open, and then his face just went blank, and he just went back to his soup. He didn't see her; she didn't exist. So if you don't want to see something, you won't see it, no matter if it hits you over the head. You won't see
Oh
it.
yeah. I definitely think there's something to that. Like,
Yeah.
there have been situations where I was taken out in spiritual cultivation, and there was a shift in the subtle environment, and things occurred that I
Yeah.
witnessed, and other people weren't able to witness, but
Yeah.
some people were. Oh,
Yeah. Some people see it, and some people don't. Some people can, and some people won't. I'm getting poetic. But yeah, some people don't want to see it. Some people can't handle it. And some
It
people,
still
they're just
sounds like a
so.
LARP, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, go ahead. But still, um, it's out there and it's real. Well, did you hear about the laser? What was it? DMT and the laser light that people can
yeah, I
see
heard something
inside?
about that.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what that's all about. It kind of sounds like the morphogenic field that one guy was talking about. Something Wild, James Wilder or something.
I don't
Did
know
you ever
who
hear
it
about that?
was. Mm-mm.
There was a guy previous to that about 20 years ago who had experienced like a morphogenic field and described it much a similar way. But what do you think of that with the DMT and the laser?
I think it's funny that the people that live in, the things that live in the DMT zone, we're kicking humans out. People start saying that they won't let us back in.
All right, like there's a cutoff
Uh-huh.
point, or if
And
you
I
do
said,
something wrong, they
yeah,
ban you.
they ban you. And I thought, dang, humans just don't know how to act. So, but I think that does happen. Like that's happened to me before. Like if it gets really quiet, still quiet, like nothing natural, like out in the woods, then that's when things happen. You know, that's when things happen to me. You start seeing things. And my cousin was talking about that too. That we bury people. We still bury people out on the land here. We still have our land. So grandma had her 2 babies were buried, out in the land. And my cousin said he thinks he found them because he was out walking. And it got really quiet like it does, when there's something about, totally, totally still and quiet. And he found those 2 little graves out there. So it does change somehow, when things like that are happening. It gets quiet.
Yeah, I agree with that. That seems to be one of the common factors associated with like those moments of high strangeness.
Yeah.
It's that like a dead calm falls over everything.
Yeah. Totally silent and calm. That's when you gotta be careful.
Yeah, that's like the other night when I was out in the woods with my daughter climbing on a mountain and we're in the forest, giant spiders and stuff. But I said, honey, you know, we're okay because the forest is still just alive with sounds. You know, crickets and birds and everything was still moving.
Yeah.
So I thought,
Yeah,
we're still
well, I
in pretty
mean,
good shape.
aren't y'all kind of forgetting that humans like naturally make creepy things when you're in like technically unsafe spaces? Like when you go out into the woods at night, your mind is going to naturally create things in the dark that isn't there. Like right now, it's extremely dark in my room. And if I stare at the end of the hallway long enough, it looks like someone is standing there, but I know for a fact nothing is there. It's just my perception of the darkness and the shadows.
Are you
So,
sure?
I mean, I'm pretty sure. I have a laser beam that can point right through it. So I'm saying out of all of my experiences, they seem to be pretty, seem to be sporadic.
It's scientifically
So,
not provable.
No,
so it
I
can't
went
be
out.
real.
I went out in the cemetery and played with an Ouija board, and never did a spirit show up and mess with me. So sorry, I don't believe that human spirits can just waltz around.
Well, you don't have to believe it, son.
Exactly, I don't. Just like I did in the fucking UFO I saw. So which one's more real, your ghost or my alien?
Maybe they're both real.
Oh,
I
there
mean,
you
why
go.
are you trying to act like something that you don't experience makes it not real? Just
I've
'cause you don't
experienced demons, technically ghost eyes or demon eyes, how you want to see it, and a UFO. I think I've experienced just about
Are
everything.
you sure
without
it wasn't just a deer?
I'm pretty sure a 7-foot tall deer. Yeah, okay.
Maybe it was a Bigfoot. They're
Yeah.
supposed to be 7 foot tall.
Yeah, that didn't make the grass or the leaves or the sticks creak.
Well, they don't.
Right. Oh, they don't.
They're
They're magical. They're a
They are.
motherfucking.
They're
They're a
just
wendigo. They're a wendigo on a flying carpet.
You
That's
don't
right.
even have any. I
No,
have a deacon.
I
that
just
has
believe in
hallway.
demons, not stupid ass wendigos or mythological creatures. I just believe in demons. It's quite simple.
Well, that's good. I don't care.
I don't believe that human beings can come back from the grave because I have 2 dead people in the closet
I don't really
who
care
have
what
yet
you
ever
believe.
walked the
I know
earth.
what you believe.
So it's
you
just
need to calm
funny.
I don't care what you believe. You know, really.
No, I'm just
Hush. Be
testing.
quiet. I don't care what you believe. You're just a jerk.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
A
Anyway.
little bit.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, I forgot.
Because I don't want to hear about every Tom, Dick, and
Well, then
Harry's
go
alleged
away.
story.
Hit the
Don't
road,
listen.
boy. There's the door.
Don't listen.
Don't
You know,
let it
don't
hit you
bother
in your
us.
ass
We're
on the
having
way
a
out.
conversation. We want to talk to each other. We want to hear it, but we don't want to
I
hear
can
you.
I can
don't
tell
want
I can tell you 15 more ghost stories. What does it prove? Ghosts still don't. It still doesn't prove that ghosts are real. So what's your point about
We're
it?
enjoying our time fellowshipping with each other, Rob Loss. That's what matters. You're missing the overarching point.
Can you paint a picture of a ghost for me?
Are you through?
Let's hope so.
I doubt it. Let's wait a little bit longer. I bet he's got another pop off to make.
Sir Spurg's a lot. So, Mary.
wait. No, see, look. He almost did. He almost popped off.
With that in mind, when people move about and shift about, like recently you had moved locations, right? Did anything during that transitional, I think it was a year ago or maybe 2 years ago, if I recall correctly, we had been speaking at that time. Sometimes that upsets and changes things in the subtle environment. Did you notice any of that recently or in the past?
Not that much. I don't move a whole lot, really. I've been in this house for like 20-something years now. It's almost mine.
Oh, okay, have you? Oh, maybe you were staying with your sister. That's what I remember.
Yeah, I went to go visit my sister a little bit. But she's
that's right.
Yeah. But that's what I've heard about other people, that if they start like tearing up a house, for example, an old house, that sometimes things that happened in that house. But I think that a lot of times things that have happened in a place, a place holds energy, I think. So if you build on an old place, like I've heard stories about ghosts where you only see them from the knees up because they're still walking on old floor. Like that.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that too.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
My grandmother, her home has been unoccupied for a long time because she left it to me, and I haven't done anything with it. But she had an old like bar style player piano in the living room, and I had to go back at some point to bury my father and do some work on my mother's headstone. And I was talking to one of the old guys that lives nearby, and he said, "Did you know that your grandmother still plays her piano?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "Sometimes just in the still of night, like on a dark night," he says, I can hear your grandmother's piano playing." And I thought, "Ooh, that's kind of weird." And he said that he went down there and checked. He's like, "I've been onto your property to check." And he said there was nobody in the house, but I could hear the piano playing from the distance.
Well, I thought of another story. Okay. My mom told me this one, that when she was little, our church is, our Indian churches are like out in the woods, or they used to be. They're not out in the woods so much. The woods have kind of like houses. Anyway, they used to be out in the woods. And they had little houses around them where people camped out because people would go to church for days and have to camp out. So this old man, one of the old deacons was dying, passing away in his camp house. And they were like having vigil because they heard that a medicine man was after him. And so she said that there were all kinds of lights going off, floating around out in the woods, and strange noises and red eyeballs. She was seeing all of this out there. And so the deacons were all holding vigil, sitting around a campfire outside the man's camp house. And this white light, how they talk about those spirit lights? A white light started coming out of the woods toward the camp house, where that man was dying. So they figured that was the medicine man coming after his spirit. So the deacons all jumped up and started taking shots at it, and it took off. And they chased it off through the woods, shooting at it. So there's a belief in that too.
Did the man continue to survive after that, or did he still
No,
pass?
he passed.
Okay.
But, he was passing anyway. But
Yeah, I believe they used to call those cycle pumps, right? The spirits that would arrive to carry other spirits to the world beyond.
But they had heard that. Well, and another thing that they said too, that after so many days, I think, you'll see something, somebody will come by. Like this one, it was like after 3 days, you'll see somebody come up, and unusually. And that was probably who it was. That was probably the medicine man. But I thought it was interesting that there was the belief that you could hunt him down and chase him off and hurt him and kill him when they're
Oh, great. So they're Pennywise. All I need to believe in the silver and it'll kill them. Let's
See,
form
I
a
told
loser
you he
club.
had another one in him. Didn't I tell you?
Sir Spurg's a lot.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I
Right.
got a lot of stories from a lot of people around here. And my own too. I've got my own stories. So.
Yeah, I find it fascinating that like a corporeal spirit or ephemeral spirit could be chased off by means with like firearms and stuff. I think part of like the gunpowder and the explosion and the banging would also like maybe somehow play into that. It seems like that might have more of an effect in the psychic realm than just the bullet per se itself.
Well, one of the things my boyfriend's uncle told him, he's like, when you see those little spirit lights in the woods, that don't run, because that's how people hurt themselves, is running away from them and hurt themselves.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've also heard about them like leading you to gorges,
Yeah,
or, like, wells, and like the
lead
edges
you
of
into
cliffs
places.
yeah, stuff like that.
But he said he
Which
just
is-
points at him. He points at him and he says, "I see you. I know what you
Okay.
are." He challenged it.
Yeah, sure, makes sense.
And my cousin did too. He had a shadow man at grandma's house. And he got up and he challenged it. Who are you? What are you doing here? But yeah, anyway. But that's another story. That was a good story. He has good stories. Well, he goes to the
Yeah.
ceremonial grounds.
And I don't think, oftentimes, I don't think it's maliciousness on their part. I just think it's playfulness. And like, if they walk you off a cliff and you're dead suddenly, then they've got another spirit to play with on their side.
Like, mark another one, score.
Right?
Notching the belt.
It's all fun and games till you get trapped in a well.
I know. But no, that was all. I was just wanting to share some stories and the philosophy and the outlook and how natural it is and how people accept it and expect it. My cousins were upset because their mother didn't come to see them after she passed, until she came and talked to them and they had a dream about her and they thought she was mad at them. So that's expected to have come back and visit you.
I feel the same way. Absolutely. Like my father or my mother or my brother and one of my best friends, but I had a best friend. His name's Bratcher, his last name. And it has been about 8 years since he died. And he finally visited. I've been searching high and low for this guy in Dreamland. And he finally visited me just the other day. And he was like still beyond the veil. I couldn't reach him or really communicate with him.
Yeah.
But he was there and I called out to him and he said that he would be back soon. So he's finally made his way back to this part of the realm to be able to visit me, which kind of pissed me off because we were like diehard friends for like 20 years.
Well, you know how time is over there.
Right.
It seems like a long time here, but probably not that much in where there is no time.
Yeah, you've got to think about that too, because I was a little bit miffed and jaded by that. Because he was one of the most spiritual guys I know and a magical practitioner and stuff. And I'm like, motherfucker, if anybody going to come visit me after death, it's got to be you.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell one more story and then I'm going to... God, it's almost time for coffee. And I have heavy whipping cream. I can have my mocha again. But yeah, after Grandma died...
Nice.
After Grandpa died, I mean. Both of my grandmothers were camping out at church in the camp house, sleeping in the bed, camping out. And... Grandpa came back. Hard to decide which grandpa, Anyway, Grandpa came back and started talking to him and was telling his wife, that it's okay. We'll be together soon, just be strong. And my other grandma, he said, how about you? You ready to go? And she was the one telling me the story. She said, no, I'm okay. I don't think I'm ready to go. I think I still need to have some time here. So anyway, we were all kind of saying, oh, Grandma, it's just kids. Their kids just messing with y'all, two old ladies at church. And she said, no, that Grandpa held her hand. And she could feel where his fingers were missing because he had lost some fingers in an accident. So when he held her hand, she could feel where his fingers were missing. So she knew it was him. So anyway.
Yeah, that's a touching story. I think these stories are really important. They remind us that there is a life after life and that our spiritual family, they're still there. They're still waiting for us. And
they're still
will be a
there.
reunion.
And it's not that far. The veil is not that thick. Sometimes all you got to do is just turn around. Anyway.
Well, like you said before, too, most people are just not willing to see it. Yeah, thank you for sharing your stories, Mary. That was wonderful.
I just wanted to come on. Yes. So I thought you and Nuero Jack were having a pretty good talk. But I'm going to go.
Yeah, blessings
Good to talk to you. Bye-bye.
Much love, Mary. Bye.
Much love to you, Mel. Bye.
Yeah, so there it is there. TML, you're there. Fuck yeah, man. Been looking for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was nice to have Mary come by. I hadn't seen her in a while, or hadn't talked to her.
Good timing as well, because it's like exactly 9 hours into the show, so it's like it's a very like I don't know, organized show.
Yeah, it's had very distinguished parts. The big, what's going on there? the all of the things. You know, it's been a very nice show, man. Thank you for hosting.
Yeah, it's almost like I planned it, but I didn't. But it is what it is. And I will drop the link again one last time. I guess one time for the one time. And we'll see if anybody wants to join. Definitely only like 2 or 3 hours left that is capable of being recorded, so on and so forth. If not, then we'll just play some things here.
Yeah, you said maybe here at the tail end there was a opportunity that you were going to share some of the various shows that you had been on during the week, right? Maybe a little review of that.
Yeah, exactly. So if nobody wants to come on, we got plenty of things we could share here. And yeah. But yeah, I've been given these, I gave like hours of explanation today. We gave hours. We opened it with about like 3 hours of stuff last time. So yeah, I mean, yeah, do yourself a favor and go and listen to some of what we put down here, and we'll definitely be representing it at some point.
Yeah, it's for sure a tall order. Like most people don't know like what it really entails to do that much broadcasting in a single session. Like I find numerous things that I want to read and get involved with, and I find that even an hour of doing that type of thing can be quite exhausting. And you typically, buffer every show with a substantial amount of investigations into these texts, so it's really important and worthwhile.
Yeah, we've done this one a few times, so this is like honestly, I want to do this type of thing like every 3 months, where I put like a review of stuff. I should actually name the shows a different title or something. But yeah, thank you, Creek Mary. I greatly appreciate that. That means a lot. Blessings. Have you ever tried DMT? Yeah, exactly. It's definitely necessary. Yeah, you as well, Creek Mary. Yeah, you're one of my teachers. Never forget. Blessings.
I've really enjoyed the conversation tonight, guys. It's very interesting.
Yeah, thank you, Zephyr. I was keeping up with your comments there. It seemed like maybe you've had some similar experiences as well as some of your own.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. Yeah. A few weird ones, like, yeah. For sure. But yeah, not everybody gets that. I appreciate that you do. I love Creek Mary too. I love her vibe so much. She's got such great energy.
Yeah, it's fun too because like not everyone has some interactions with the Native American community, but like having a great grandmother, then my mother's mother, and I had a sister who was actually born out of wedlock, and she was half Blackfoot as well. So they're kind of a different community.
Yeah, I know one Blackfoot, but mostly I grew up like near the Navajo reservation, and I have a friend that lives in Hook still with his mom and brother. And I'm invited, like if the apocalypse goes down, I'm welcome there. They said, like I'm family to them, so it's nice. they're a little bit different than a lot of the tribes, but I know the Blackfoot guy through Daryl, my friend, and yeah, they've got some really interesting beliefs, and they very much like are cohesive with what I believe. So, for the most part, although the Navajo are a little bit superstitious about snakes, but I can understand why. I am not.
Okay, yeah, I haven't either, but I do have a kind of a strange experience that I had with a snake one time here in China. You know, they have adlers here. It's a kind of like viper, very venomous.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny his name Adler.
Oh,
It's an
what,
adder,
what?
isn't it? It's adder.
Adder? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. So I was out at a temple in the mountains one time, and my kids were both very young. I think my son was 3, and my daughter maybe closer to 5. But I had gone up, and I was climbing up the temple, and my kids were still down by the car with my wife, and suddenly I had an impression of something dangerous, and I didn't know what it was or why I was feeling that way. But I ran back down like the tower, and I ran to where the car was. And I'm like, where's my son? His name's Dresden. And I asked my wife, I'm like, where's Dre? And she's like, I don't know. She was like looking at her phone or something. And Amber was there. And so I looked and I saw like a river area with like a stone staircase leading down to it. And I ran in that direction and I looked down and my little kid, my little son, he's running down these stone steps. And I look up the riverbed and there's like a 10-foot long like black mamba, like an adder or whatever, zipping right at him, about to intercept him as he comes down the stone steps. Yeah. And I literally like just jumped off the side of the cliff and flew like 15 feet or something in order to grab him and stop him, because that snake was coming right at him. And that thing was long. I mean, that's the longest snake I'd ever seen.
Yeah, they're
pretty
super
thick, but-
aggressive. They are super aggressive.
Yeah, it was going right for him, man. It was going to get him.
Well, see, and we mostly have rattlesnakes around here, and like I remember as a kid, like we would like be traipsing around the desert like all on our own, and if we ever came across a rattlesnake, we would just go get my mom, and she would chop their heads off with the hoe, and then she told us like don't touch it; it could still bite you, even though I cut its head off, and she would go away, and we would just sit there and poke it with sticks from a safe distance. And it did indeed try to bite the stick. It's pretty crazy.
So I can imagine. Did you say they were Cherokee or Navajo that have kind of a superstition against snakes?
But the Navajo are very like you're not even like really. It's not kosher to even speak about snakes in their presence, unless there is one there.
Did TML pull that up?
That's cool.
Shy but full of surprises.
So pretty. It looks like a corn snake. The colors. It's really pretty.
Yeah, that's the one right there. That's the one. Yeah.
And that one's all black and white. That's so pretty. They're like so striking. Like obviously a snake.
Yeah, the one I remember, the one that day, it was either black or really dark green. But yeah, it looked just like that motherfucker right there.
Yeah, and they're totally different here. The rattlesnakes like blend in with the surroundings, so you don't know until you hear them that they're close. Same thing.
Yeah,
with,
I've been
like,
around rattlers.
There's like gopher snake and bull snakes and gopher snakes, which bull snakes are constrictors, so are gopher snakes, but they're like really anti-person.
Okay. Yeah, my older brother in San Diego County, he kept a he kept a snake pit in his backyard, a big trench that he dug and threw snakes in there. He'd pull them out with a stick and a rope and then throw them on the barbecue. Also, copperheads. Back in Tennessee, you get a lot of water moccasins and copperheads. Similar type story. We were out canoeing one time, and a copperhead dropped out of a tree and was coming right across the river at us. And I was pretty spooked by it. But one of the country boys that was with me, he just grabbed his paddle and started slapping the water in front of the snake and scared it off. That motherfucker's gonna get us. But typically they don't like to attack people, from what I've heard. But they will.
One second, I'll be right back.
Yeah, so many blessings. Much love to Creek Mary for stopping by. So some fun stories. Yeah, I'll be here for the next section of the show. I'm gonna get a bit of a little bit of a lay down myself, mid afternoon, 6:30. Yeah, blessings, TML.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Frank. Yeah, thanks for correspondence. Yeah, blessings, Lord. Appreciate you, brother. Zephyr.
Yeah, a lot of
Said
interesting
well.
conversations today.
Yeah.
Of course. I always try to be here. Like, I've been kind of like IRLing instead a lot more lately, and I miss you guys.
Yeah, of course. And you are missed. For sure.
I've got good news though when it comes to the cancer.
Yeah.
The doctor, he said basically like I'm pretty much like at the lowest level of cancer like markers in my blood, which is very good. So that's good news.
Oh yeah.
I'm kicking its ass.
Yeah, life is precious. It's wild.
Yeah, I'm not
Like
ready to go yet. That's for sure.
I'm pretty sure I have some type of cancer, but it just like soak it in. Soak it in
Well,
my
I had
bones.
it for 7 years before I was diagnosed, so better sooner than later. I mean, it's not
Yeah, I'm
always.
pretty sure I could scoop it out. I know exactly where it is. It's just
Yeah,
like
but that's if it stays there, because that's what I thought too. Oh, they'll just take it out because it's just this little lump in my breast, and it moved
yeah.
onto my bones. So don't
Son of a
go any longer than you need to because that would be bad.
yeah.
You're needed here.
Yeah, scoop this monkey out.
Yeah, sooner than later.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Where do you think it is?
well, it's like there's an actual bump on my back.
Oh, it's on your back. That's hard to get to
Yeah.
by yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if I applied things to it, because one time I put a bunch of stuff on it and a bunch of stuff came out of it. So
Mm.
like I feel like it drastically reduced in size. This one time when I was really stressed out.
It could just be a
And,
goiter too. Who knows?
yeah, it could just be like some type of boil or something. I don't-
Yeah, something like that. Maybe. But you know what?
Yeah.
I would suggest the first thing that I started doing was I took the oregano and black seed oil. It gets rid of like things like parasites and things that are
Yeah.
very well known to cause such things to turn into cancer.
Yeah.
And that really seemed to help a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing all right, but like I honestly feel like I have to like use the bathroom. So I feel like yeah, I feel like I'll be right back, folks.
Alrighty.
And of course there is a link in the chat. Oh, you know what? I never played these songs. Here. Wow, okay, you know what? I actually have 2 weeks of songs here, it says. That's pretty lucky. Yeah, what can I play? Yeah, what about yeah, you know what? We'll just play. Oh, you know what? I'll just play songs and then not put a video on. And just put myself on the screen like so we're just there. So yeah. Okay, so let's just play these. Yeah, okay. Stay Free by Thug Matrix, or I mean from Thug Matrix. You guys ever hear Thug Matrix?
No, let's rock it.
Yeah, Thug Matrix by Tragedy Gaddafi. And then Life Ain't the Same by Godfather Don. Some classics. Anyways, I'll be right back.
I wake up every morning hoping I can see the next. Knowing my honor, will, and faith lies in the palms of text. I ain't know the meaning of life, but I still shove. Still hug the same block of these so-called thugs. Watching my life being quoted through the mouths of cowards. Knowing bids blocking cigs is the life of ours. Watching their faces on magazines. Never did squeeze, I never asked to be born. Many rape yet the same folk long I grip. And these nervy ass palms could be the same gun I one day greatly mourn. Lord forgive me for my trips and falls. Rise to glories, knowing bids blocking steel gates prevented my story. I'm with the bridges, broken pots, or use a stick. Got a scrape cane off the floor to hit the strip. My only fear is a gun in my palm, back in the streets. Any step between me and rap, it's a rap.
Only the strong survive, sometimes the strong die. DA got drugs, mark money and lies. Gotta stay free, hustle up jeans for legal fees. Avoid snake cowards and these crooked ass D's. Stay free and don't stop till the casket drop. Let it bang, make it pop till your heartbeat stops. Stay free. Bows like you ludicrous. Ain't a game when them tight cuffs bruise your wrist. On the go back down state, actual fact. Bogeys in the bullpen go 20 a pack. I'ma juggle, make all y'all feel my struggle. Rock cowards in the face so they scars a bubble. Hope you make it first ball. Soon as you touch town, I'm pulling your pants down. Hang glide, spray round. Trying to twist your crown, y'all niggas a straight clown. So have me pop your head and squeeze your lemon. It's a difference between MCs and felons. Just a thug, Cartier spec, stand with truth. My life be the blueprint for a million youths to get money. All seasons I keeps a gully. Out the gate, young bloody. What it is to be, my name ringing every borough. Recognize the G. My key, attribute B, written in gold. Stunting like you rock platinum, knowing it's white gold. Ain't built for this game, I'ma swallow you whole. Expose your whole character, reveal your soul. Only the strong survive, sometimes the strong die. DA got drugs, mark money and lies. Gotta stay free, hustle up jeans for legal fees. Avoid snake cowards and these crooked ass D's. Stay free, don't stop till the casket drop. Let it bang, make it pop till your heartbeat stop.
Instead of loving me, y'all watch my sleeves and throw stones. Y'all don't know shots bang out of clips and heads turn, keep hating and waiting. What you know about emies in your TVs in the dash, up 15 cooped out the hill on smash, where AKs and Mac 10s bark and blast, squeezing shots out of clips that'll stunt your height. Cigs, Max, Text, which ones you like? Guns explode, my arms tend to dry you cold. Shots through your north face, fry your soul.
I used to pull the coke, try to wake the dead. The same that you put on to pop your head. Blow a Huey Newton Mac that'll stop the feds. All these gizzard heads know that I'm nice in bed. Roll with gangster divas, concealing heaters. Give me brains off the chain, off the meter, get it straight. The icon, rap like a python. Libya, my insignia, straight Lebanon. Still rap the turban, my enemies learning. Slugs penetrate the flesh, the bullets is burning. And my gangsters walking they dogs, the world turning. My gangsters walk they dogs, the world turning. Only the strong survive, sometimes the strong die. DA got drugs, mark money and lies. Gotta stay free, hustle up jeans for legal fees. Avoid snake cowards and these crooked ass D's. Stay free, it don't stop till the casket drop. Let it bang, make it pop till your heartbeat stop. Only the strong survive, sometimes the strong die. DA got drugs, mark money and lies. Gotta stay free, hustle up jeans for legal fees. Avoid snake cowards and these crooked ass D's. Stay free, it don't stop till the casket drop. Let it bang, make it pop till your heartbeat stop. Stay free.
Crown sound, pound your nugget, rugged, dangerous. Slang is just felonious, harmonious, murderous. Coincidence, incidents, fluctuate the evidence. Synthesis for drug princes, injure any citizens. Potential witnesses, pressured by the Smith & Wesson. Learn your lesson, keep attacking, guessing on the crime. On the sidewalk, smoking loud while your high talk. My base supplies, vault a stalk like a skyhawk. Allies of the exalted while I set it on competitors who try as my rivals. Versatile, wild style, avoid incarceration for concentration. The Cuba, Colombian, Jamaican, Calgary, robbery, lottery, coke, avalanche, street, hand to hand, blast like Atari, Costa Rosa, Testarossa, Ferrari, Safari, Saratoga, swing, Nazi, narcotic slave, raising the ring of madness. We beat the beats for the status.
Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna scream. Niggas, bitches, and all of the snakes trying to get through the world when you just try to stay.
Drugs, sex, glamour, the hammer of God that solves in your evil abyss. Kiss up the czar, the odd bazaar, far beyond still appeals with the quickness. Bitches witness, open dome and stitches, niches, smoking cones and bitches, plotting attacks of fat stacks. My back contract, gas a matte finish to diminish various scrimmages or images. Entering my poisonous jungle where mad fake niggas fumble. I'm simmering flesh to the bone, necks are blown off the body. Shoddy style and hotties got me highly bow. I wonder wow, lifestyle. Child's defiled and bowed from pissed out. Plus the cow turns all my scripts foul. No matter how much I clutch my holy Bible, my rivals see my survival was vital when try to throw me vitals. They show me idols, my cycles in the blood of my enemy. Battle within my symmetries of 1 to infinity. Projects, I house the mind of it gone like Barnabas. Dark shadows are hot, enlarged by the dominance. Memento Murray, Armaze, then Marbury, dimes the parlay until your life turns to law.
Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna spray. Niggas, bitches, and all of the snakes trying to get third world when you just try to stay. Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna spray. Niggas, bitches, and all of the snakes trying to get third world when you just try to stay.
The crown barrels coming through, done it crews like you. With spiritual kung fu, the lyrical gun who blast ionized rhymes. Energized, we polarize, your mentally magnetized from the solar high and the controller flies. On emerald wings, the king sing new songs, true strong sling, jewels and things like polar caps and pinky rings. My solar rap is worth carats, dollars, millions of dollars, billions of scholars couldn't hold my mathematics and science. So like, no lab rats, I gab facts and call static. My divine shocks the mainstream, the pain beam, death rays. Dr. Bombay couldn't say you judge the day the way the jig is set up. Enemies get wet up, big time. I dig your pitch. Let's stand in line. The grand imperial divine, so bright your mind is blind. Find the next job before I rob, like the Costa Nostra, mob thiefing in the moonlight, taking the corn off the car, making what I write, ignite the guard in the original man, master plan, scarred in the digital land, subliminal criminal ran with the cosmic energon, dodge tricks when I'm on, using logic, using demonics with sonics, children phonics to astonish when I demolish split shine your forehead, then use my sword to polish that dome in half, wig splitting head, 8 bloodbath. Aftermath subtracted, protracted your degrees, freezing MCs 180 below. My dude, 720, double edge, physical, spiritual writer, killing vipers like a sniper, specialized in disguise, camouflage fatigue. Yo, you better get wise. Check it out, check it out, no doubt.
Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna spray. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes trying to act third world when we just try to stay. Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna spray. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes trying to act third world when we just try to stay. Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna spray. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes trying to act third world when we just try to stay.
Whoa.
Life ain't the same in the world today.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I drove Dan to work because he picked up an extra shift, so he worked like from like 7 o'clock, and he's already been at work since 7 o'clock, and then he had like an hour in between, and he had to be to work at 11. And he got off at like 10:30, and we had to drive like 30 minutes, so he had like no time in between other than the drive to sleep. So he's exhausted. He just came out
So
and took a little micro nap.
check this out. In this Talcott episode, and I'm not kidding, I come into the conversation and like you could see 5 seconds before this, I'm not in the scene. 5 seconds after.
Wonderful guests. Let me welcome back a true friend.
Oh wait, you
The
guys can't
machine,
see this.
my brother.
Greetings, brother.
Machine Lies. How are you, my brother?
Greetings.
33 minutes and 33 seconds, folks. Illuminati confirmed or what?
Yup.
It's almost like you planned it.
It's almost like I planned that shit, bro. Like,
That kind of shit happens to me all the time, and I'm not
what?
part of the Illuminati, but whatever.
33 and 33 seconds, yo. Real talk. Like, I picked up the microphone to say, yo. And then this episode was legendary. It just so happens that it got pretty good. So yeah, so I guess it's either this one or the Truth or Cop thing that we did. I might save this shit for Wednesday. I already pulled it out. Yeah, you know what? I already pulled it out.
I'd like to see it. I was there I didn't come on that day, but I was watching the show.
Yeah,
I've seen the
Dirty
Truth or Cop
Lowlife.
thing, so yeah, I vote for
Yeah,
the
Truth or
top
Cop
cop.
was just then. Yeah, it was just done. Yeah, this was from Monday, so probably people missed this one. So
I slept all day Monday, so I definitely missed it.
yeah, blessings. Yeah, appreciate you, Lorp. Yeah, donate to Lorp and whatnot. Yeah, dogs won out. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, Ricardo, thanks for watching, man. Yeah, so all right, so yeah, man. Yeah, I recorded a video for Ministry, Isle of Man, and I don't know if you guys caught that last time. Isle of Man and Scapa Flow Creation, and yeah, very, very wild stuff. Really like it. So yeah, so we may choose that as a musical outro, and then a bunch of other stuff. I mean, we still have like 30 minutes and 2 hours. This is only an hour and a half here, so we could reliably just sit here for an hour or play music for an hour and then figure out what to do. I will have to edit out like 30 minutes out of this episode because we were just sitting on the Raging Tomato panel waiting to communicate. And yeah, so I think I'll just edit that part out. And I'll do that if there's any extraneous parts where I try to call into a show and then there's like just a bunch of extra material from their show. I'll just edit it out, or if somebody comes up here, acts a fool, I'll just edit that shit out from now on. It's not a big deal anymore. Honestly, I had to really learn how to do that, and now that I know how to do it, I really don't care what happens up here. Because the YouTube is not going to notice immediately. They'll notice like it'll take them time to notice a violation, and by then we'll have removed that shit. So now you motherfuckers cannot do shit to us. Except for watch this shit, hate,
and troll in the
maybe,
chat.
yeah, or hide under the desk to try to suck our dicks.
They're gonna be stewing in their juices.
Yeah.
Hey, stew is magical. I like stew.
Yeah. And today I was very surprised because under my own episode on YouTube, it said notify me. And I said, wow, having all these privileges. It's really nice. It's really nice being treated like a human around here.
I don't know what that's like. Except for by you guys. You guys are good.
Yeah. And okay. But yeah, it is what it is. So oh yeah, okay, I recorded this. It's life abolitionism panel. And this black lady just gave this like rant about like God. She's like, who? She's like, what? Make it make sense. It was just crazy. Like she just couldn't get with the whole God situation. And she just started being like, wow, what are the angels doing up there? She's like, what are they doing? It was so cool. I don't know. I had to mix this up because her rant was super. I don't know. I was very entertained by what she just kept going and going. But yeah, life abolitionism, man, he had such an entertaining debate with average female debater. God damn, this is the funniest shit I've seen. This is the funniest shit I've seen. Because she's like tough titties. Her whole argument was tough titties. And he was like, I shouldn't have. She's like, he's like, I shouldn't have to do shit. I shouldn't have to work. The motherfucker should take care of me the rest of my life. That shit was so funny, man. Yo, I was laughing my dick off watching that shit. That was the highest form of entertainment I've experienced in months. Yeah, so if you guys missed that on that Jewish lady's channel, god damn, I had to thank her for that video. I was like, I was like, great job, madam. This is a real ace in the hole.
Love it when ladies know how to do it.
Yeah, she did a great. Actually, I congratulated 10th Man because he was the moderator. I was like, dude, you did a great job at moderating.
Yeah, I like 10th Man. 10th Man is pretty awesome.
I didn't know he was okay because usually I get annoyed with him pretty easily, but he did an excellent job moderating that exchange. But yeah, maybe we'll review that because that is an excellent video. I've never seen such a good debate topic. The literal debate topic was yes or no to humans, to human life.
Wow. As a human, that is pretty weird. That's a very interesting topic for sure.
Yeah, which direction did it go?
The anti-human dude had some fucking great points. Some fucking great points. Like, this dude is a real gem. If you guys
Yeah, I
have,
talked to him. He's
yeah, if you
very
guys don't know Life Abolitionism channel, like, this dude is a real smart dude. Like, I'm saying, really smart. And I wasn't aware that average female debater was like as intelligent as she was. She's okay. She's kind of a crucible cuck, but she's
Mhm.
okay. She's okay though. She's
I
a
like her
little
too.
bit, yeah, but she tried to quote like forced doctrine, which I looked up, and it turns out that the AI was trying to tell me that Andrew Wilson made this shit up. I was like, wow. I was like, wow. And then I told this to one of my homies, and he said, I think this is a plan by AI to make people stupider. And yeah, that
Yeah.
makes a lot of
You
sense.
know what's really weird is earlier I saw something on YouTube. Andrew was roasting Rob Noor, and I was like, isn't that like what he said Sarah wasn't supposed to do? Like, what the fuck? What a hypocrite.
Yeah, it was hypocritical. And we got essentially thrown off of Sarah. Not in a bad way, just everybody got thrown off because she didn't make like any money on her show. So I just think
Yeah,
that's super
they were
sad.
letting you talk, so I left. I was like,
Yeah, she's like, pony up or hit the road, Jack.
Yeah, I was like, well, I mean, I could have sent like $5, but I'm not sure that would have tilted the scales. So I was like, I don't know, I'll just leave because I'm not sure I have the funds to fund this panel.
yeah, I think they carried on over at Dusty's, and I don't know, Imperious. Imperious like was over at NPCs too, and I was just like, I had to leave there too.
Yeah, a lot of people were live tonight. It seems like a lot of people were live tonight, so I don't think she should get too depressed. Like I was saying, it's just like there's
Yeah,
tons
definitely
of
not.
people live. Yeah, there's tons of people that are live.
It's friggin' Saturday.
Yeah, and of course, I try to seduce people to look at some real issues Saturday and Wednesday, and yeah, I mean, pretty much on Tuesday too. A lot of times Tuesday, the entire show, I try to have the Tuesday show be more participatory, but it usually just ends up being me. And then, yeah, but the entire thing, you know, every single one person we take away from this just mountain of goy slop and just trash is a victory. I don't care, right? I don't. Every
I
single
agree.
one, every single one person is a huge dent in this whatever thing. So, I'm super happy with because see, Saturday night, who's thinking about ellul on Saturday night? I mean, I've literally forced people to do it, right? So, I mean, so for better or worse, I think that would cause a ripple effect because Saturday, as you guys know, is like, Saturn is like, it's all about impending doom and time and whatnot. And, it's pretty funny, that, we get up on Saturday to Sunday and we discuss this,
Yeah, you
very
know what's really weird
important
is
issue.
like
Yeah.
I was born when the sun was rising, and I'm a Leo, and so that's my sun and rising sign, and Saturn was right behind the sun. It's kind of weird.
Oh, okay. So there might be some,
Mhm.
so black sun, hidden sun type of deal
Mhm.
there
It's a
going
black
on.
hole sun, but I don't smile like that.
Yeah. Black sun rising. Black sun rising.
I used to say I was Saturn's bitch, and now I think it feels much more freeing now because I know where all the boundaries are.
Yes. It's heavily black sun coated out here. Yeah, greetings, US Ape. One of the homies. Somebody tried to compare my shit to Paul's slave shit. I'm like, what is wrong with you, dude? Like
What?
that dude likes my show. They try to create a false conflict. I was like, I don't know, man. I really like Paul's monologues, and I'm pretty sure he's told me to my face, like, or whatever. I mean, as close as you could get on the internet or whatever. That like, hey, look, like your shit is some good explanations, some good explanations, bro. So like, yeah, man, it is what it is. Like, let's not.
I actually
And
had a good interaction with Paul over on Jack's a few
I
months
like
ago.
the guy. I like the
Yeah,
guy. Yeah.
I don't know if I like him, but I love him.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's a higher principle, like so on and so forth. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And blessings to these 11 people watching. You guys have been hanging out. You know, I might play some music. It looks like nobody's going to call in. We got 20. Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, I said I had a whole hour. Yeah, we got time. Let's see what other music we got here. Oh yeah, 2 Cups of Blood. Oh my god. This is so good. 2 Cups of Blood, dude. You know what I mean?
Those kids out there seem mad thirsty. You got something for them to drink?
Yo, we could wet up 2 cups of blood.
Arm to the leg, arm to the head. Yo, be the resurrect the mental dead.
G to the R to the Y, M Reaper. As I get deeper than a grip, resurrect kid.
Don't go against the grain, man, slang is my thing. I'll leave the hearty party with a bang, buzz a boom. Check my tune, it got you hyper. Don't give a fuck about a sucker C cipher.
As you decipher the tricks of the viper, swine is lethal, is evil. I am original. We can build upon the ill form and keep all your brain cells warm.
Hocus pocus, yo, what's the focus? Weak techniques should speak, the shit is bogus.
Even in a mortuary, science of bloom. As I seek the gnaw from the womb to the tomb.
Yo, deadly, yeah, get ready. Here comes the styler, wilder than Freddy.
Dead.
Cause the Kruger, boom, I do ya. Just to let you know, grave diggers coming to ya.
That stinking rotten, your brain cells forgotten the past. You had your boomer eyes picking cotton. Now you hate your naughty hairstyles. I guess you figure the texture is too wild, child.
2 cups of blood, boy. 2 cups of blood, girl. Alright, drink that shit up.
Two Cups of Blood. Spooky Saturday. The grave diggers. Hocus pocus. Yo, what's the focus? Weak techniques you speak. This shit is bogus. No matter how much I clutch my holy Bible, my rivals see my survival as vital and show me idols. Ain't no calling timeout when I climb out the garbage can with 2 9s out and blow your spine out. Ain't no calling timeout when I climb out the garbage can with 2 9s out and blow your spine out. Do the King Stephen laugh. Do it way better. Blow the whistle. Yeah, there's a lot of things popping off. Spooky Saturday.
It's all mine, and your woman too. It's all mine, and your woman too. all mine, and your woman too.
With the migraine, headache, stressed out, having $1 million doubts. Nigga wonder, am I blind like Stevie Wonder? The system trying to take me under. My whole team pops scalenes. No more triple beam dreams or amphetamines. I got a problem with the FBI. I'm always like, fuck 'em, motherfuck 'em. I made $1 million and got the fuck out of Detroit. Niggas hate me there, they wanna kill me. Player haters can't feel me. I'm underground, so check the sound. You won't catch me on your radio dial, so fuck that shit and bump this shit. If you ain't with this shit, suck a fat dick. You old broke ass, hoe ass, never getting no cash. It's time to make another million, and I never went platinum. It's time to make another million, and I never went gold. It's time to make another million. I'm underground, bitch. It's time to make another million. On this side of that blood. Hold up, wait a minute, your radio ain't shit if my tape ain't in it. So now I'm going all out, and I'ma smoke on the gas till I fall out. You can't stop my flow, hell no. If you's a hoe, you got to go. Street politician, connection with chickens. The night before Christmas, pop Charles Dickens. Can't nobody do it like me, I'm the incredible Bruce Wayne, please. Last of the red hot London MCs. Nigga, what? Smack your bitch booty while I'm busting the nut. My flow is ill, like a virus. My words speak out to a thug, like Cyrus. Kidnap your mind and hold it for ransom. The murder I wrote is a suicide note, and it's time to make another million. It's gon' kill me now. It's time to make another million. It's time to make another million. You ain't heard, nigga. It's time to make another million. What? What? Nigga, what? Feel like that? What? Bruce Wayne, nigga. And I'm rich for real. You better go ask the IRS about me, nigga. What? What, nigga? What? Bruce Wayne, what? 1987.
Rap for the spectre, always in black like a funeral director. I'm with Project's Rec Room, got 20 goons in the butcher sweat. I never shake, potato on the barrel, it's safe. My kerosene, best in Brooklyn, no Jake Snitch, cause I'll hit your way. Stakes are high, got no more time to be wasting upstate. Got 9 and 12 pellets per cartridge, black partridge, I leave it to fate. Bouquet of flowers shipped to your wake. Children of doom, we break that coke down with the pace. I'm too ferocious, anybody seeing me senseless. Since park benches and dead lieutenants and soldiers screaming for vengeance. I flood the hood with sedatives, schemes of Edward Kempers. Felonies and bagel stores, you can find me where the hemp is. Tim got blood in them from the park like Jenny Levin. Any D&T in the coop, carcass and Def Leppard. Modern network, drug farmers, Satan worshippers, shrapnel, project goons, young murderers, young gentlemen, muzzle loaders, cold burglars, boys and female fatigues, on surfaces. Modern network, drug farmers, Satan worshippers, shrapnel, project goons, young murderers, young gentlemen, muzzle loaders, cold burglars, boys and female fatigues, all surfaces. Headbangers who pump rock, we bout to get your shirt on. I got some ugly bitches for sale too, like Sandra Bernhard. Board certified murder guys, way to work inside. Toxicologists feel special cause you're the first to die. Two buggies, savvy and road like it's a catacombs. From the casserole, coke slings, I'm baby McEnroe. Playing God, it's after macabre, born for some massacre. Spraying his badge next to his brains, give me a spatula. Working with bro, I do it when I'm serving that snow. Murking the coast, working that toast. FBI files already post. Mausoleum status, check the second roast. I came from nothing, I got nothing, I'll stop your pulse. Turn your body to a corpse behind the wall of sleep. Cauldron to leak, got Hebrew killers storming to eat. Modern network, drug farmers, Satan worshippers, trap men, project goons, young murderers, young gentlemen, muzzle loaders, cold burglars, boys at FEMA fatigues, all surfaces. Modern network, drug farmers, Satan worshippers, trap men, project goons, young murderers, young gentlemen, muzzle loaders, cold burglars, boys at FEMA fatigues, all surfaces. Live off the interest of 2 mil from groovy pills. Turn bitches to mummies, I take the checks and leave a mill. Cats play me too close, you lighten the loafers. Let me check your glucose, too much sugar up in your fucking toasters. I'm a project tradition, born killers, no religion. 550 beds, no friends, dual business, no addictions. I heard being broke is a superstition. Since I seen the ghost in the kitchen, taught me the most conviction. Modern network, drug farmers, Satan worshippers, trap men, project goons, young murderers, young gentlemen, muzzle loaders, cold burglars, boys at FEMA fatigues, all surfaces. Modern network, drug farmers, Satan worshippers, trap men, project goons, young murderers, young gentlemen, muzzle loaders, cold burglars, boys at FEMA fatigues, all surfaces.
So, anytime you need like put a tap on a phone, or need to get out of the country really quick, or scare the shit out of somebody, you know, you just give us a call. Give you a number. Yeah. Say you got the spot, say what's up. Say you wanna give it up to me. Hopefully you have the right information that I seek. So I came over to you. Said my name and you said yours. I need to know the right info. You burn up if you get too close. Okay.
here's this thing. Scapa flow and ministry, as I said. So, yeah, so
That was pretty awesome. Great beat right there.
yeah. So I'll talk to you guys soon. Enjoy the Talkantian adventure, as they say. And yeah, so we'll be back on Tuesday, so not too long. And I'll try to do a music show tomorrow. And we'll see what we can get into. Blessings, guys. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lives, right, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And please, check out my presentation that I gave. We'll be continuing next time on these same topics. I appreciate you guys. brother Jack.
Machine lies. How are you, my? And we are true friend. The machine lies. How are you, my brother?
Greetings, brother Jack. I hope everyone can hear me fine.
Sounding good. A little bit soft. Can we turn you up just a little bit?
Okay, let me try to turn myself up if I can.
Yeah. Anyway, it's good to see you. Any ideas? You're a man who's truly got a wealth of knowledge and experience as well. Even though you're younger than me, I know you're you've been exposed to a lot of experiences. So what thoughts or ideas are coming up for you, please?
Well, I agree with the basic premise, right? I think that we should have obedience to God, and I think that there is an authority, or at least I've come to believe that there's a sort of authority in the world, right? That is unseen, right? I like to say, heard and not seen, right? So I like to say that's how God appears to me, right? And so yeah, I think that following the obedience, and I think that it's perfectly fine to in my opinion, right, maybe replace God with nature, right? And I think that whether you're coming from a theistic perspective or a non-theistic perspective, right, you can say that there's some sort of higher authority, some sort of higher order of things that we all have to succumb to, and that it's not against us, it's largely benign, right? So I think that might be a huge aspect of things.
Interesting. I agree with much of what you said. I got a couple I want to press back on though. Because I do agree, and I see exactly what you're saying about go to nature for those who resist the idea of theism. But I know that when people go to nature, then they cling on to this Darwinian idea of the strongest, survival of the fittest and the strongest, right? And so then they get this idea, if they get an idea of theism from going to nature, they come back to this power hungry, no mercy, brutally punishing God. And I'm actually convinced that God is benevolent. It's goodness.
Yeah, I think there's at least three perspectives on the table, right? One is the perspective that that God exists and that God is separate from nature, right? The second perspective would be that God and nature are actually the same thing, right? So there is a God, but it is sort of the same thing as nature, right? And then you can think of maybe another sort of perspective within that, right, in which nature and God are sort of co-evolving, right? So evolution is a process that affects both nature and God, and as nature changes, sort of God changes, right? And so there's a concept where God doesn't have to be sort of a static force in the world; it could be sort of a dynamic force that changes and evolves with sort of the the wishes of humanity, right? So there could be a sort of deistic perspective where sort of nature and God are one-on-one, right? Where and this was actually the perspective of Plato and Aristotle, right? So there was actually serious people who thought that that God doesn't really control nature fully, right? That he has to correspond with natural law, and that mediates sort of God's creation. So there's all sorts of different perspectives, and I think they're all intelligent. I think they're all intelligent. I think even the perspective in John 1:1, right, that there was a image of man that God created the world through, right? That this notion that man was there at the beginning of the creation of the world, right? That's a very empowering concept, and there's reasons to justify that as well. So I think they're all intelligent perspectives. And obviously, if you think that nature is sort of a replacement for God, and you don't believe in God, I think that I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that perspective. If you're just totally looking at it from a non-theistic perspective, right? Something like Buddhism, or So.
You're absolutely right. And I mean, I agree. Whatever people see it, I hope they see it. But the point is, they got to see their connection. Whether they look to nature as God, or they look to some intelligence and power beyond nature, each of us has to find and see our connection to it. A big fan of Jack Return of Fusion Studios. I don't know, but thank you for that, Humble King. And I don't mean to turn from you, but there was something I thought was totally different direction, but from Jeeps, the instigator, right? Thank you, my friend. Jack, tell Kenny how much better than Trump you are. He's not getting it. He'll get it. This is what I mean. There's a lot of people that are so close. They're going to find a breakthrough. I'm going to convince Kenny to look in a different direction eventually.
Yeah, like the sunglasses, right? So, and the black, right? Because I always wear black and wear sunglasses. So it's an interesting choice. So similar fashion choices. So.
It's interesting. I mean, I don't know if you heard me earlier. This thought, it came to me. The initial thought was that God's design is absurdly perfect, right? It's beyond logical. It's just and where I was going with that, would help me to confirm that with me, is in the design, right? We find the essence, the intelligence, and the quality that binds energy into atoms and elements. And then from the atoms and elements, it continues somehow, and the pieces keep coming together, forming all these different variations of life and matter and light. It's like, holy cows, man. Any thoughts? Related or not?
Well, I mean, I find the whole thing pretty questionable, right? And I have to admit, I can't prove that God exists, right? So that is a fact, right? I've looked at the different logical arguments, right, for why God exists. I have a strong hunch, right, and faith in God, right, and so on and so forth. But I believe, as you said, that there's actually no logical explanation for the world, and yet from nothing, nothing comes, right? So there's this concept where, where were natural laws before the creation of the world, right? There's this, sort of idea. So if there was sort of laws that nature follows, right, were these there before, the Big Bang, or what was going on? So that is the main thing I need to sort of clarify with the scientists, because I think physics leaves a whole domain of inquiry unanswered, and I think they're honest about it. So that's why I think that I like their sort of findings, because they say, well, it's 99.9% dark matter, empty space, and that space is infinitely full of potential, and so on and so forth. So I think that is quite mysterious, and I'm satisfied with the mystery.
That nothingness is what it's God, I think. Hey, Dirty Lowlife, seriously, welcome. And I didn't see when you popped up. I was a little spacey, so welcome back. It's great to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good to see you both. TML, you've been singing my heartstrings. Satisfied with the mystery.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Oh, how long it's taken me to find satisfaction with the mystery. Still looking. You said right at the beginning there, I know God, but I can't prove him to you, or something to that effect. And it struck me that if somebody comes to me and says, I can prove God, I need to be very cautious. I think it's very much what you're saying at the beginning, Jack. It's each man's journey is his own. And to try and find somebody else's way for you is to stray.
I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how many different philosophers have come up with their own concept of God, right? I think, and I call it the God of the philosophers, right? And if you compare their different models, right, they have certain similarities and certain limitations, right? And it's almost like if you try to explain God, then, your, perception gets caught up in the limitation of the way you've explained it, right? So, I don't know, that's the kind of thing I'm against is, sort of equating God with reason. And I think the first person to fumble on that was Plato, and then it kind of got carried away from there.
Yeah. I want to swing back this comment. It's not that hard. Jesus Christ already proved God. If you can trust in that, it is true. It is true if you can trust in that. There's a lot of people that find resistance to accepting, right? And but there's a quote that it's not coming up clearly, but it's along the lines of how, maybe if I say it right, theologians may argue, yet mystics speak the same language, something like that. And with philosophers as well, there's similarities, but some of them have their different limitations, right?
Yeah, and that's what I think the downfall of philosophy really goes into, because they get more concrete with their explanations and their definitions. And the way somebody else explains something, they get caught up in the way they defined a certain word and, and so on and so forth. So I think the first philosophers were mystics. As you said, Jack, because the philosophy and the religion and the art, they were sort of connected. But then we sort of started to compartmentalize these things, and now we think that, there's an art for the sake of art and a knowledge for the sake of knowledge, but really these things don't exist. These things have to be integrated, right?
And the people are the only ones that can integrate. That's what we're here to do. God, it's such a beautiful, crazy experience when you get a chance to pause and really look at it, the mystery of life. Holy cows, the mystery of nature. And realizing that at its greatest picture, that's what we are, right? The earth has produced all sorts of plants and animals, and we're just another one. We just have a different level of awareness. But it's an individual experience, and God cannot be proven. I was considering this as well. Many of us fight over our subjective truths, right? We argue over what is true. And we expect people to convince us. And I used to buy into that. But the reality is, the truth is the truth, right? We can each place a claim on this is what I view as the truth, but the truth is the truth. And there's no reason to fight if we humble ourselves to the truth. So the solutions for our world are waiting. And I mentioned this earlier, guys. I am super excited for what the future is looking like. It's going to be amazing and incredible. Even people like some of the toxic men who have been showing up around here so often. I got faith. They are even ready for a breakthrough. Sorry, I went on. Any thoughts, feelings? What are you thinking? Future or otherwise?
Well, I have this idea, from Sun Ra, right? The light of the future casts the shadows of tomorrow, right? So, that's a quote I use in my show.
Say that again, please.
The light of the future casts the shadows of tomorrow.
I was reminded earlier today, too, that what we think about, what we focus on, what we give our energy to today, it's creating tomorrow. Pretty obvious, right?
I think it's very easy for philosophy, as it's passed on, to be, distilled into mental gymnastics only. And it sits in the mind, swirling around as different philosophies, and we contrast them, but they very quickly lose practical application in the present moment that we're living in. Jackie mentioned earlier about being still, and I've had this idea for a while that meditation has become quite a dirtied word, what with all of the, gurus hanging about the internet. I came across a nice description of it not too long ago, which is intentional resting. And that's really just sat with me. How often do we intentionally rest? It's very easy to fall asleep at night and rest inadvertently, but to take a moment, even mid-sentence, to realize that you can relax and just be, and how that's changed my life.
That's an incredible lesson, seriously. And the topic today, I'm putting a call out for men: time to heal, time to lead, time to change. And if we want to lead, we want to heal, we got to give ourselves a chance to rest as well, right? Because to stay strong, you got to balance it with the ability to rest, and rest includes relaxation. So for a lot of the nervous or angry dudes, there's the first path. Set an intention, right? Use your intention and consciously choose to practice relaxing, especially when things get tense. Practice relaxing. It'll all work out. That's something I had to learn, because God, I love to fight. Once I stopped physically fighting, I found out I really love to argue. And then my experience in the union, God, I got paid to argue. It was friggin' amazing.
Yeah, that's why this box is very cathartic, because actually, I think the first time I talked to Imperius, I talked to him for over 2 hours at least, right, where we were just constantly screaming at each other, right? So I think I do love to argue. I think I argued for 2 hours this morning with close associate of the show, and I got nowhere. Almost ended with us ending our friendship permanently. so this is the daily travails.
We can end the friendship, but it doesn't have to be permanent. But I get what you're saying. It's I'm convinced that what we are in the greater picture, we're an experimentation of life here on Earth at this time. However we came into being, however the beingness came into being, right? We're here. And what I'm sure that we're here for is to point each other to love, lead each other to the truth, right? We can't prove love. I mean, we can show signs, we can offer it, but just like anything else, right? We got to figure it out. And if we start encouraging, especially, the call out today is for the men for sure. If men start encouraging themselves instead of beating themselves up, they'll be more encouraging with the others around them. And as we're more encouraging with ourselves and with others around them, well, the logical path is you're more fun to be around, right?
You make me ask good questions, Jack. If I'm to lead, where am I going to lead to? And it seems like there's only one place worth going. Secondly, if I'm to lead, how am I to lead anyone unless I can lead myself first? And I do wrestle with that second bit a lot.
And I'd say that's the first place to start, right? To recognize that you already have been. You've been leading yourself. Maybe mistakes were made, maybe tough lessons were learned. I know that's what I did, right? But you're leading yourself, and this is what men have forgotten in this world where obedience is conditioned and we actually glorify the most obedient sometimes. Who can obey the best?
Yeah, I think it's imperative to realize how it says in the Tao Te Ching, right? In chapter 18, it says that the greatest ruler is but a shadowy presence, right? So the leader doesn't allow his rule to be felt by the people he rules over, and it kind of says that this is kind of like the best type of rule, that a real leader allows the people to sort of lead themselves, right? So when they get things done, they think that, we did it ourselves, right? So essentially, he makes everyone think that his job is kind of like the municipal department, just cleaning up the trash, like making sure that there's, that there's like trimmed bushes and things look nice, and so on and so forth. So I think in terms of the ruler, right, it says that, that why is the sea king of 1,000 streams? Because it lies below them and sort of guides them and can sort of monitor their movement as a shepherd keeps watch over his flock, right, and so on and so forth.
That's exactly why I think that analogy was used. Is the true leader is one who serves and protects and guides, but realizes each one they're protecting and guiding and serving is on their own, right? They're with me, I'm there for them, but each of them is on their own. They all got to walk the walk themselves. But I did learn that. I think I did a lot of good things in my small experiences in leadership as the local union president and officer and stuff. I know that I did a decent job of sharing the credit and accepting the blame, and that's what leadership is. My purpose was to try and develop others to replace me, to be better than me. I think I failed. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have lost my job. I'm telling you guys, my higher spirit, or the God of this time and creation, has such a sense of humor. That's what I found. Because my life, it's been funny. I've done a lot of things that it's been fun.
Perhaps that failure was a necessary step upon the path.
I couldn't have gotten to where I am. I would not have these thoughts and ideas today had everything else not happened just the way that it did. I was actually thinking about this earlier today. There's a woman I learned from, and I truly, truly hold her in the highest regard, the deepest respect. she broke my heart when she said that she wasn't able to cooperate with me or help me. And I was like, oh, how on earth can this be? This makes no sense whatsoever. And yet, I was just thinking about that today. I would not have learned the way that I did to know what I know had anything else happened, right? Who knows? I tell you what, though, guys, I'm serious. I feel it in my heart. I know what I've been through. I know the quality and caliber of men that I've been meeting and encountering online in these live streams and elsewhere. We've got a lot of very intelligent, very gentle, very kind, caring, compassionate men. And that's what the world has been waiting for. Because those who can lead by compassion or with compassion, they know the only way to lead is to serve, right? To serve those who maybe don't know as much, or maybe haven't had the same opportunities as another. I know this is a solution for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the best way to, you know, as I say, destroy a fool is to make them king for a day, right? And then the best way to, you know, find a leader is to find the person who is sort of, you know, humble, as they say. They're willing to serve the greater portion, and so on and so forth. And obviously, we're bad at doing that.
We're getting there.
Right.
I think individually and collectively, I've really wondered, and I've allowed myself to wonder pretty big. I think my life and who I am, it's a reflection of history, right? It's a reflection of America. And then when I got the idea of the Live Without Fear, and I started testing my own faith, growing my own faith, well, then I thought about it. Maybe my life does reflect some sort of pattern of history for lessons, right? And if there's lessons in my life that are reflective of the patterns of the bigger picture, if I can express those and communicate those easily, well, then I'm a messenger for the divine as well. And then, so the point is, one of the obvious patterns of me is I've made my life harder on myself than it needed to be. My fears, while they ended up making me a stronger man, they also showed me to be a cowardly man as well. So both parts of it are real. But the other pattern of me is I've started over a whole bunch of times in my life, right? I moved from one role, one place to another, and it was always like I was starting over. And I got angry at that for a long time until I realized, holy shit, I can start over. It's not a burden, it's a gift. And if mankind will just check in collectively, right? We group together collectively with the intention of pausing. Just pausing. So we're not fighting, we're not trying to figure everything out, but we're just going to accept everything for where it is right now. And then from that pause, we can start again. Right? And I think we might, if after a moment of pause, I think most people are less likely to pick up a fight again, at least not immediately.
So I'm just going to jump in, Jack, because you said if we can collectively pause and you put your hands together, And I realized that that is the pause symbol. It's 2 bars. Play, pause, when you take player. That's pause. And that's also the symbol in electronics for the capacitor. The capacitor is 2 plates with a gap. And capacitor can hold charge. Just strange overlaps with the language and symbology there.
There's amazing patterns we can discover and get lost in. That was another thing I'll admit publicly my mistakes. Maybe others don't make those, right? But something I was reflecting about myself earlier today. I accept full responsibility. I'm completely accountable for every choice I've made, wise and unwise, but I'm here where I'm at, and things aren't exactly where I want to be. I've kind of failed in some of my goals. And if I look back and I'm honest, had I taken the time to actually study the techniques so I really embodied what was being taught to me, I'd have been so much better. But what I did was, I guess in my egoic pride, I learned a lot, and I learned a lot very quickly. I would gather what I viewed as the fundamentals of what worked with others, and then incorporated them into me and how I do my things. And I found a lot of techniques that are very, very helpful. But I'm not a master of any of them. I'm a master of me. So the point I want to share is, folks, if you got something that you're wanting to learn, don't half-ass it. Don't half-ass it. Put your time in and learn what you want to learn and become proficient in it. And then it'll make it easier as you go on. I'm going to get back to studying more in-depthly soon. But in the meantime, guys, I am so fired up. I am so fired up with excitement and anticipation for the future of mankind. The answers are here. I don't know if I shared it. I don't remember if I shared it here already. Sorry if I'm repeating. In a Instagram comment, I said something about I was outside, there was a call out, where's the spiritual leaders? So I replied, well, I'm outside of Washington, D.C., hoping to do something. And I said, right, well, yeah, raise the consciousness in D.C. That's exactly my idea, guys. Let's find a way to get in front of the men and women who believe more in government than freedom. Let's get in front of them and explain to them what consciousness really is, what leadership really is, what reality really is. Because if we can raise the consciousness of those people who believe in government more than freedom, well, we're going to have more freedom because we're going to work together consciously, honestly. And we've got plenty of teachers alive today. It's just, I don't know if they had, I think I've just got a different background than a lot of different people. I think it's time. We got another guest here. Showed up. Welcome, Dick. How are you, sir?
Greetings.
You again.
Yeah, blessings.
Yo, cheers. How's it going? Good to see y'all. Hope you're having a fantastic afternoon and a great just experience of the now that's unfolding and revealing itself as we speak. It's a mystery, but it's known. Like, it's somewhat predictable. I knew Yolanda was going to come in. I could have predicted that.
Hey, welcome to you, Yolanda. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing well, thank you. It's a great conversation. Maybe that's why Dick predicted that I was coming up. It's right up my alley.
It is a good conversation. I can't remember what was so good, but something I was like, oh, I gotta contribute. I had an idea. I thought I knew something for a minute. Now I forgot it, but it has been an inspiring communication. You guys are onto something.
Well, thank you, Dick. You're both of you actually, everyone on this panel, I can say that I have, paid attention to. You caught my attention, and I've learned some things. I've witnessed different abilities, especially each of your ability to communicate clearly. It's like, okay, I got some work to do still. But this topic of it's time for men to heal, lead, and change, I'm pretty sure all of us men have been on that path, and we are on this path. And Yolanda, you're one of those who I think would be pretty supportive of men on that path, right?
I think it's both. I think both men and women. We both have to choose that healing is part of the process. I think that in today's day and age, we're so distracted. You were mentioning earlier about peace, and I know that in the stage that I am in my life right now, it is a priority for me to get out of the city and disengage from the tech, get back to an area where I'm just surrounded by nature, without the internet, my books, art supplies, walks, my family. This idea of money and wanting to buy more, and then the expectations of the things that you purchase and wanting the things that you can't purchase and having to have insurance. And it just keeps piling on and on and on. And as a society, we've really gotten away from what really matters and what gratitude is, very basic, which is your health and your loved ones, and to have nourishment and to be safe. It's so simple. And with that simplicity, I find myself at the most peace and the most blissful.
Hey, agreed. I think one of the greatest problems, men and women, though, is that feeling of safe. And that's why I'm specifically calling out to the men, right? If we're going to assume our role as the stronger gender, as the one with a little more strength and power, it's time to also balance that with compassion, right? And that's where I've been blessed. I mean, when I left home, I had some unhealthy resentments towards my mother. I had mommy issues. And I didn't recognize that I had mommy issues so bad. But the signs were actually very obvious to anyone who would know. But to balance that, though, in my experience, I have also, as I mentioned earlier, I've experienced and met some truly incredible women, right? Just absolute strong in their feminine strength and ability to hold compassion, even in the face of just friggin' disgusting, right? But this is where I mean, if us men can start leading in any relationships, especially if men will take the lead towards healing and being humble and honest about that goal, and truly committing to changing with love, for the ones we love, I'm sure that the women will join in, confident. But the healing on both sides requires each of us to learn how to trust again. The only way we can overcome our fear is with a willingness to trust. And that's scary when you've been betrayed or hurt, especially by those who you love.
We've had these debates and conversations a lot, which is what our expectations are for the roles of a man and for a woman. So out of curiosity, panel, what are your expectations of a woman, and what do you need and want and hope for in your relationship from a healthy relationship with a woman?
I'll go first. She just needs to choose a good man and then obey him.
Obey.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
She needs to make the best choice that she possibly can with all her capacity, all her faculties, all her comprehension, and make the best decision possible, and then submit and obey that man.
More of a traditional view. I get that.
I don't know if it's traditional. It's the only thing that works. Like, what would you propose otherwise? I mean, you have to have a leader, right? You're saying the men need to lead. So how does that work if the women don't follow, or the people that they're supposed to lead don't follow? I mean, they have to have willing participants. You can't lead without people that aren't willing to follow. But you also can't lead if the concept of leadership is not, understood.
I agree. No disagreements. I do have some answers, but I want to give the other gentleman. What would be the ideal? Please go ahead.
I come sort of 2 generations removed from a village, right? So so both of my grandmothers, they were fairly tough sort of ladies, and nobody really questioned their opinion, and they were sort of permanently spiteful in most of their interactions, right? They were like sort of hard and spiteful, like people, and so I mean, the women in the village, they're kind of like the matchmakers, right? Whereas the men, they're sort of like warriors, farmers, right? The women would work with the men, right? So it's not as if women wouldn't work; they'd work within the family, right? So I think in a village, right? And I think I'm for sort of bringing back the village, right? I think that the village is sort of way superior to like a town or a city, right? And I think that it's a sort of a small, local thing with a bunch of families or clans, right, that support the farming operations, right, within the village, and of course the technology has to scale to the village, right? It can't be large scale technology from outside the village that they rely on inside the village. Right, so all the technology for the village has to come inside the village, right? And the point of the village is to, 1, protect the traditions, and 2, to replant the wild nature, right? So sort of associate yourself with the nature, with the natural environment, and begin the process of replanting.
Thank you.
I suppose that makes it more to.
Please.
I think the thing I've appreciated most from a relationship with a woman, which was only displayed to me over the last 3 or 4 years, really, was the total acceptance of my emotional state. And basically her becoming a mirror for how I am in any moment. I realized that often I'd be 90% happy, but 10% uncomfortable. And this individual was very good at noticing that in me and accepting it, not rejecting it, but accepting it and saying, are you like this at the moment, Jamie? Because it's okay if you are, but I just want to know. And that's helped me recognize how I am, because I've spent so much of my life ignoring these little things in me, in my emotional state, thinking I'm the majority feeling. And it turns out I'm a much more nuanced being than I thought I was. And the reflection of that from a woman who cares for me has been one of the most healing and wholesome things I've ever experienced.
That was beautiful, my brother. And that's actually in line. That's in line with what I was suggesting would be the ideal role. As my partner, for sure, right? And honestly, I think the greatest quality could be a compassionate acceptance, right? To help us better understand. But for me, the purpose is help me raise my standards for myself. Help me to become a better man, right? And that way I can do a better job of leading. And with her contribution, it seems to me that's the way a healthy... Now, keep in mind, I'm just speaking from theory. I've never actually experienced this relationship, okay? So it just seems to make sense to me from the mistakes I've made.
That's awesome. So then you kind of want the woman to shit test you a bit, is what you're saying, to make you better.
I want her to be honest, and I want her to feel safe with being honest with me, right? I want her to trust that her honesty will be appreciated and respected. And that way it's a mutual thing. We trust each other. And the more you trust each other, sure. You know, if it comes down to it, if you're the one who's responsible for safety and providing, well, assume that role responsibly as an opportunity to shine.
A safe space, like you were speaking about earlier. I get it. I think that is important in relationships, no doubt.
What's your thought, Yolanda, please?
They're all really great. Thank you for your honesty, gentlemen. It's seems like what you want in a woman is also what I would want in a man. So for me, obedience, because I'm trying to go in kind of in order. And you mentioned obedience. And at this stage in my life, I'm not sure that I could even approach my loved one, my partner, my husband, with obedience. At this stage, it's about what we can do together to fulfill what we need to do. Where I lack, where I am weak, I would hope my expectations, which expectations are not always going to be met, is that he can pick up where I can't hold what I.
But what about when you guys disagree and it's something fundamental, like how you're going to raise your children or where you're going to live or what you're going to do as far as, you know, work arrangements and things like that? If ultimately a line has to be drawn in the sand because there's two opposing views.
Right. Well, I mean, you would have to do what was best for your family, right? And sometimes that would mean that, right, you'd have to do what was best for the family. If it meant that the husband's or the man's role was going to secure the unit more, then that would be the more appropriate choice. And vice versa, right? If the woman was the one that had to pick up that where she had to work, if something else had happened, you know, or her husband was ill or lost his job, or I just think it's a good balance of both. But
yeah, I don't disagree. I just say it in an extreme kind of way, because to get right to the 800-pound gorilla, which is if you want men to lead, then they have to be able to lead. And that concept seems to be evading people now of what that looks like and what that actually is. So I'm presenting like a real life scenario. What ultimately happens when they don't agree? And you get this kind of like, just kind of, you know, maneuver around it. But really, what happens when two people have opposing views and they can't come to an actual, common ground on it?
Well, then your unit isn't going to function in a way that
is it over? Or
prosperous.
does someone make a decision?
Mhm.
Does someone have to step up and take accountability?
Right.
the
It's
question.
just the responsibility of the family. And it's every situation is so different.
Yeah, I just think that is what makes modern relationships so dysfunctional. I see that as precisely the problem.
Let's let her finish up, please.
Sure. I like the way my family functions is we're moving more back to what TML was mentioning. A family member has purchased property, and so the family's slowly starting to come back together, like our immigrant relatives that taught us a foundation of the importance of these roles, right? Of what are the women do? What are the men going to do? How are we going to make this property come together? And then also the social network of respect and honor and communication. And that is the hardest part, I think, of anything is proper means of communication, regardless if it's being disrespectful, honest, or what have you. Communication is key. And Dirty Lowlife mentioned a beautiful example of his wife having that instinct to see something within him that he wasn't even aware that our role naturally as women is our instinct, which drives men crazy at times, but that is how we are made. That is our actual makeup within us, is to find those cues within our loved ones, our children, our partners, our families, our friends, is our instinct, like that you were mentioning. But all great insights. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Something, and yes, thank you. That's a beautiful question, and to be able to share it with you, thank you. Something, that idea. Oh, what did you just say? You said, I lost it. Sorry. Oh, intuition. I have a theory regarding us men folk, particularly the men folk with mommy issues. When we deny the feminine aspects of ourselves and we just focus only on being masculine, we're actually ignoring and overlooking the sensitivity that we all have. Women certainly are. I don't know if it's by the way I'm sure there's many, many variables involved, but women are certainly more in tune and with that intuitive. And, but I believe all of us, even the men, when we allow ourselves to be sensitive, then those feelings can be understood again. But our calluses, we think they make us tough, and they do. But we can also hide behind those past wounds and prevent ourselves from deeper connections with the people we love. We can prevent ourselves from deeper connections with ourselves, and through that, through to the divine.
Well said. Good stuff.
Thank you. To live at a time like this, please, if you're jumping in, Yolanda.
I don't know if you all feel this way, but we just make things way more complicated on ourselves.
We do.
I think back at the different decades of my life and how complicated I made things, and it is the most that I appreciate in my life right now is the simplicity of things and not over complicating. But without, I would only be able to get to this stage in my life based off of the suffering and the trials and the tribulations. And without that, I wouldn't be able to appreciate the peace and the serenity. And it's only temporary. It's not as something that is, you know, something that is a consistent, but I appreciate it and I cherish it for sure. Because then that's when I can recharge the most.
That's something I learned by actually considering the female perspective a little, or experience a little more. I started paying attention, and then I went and got like a pedicure and a massage. Guys, if you don't go get a pedicure or a massage because you think you're too tough, you're fucking stupid, man. It's like, take care of yourself.
Reflexology, man. The art of foot massage. Oof. That's a nice rabbit hole to go down.
Well, I'm glad you said it, because it's health. Pedicures and massage, it's part of wellness. It's part of health, the circulation. And if you don't have somebody to do that for you, then look for it, because nobody else is going to do it for yourself except for you. And Jack, you promote that. Knee rubs are available. So
that's right.
Yeah.
You can always
I don't do it anymore because I don't want anyone to touch me, but I did used to do that. Like I used to go to hot springs and all that stuff. Now I'm just disgusted with it. I went to a hot spring and some dude's skin was falling off in the spring and it ruined it for me. It was disgusting. True story.
You know, I believe it. You were tested. Are you still willing to go after that which you want, or is that one experience going to?
I'll go in a sauna. I'll do the sauna thing. I like that.
You found another way.
I think saunas are great. I mean, you know, if everybody could have one at home, wouldn't that be amazing?
We could, if we change the way we do commerce and we share resources with each other. We could create so many amazing things for so many different people, because there really is. It is important for men and women. Take care of you, right? We've got to.
Yeah.
I know it. For me, your health is it should be number one priority, because you can go anywhere in life if you're strong and if you're healthy. Yep. You can always restart over if you have your health. But like for me, it's been a very, very difficult journey. And this year's been very hard for me. And I'm so thankful that my loved ones have been there for me in my weakest state. But I just think if something were to happen, leave me behind, because I would hold you back. And then I think about all of these, our ancestors, you know, that were trucking along and you didn't make the journey. And I, at this stage, would be one of those people. I would feel that it wouldn't make that journey, but I'm in a pursuit to get better. But the only reason why I brought it up is make sure you have good health, because without your good health, you can't also be a help to others around you. So health is absolutely a priority.
I'm convinced that the best way to have physical health is to get health in here, in the mind, right? With a mindset that's willing to accept health, a mindset that's seeking health, a mindset that appreciates all the healthy things that you can do for yourself. And then you'll just see yourself doing the healthy things. But if you can get it straight in the mind, that's where it begins and ends.
Well, and how much of the self-defeating type of patterns that we have, you know, if we'd observe them, we could see how it's at minimum, you know, not productive, but very well may be creating the exact opposite result of what we're trying to accomplish or what we want to see unravel in our life. But I mean, health, it's like I've struggled with health. I just, in a transparent type of testimony, would have to say a lot of it's been self-imposed. You know, as I look over the course of my life, I'm just like, even if it was habits that were given to me generationally or whatever, or just not managing energy well, or creating a chaotic lifestyle. And so it's just being aware and conscious of the decisions you're making. And does it lead to peace, Jack, or does it lead to chaos in a likeliness type of scenario?
We get a little bit of both in everything, but
sure. But what's the tendency of that decision, right? You know.
If I could just add to what you're saying, Dick, I agree most of mine's self-inflicted, but there's also this very quiet, lurking lack of self-worth where everybody else is worth looking after apart from me.
Yeah.
And it makes it, well, it's the reason that I'm overlooked by myself.
I can agree
Great
with that.
point.
I was putting myself out there too much for others and for my job, and wasn't paying enough attention to my vessel. And so I was making too many withdrawals and not enough, deposits to where I was on E. And when I came to it, I thought, what are you doing? You're not balancing yourself out very well. And so for right now, I have to focus on myself. And that's why I've been able to come back and have these conversations with my online friends that I've known for a long time, is that I have a little bit more in the tank because I was on E there for a while.
I didn't see it. I didn't know it. I'm glad to know that you are taking care of yourself, and you found the willingness and the strength to step back and be a little bit selfish with your energy. You deserve it, my friend. You do.
I appreciate it. I had to, my nervous system was on 10. Didn't matter when I was awake or when I was asleep. And so I had to revert back to childhood and think, what made you happy? What were those simple things that brought you joy and gratitude? And so it was right back to taking those drives out and looking at beautiful landscapes, listening to no music, choosing what music to listen to, walking outside, re-educating the body on being safe and how to breathe, all of those things that were so simple that we didn't think about as children, that when you grew up and kept piling on and stressing yourself out about. And the body is a miraculous thing. Yes. It's so miraculous. I mean, every time I get blood work, which I have to do it all the time, I'm always thinking, gosh, these poor veins, I don't know how much I could take, but they heal like that. And so when we speak about God, and however you want to think about God, God is so good, because I wouldn't appreciate without suffering what a miraculous thing it is to be in this body, regardless of how much it's going through.
That's beautiful. This body, and I mean, this was my observation earlier. Really, just I paused for just a moment to reflect on water. I mean, what a miracle and a gift and a treasure, this beautiful resource, especially when we have access to the clean stuff, right? But thinking about that,
yeah, it's true. Well, if you Google or you AI Chat GPT or whatever, Gemini, and say, what is the science behind the energy, signatures in water, and that whole scientist, not Miyokaki, but what the hell was the guy's name? Emoto, right? Emoto.
Yeah.
that really is a farce, that there's nothing to it, which is hilarious to me, because it's like, you know, all these studies that will be handpicked by corporations that are agenda driven or whatever, but, you know, nothing that actually points to cause and effect, that we would actually have some hand in how creation unravels, and that there'd be accountability to that. They don't want you to understand that or see that. And so that you hear some people, and they sound very voodoo guru, like way left field, and they're programming their water. They're saying to it, love, peace, joy, happiness, you know, abundance, all of, and they're drinking it. And people don't get it, but it's like, you know, it's that simple. Like, that really is available.
I'm one of those who I'm figuring, why not? Why not just spend a little moment if it possibly does better for me?
And if I couldn't see in a way, in my own mind's eye, how that would be legitimate, then maybe it would be a further reach. But it's much easier to place faith there when I'm going, well, that actually resonates as to how reality would work. And my spirit says there's a truth there, that I have a responsibility to my thoughts, and you know,
well,
just that whole space within me.
Even worst case, what are you doing? You're spending a couple of moments with positive thoughts.
Sure.
Can't go wrong there. These human bodies and the human mind, they're very fragile, and yet at the same time, the paradox is they are incredibly resilient, just like nature is. Some of the earlier conversations, you know, finding the divinity in nature, and you can kind of see how you are. And if you see the connection to nature, you can start to realize you got a lot more power with you than you may realize. I mean, just like a small seed will grow into a tremendous oak or whatever, right? We know how life grows, and that's what we are. There's a seed of life within us that grows us not just physically, but energetically. And if we can restore our energy, reclaim our divine power, which is the quality and essence of life, claim back your life, own it, lead it with love and compassion, and have fun. As long as we're here, we may as well be having fun, right? While we're doing what we got to do. I was thinking about, sorry, keep going on, but I was thinking about this, the idea earlier today about the mind of a child. Be innocent like a child would be, and be pure, and be playful, and be curious. And if you can live with the heart and the openness of a child, using the wisdom that you've gained as you've grown, well, then you got the perfect balance of childlike maturity. Wise playfulness. Seems to me that's kind of godlike.
I've noticed the same thing with music. It's easy to get stuck in performance rather than playing an instrument. And it is play that is what makes it.
That's right. You guys are musicians. I forgot about that approach. Life is a song that we get to dance to, right? We're creating it, and we're finding the harmony or the beats as we go. But it doesn't have to be chaos. We can align with people who, you know, resonate with us, and together, energizing together, growing together, that's where we become stronger. We're all just frequencies, forms of frequencies, and energy with information. I'm seriously, guys, I'm so excited for what the future is bringing, because the more I say it, the more I know it. The more I know it, the more I say it. The reason you and I and all of us exist today is to bring forth a better future. Will we succeed or not? That is the question.
Well, I really enjoyed this part of this conversation with you gentlemen today. Thank you. I was thinking about, yes, thank you. I was thinking about sharing a little documentary on my channel sometime today or tomorrow. And let me see, what was the name of it? The Divided Brain. Are you familiar with that? It's from 2019. And it says a film that asks the radical question, is there an imbalance between our brain hemispheres that affects how we live in modern society? And it's a gentleman that speaks with a lot of doctors about how modern society has affected our brains. So
I'd be very interested.
Yeah, I'm just going
And
to
does it
share
go
it.
into the microplastics and all that kind of stuff, the chemical, hormonal shit?
Briefly, not
Yeah.
too much. It has more to do with how much society has changed, and how it's affected the way the brain actually functions now.
So it's more psychological, not environmental impact, but it's more just
No, it's both. It's psychological and environmental, and how we've gotten away from the basics of what TML was mentioning earlier of village life and this fast-paced life, and the Western world, and technology, and how it really has changed. And because I got into that video, then I started to get the videos of other studies on what it's doing to the youth and the increase in dementia, because them being on autopilot with these devices and ChatGPT and AI thinking for them, and they're losing their gray matter. So that when we talk about the zombie apocalypse, we're watching our youth turn into zombies. It's kind of scary. They don't see it. They don't know. But those of us who have been fortunate enough to know what it's like to just be a child and learn how to play and be outside and not be afraid to be outside, and the paranoia and, everything that comes along with it. But what a difference. And so I thought this would be a good one to share. So keep an eye out, and I'll share it if I don't get a copyright strike where they stop streaming. I mean, it's changed so much since I've been on here last that I don't really know anymore when the stream is just going to stop. Like, it gave me a little bit more lenience last time.
Yeah, usually, like, if it comes up and you take the video away, it won't take the stream away. It'll just stop the thing eventually. But if you keep playing it, it'll take the stream down. So if you keep playing past the warning, it'll then take the stream down. So I guess that's how it goes, or that's what I've experienced.
Yes, and I've also learned too, don't keep it up, delete it afterwards, so that the AI doesn't come back and give you a strike or a warning that they're going to strike the channel. All of those great little tidbits. But it was such an impactful accumulation of data as well. And for those of us who enjoy researching, it's really well done. So I look forward to sharing it with you guys.
Thank you. It sounds like something.
Yeah, I look forward to watching that. Yeah.
Those are the things I'm fascinated by this age of technology, we are so blessed, so blessed. There's so many places we can turn to find some real credible knowledge. It still requires.
Yeah, but don't we need to draw a hard line though, Jack, when it comes to this technology? Like, isn't there a place where sanity has to kick in and we say, it's convenient. It's got, a lot of sparkly trinkets and gadgets and things to keep you focused on it, and it's available everywhere, and there is some convenience there, but at what level is the benefit? Especially when it comes to the social not working. Like, shouldn't everybody get rid of social not working at this point? Shouldn't we all just do that?
I believe it's time for us to use the technology available to our advantage before there's further damage and before we lose the opportunity. But
Jack, Jack, you were talking about centers of knowledge. I come here for knowledge, Jack. I love you so fucking much, Jack. Like, oh my God. Jack, I was listening on here and, Yolanda, can you cam up? I love Yolanda, Jack. I think I do. I think I need to get her in contact with Mariah so we can all get together and have a party, Jack. A tea party. Do we have a tea party, Jack? Do you remember a tea party? No?
Let's be respectful.
I am. I said tea party. I like
know.
tea party. Jack, I like tea. Do you like tea?
I know, but I also know that I want to caution you. I know that I want to caution you because I know how you can be. I'm just reminding you. Thank you. A tea party would be wonderful, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Jack. We can be like the Mad Hatter and play tea party.
Oh my goodness. Hey, thank you for joining, Imperius. Holy cows. I can imagine it would be like the Mad Hatter tea party.
Here's to you, and yes, you are the Mad Hatter of the party, Imperius.
Oh my God, Jack, she went on camera, Jack. Oh my God. Jack, she's wearing like a little like kimono thing, Jack. I like it. She wears these little Jack, she reminds me she's wearing like some kind of like Native American garb, Jack. You know what I mean? I like it.
It's very tasteful and lovely. Absolutely. It's very nice.
Jack, if you look at Egyptian hieroglyphics, they're effing all the time, Jack. Have you noticed? Have you ever looked into that?
There's a lot of
there's a lot of banging, Jack, in that.
Well, that's the way the world is. There's been a lot of that, but there's also been a lot of confusion and oppression, and even manipulation. People have manipulated the sexual energy into some twisted paths here in humanity.
True.
Yeah, Jack, we got. I'm not gonna mention its name, but we had an animal on panel the other day, Jack. That was a little squishy toy animal. That's a lot of. And then we have Snafu. Jack, you know what's with question? If any woman hooked up with Snafu, wouldn't that be bestiality?
Well, everyone has. Yeah, there's someone for everyone.
Yeah.
And hey,
good answer, Jack. That was a good answer.
The topic today, though, is it's time for men to heal. And, there's a few men that can clearly, if they worked on some healing, they probably have a better chance of finding some true love.
Jack, if they came in here with good faith like me, they would improve, Jack, and they would heal like I've healed since I've been on this show, Jack. They would heal. They would heal. I think, Jack, if they were, Jack, even people like Melanie could heal. Her anus could heal. If we would
stop.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jack. Sorry. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
Oh no.
Hey, I actually thank you. I appreciate the credit, and you're very
thank you,
very generous with the flattery. But please recognize that the feeling good that you get from me is still you feeling good. You just like how I help you feel.
You're a conduit for my feel good, Jack. You're a conduit.
Yep, but don't lose sight of the feeling good is a gift from God for you to enjoy. However you find it, it's goodness is that gift. And so just be with that grace and seek the grace of goodness to be with that.
That's why I'm here, Jack. That's why I'm here. I'm not like Margot. I'm Jack. I'm here for good faith reasons. I'm here to elevate and levitate around Jack.
Please pause for just a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a lovely conversation.
God, she's fucking hot, Jack. Sorry, go ahead, Jack. Sorry, go ahead.
Much love and appreciation to you. Thank you, Yolanda. I really do appreciate her swinging through and the questions, and I appreciate the gentleman who shared the honest answers too. What a great day.
Jack, my honest answer, I'd elope with her.
I got it. I won't go there. I truly do appreciate all of you, but we are nearing that 2-hour mark, and maybe it's a good day to keep this one a little more short. The lady left, so I guess.
Well, we still have Duck here. It's close enough. Right? No? I went over your head on that one, Jack?
I could put on a skirt or something, a kilt maybe. I've been meaning to try a kilt out.
No, Dick is far too masculine to fit in for the to replace the divine feminine energy. No offense, Dick.
I make the best she-males. You ought to see me in a dress, Jack. You really, you're missing the mark on that one.
You're doing good with your acceptance and your compassion, but it's still not quite the same.
It's not like Kenny. I mean, Kenny's got that real feminine and divine feminine, you know. Same thing with Snafu. They got some divine. Anyway, Jack, I'll get out of here for you. I just wanted to stop by today, Jack, and always, send my appreciation for the show. You're always doing good work in healing people. Except for the chat, you can't, heal diseased zombie freaks. And Jack, I love you, and I hope I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate you swinging through, my brother.
Hey, if you don't mind, I was just curious, because we didn't really hear Machine Lie's view on the energy and water. I'm just curious what he thought about that stuff, and if he's looked into that, or I'm sure you've heard about that, the Emoto scientist that, froze the water and put different frequencies into it and spoke different word to it. You find that legitimate, or what do you think?
Well, yeah, I think that people have always prayed over food, right? So this has been a long-standing practice in our culture, right? Not only in India, right, but also with the Islamic practices that were subsequently, right, taken over, right, or whatever, right? They, certain Islamic rituals, right, in the Indian subcontinent tend to have like a sort of pagan, flavor or element to it sometimes, right? So certain types of things, like certain invocations. So definitely, certain prayers over food, right, like water, right, certain, prayers, right, like over the water, right, and then like, praying on the water and then saving the water for later, and then praying over it again and then drinking it, so like my mom does these things, right, for example, right, so they do stuff like that for sure. The Tao Te Ching, it says the highest good is like water, right, in chapter 8 of the Tao Te Ching, and where it says, water dwells in the places that people reject, and so it is close to the Tao. It harms on the just and the unjust.
That's
right?
beautiful. That is beautiful.
Yeah.
I've never heard that one. You always hear a different one that kind of piques your interest. Water dwells in the place that people reject, or that others reject.
Oh yeah, chapter 8. Yeah, it's a beautiful chapter. And it's pretty much the Tao always talks about like water and the valley, and the relationship between the water and the valley and all that type of stuff.
there's amazing connections. You know, Dirty Lowline, please go ahead.
I was going to add a few things that I've come across. People replicating the experiment in bedrooms, basements, and garages across the planet. And like you said, it's more about cherry picking of which papers are published at which time. People have taken it further and done it with cooked rice and done it with fruit. Fruits will rot at different rates based on what you tell them. And I was going to bring it up when you first mentioned it, but we're full of water all of the time. So I think a lot of about speaking to the glass of water you're about to drink is about what's vibrating through the water within you. And to be honest, I think a lot of that is what science describes as the placebo and the nocebo effect. As if I live my life telling myself I'm not good enough, I don't know enough, I'm not knowledgeable enough, I will be that way physically. We need to be very particular with the words we choose, especially as we speak about ourselves.
That is the most important thing. I mean, if you take the words from the Bible, if God says I am, right? Well, what we say after I am, we really got to be honest and be accurate with I am what? I chose to consistently know that I am blessed. And when I chose to know that I am blessed, guess what I found? I found all sorts of evidence to prove me right. I am blessed. I want everyone to feel blessed. And I think we will be. Because there's an awakening happening, and we are a part of this, my brothers. We are, as Jesus was, we are the men who were sent into this world to be the light in the darkness, to find ourselves and to lead ourselves from the darkness into the light, and then in doing that, we're going to lead others. Will they follow? Well, I think many already are. We do influence everyone. Everyone influences everyone. I think we lost Dick. You bounced out. Thank you to Dick for popping through, though, for sure. I do think, any last words? Reflections? I'll let you go first, Jerry Low Life, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, I've not got a lot to say, I don't think, Jack. I did want to say my appreciation for you. People try to tear you down and you refuse to be torn down. And people try to put you on a pedestal and you refuse to stay there. So, yes, you're a humble man and I appreciate that. You taught me a lot. Thanks for having me. Take care.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. And Machine Lives.
I got a little bit of reading from this work by Derek Jensen called Strangely Like War, about this community forestry idea, right? So I floated this idea out earlier, and I'm not sure everyone was going along with it, but here is a part of the concept, right? By a modern author. He says, restoration forestry assists nature to heal degraded forests and bring them back to a state of biological productivity, biodiversity, ecological stability, and resilience. Restoration forestry means increasing the area under forest cover and increasing the age classes, the standing volume, and the diversity of forest ecosystems. It means that many more people will be have to be employed in the woods, not less. Using smaller machines and more reliance on draft animals, it means smaller mills and more value-added processing close to the wood source. It means minimal waste, maximum recycling. So it's about like these local communities going and taking control of the forest.
So he ties it to this other concept, community forestry. The local community controls a clearly and legally defined area of the forest. The local community is free from governmental outside pressure concerning the utilization of that forest. If the forestry involves commercial sale of timber or other products, then the community is free from economic exploitation of markets. So yeah, restoration forestry and community forestry, right? That's from Derek Jensen, Strangely Like War. So that's the work I'm citing there. But yeah, blessings to all the people. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Hey, brother, sincerely, thank you. I truly appreciate the wisdom that's shared and this idea of restorative forestry and community forestry. I can picture the benefits for sure. And I could even imagine there's probably people that would enjoy working together.
Right. Yo, keep it real. I was buried on the battlefield. Buried on the battlefield, located near Israel. The rest of my platoon was trapped upon a hill. I heard real, real. I was buried on the battlefield. I heard mega bombs, firearms, and war alarms, hand grenades, man rage and evil waves. My destination was to seek life. I mean, stars were so low, they appeared as street lights. I was shown the crucifixion by two Egyptians with war in heaven. I saw Christ with a Mac 11, so I joined his army and prepared for Armageddon. Armageddon, 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 Armageddon. Slowly taking me into the mental orgasms, ejaculating, stimulating, relating to life, incubating, rotating around light beams. From a light beam, I was formed in a white dream, and then redeemed like powder out of my maker, into nature, returned the vapor, killer, priest, was born in the pillar of yeast, lost in the miscarriage, the automatic for marriage.
Curious George walks, albeit not erect. Curious George flies a kite. Curious George learns his multiplication tables. Curious George takes a job. Curious George buys a ball barrel. Curious George goes to the hospital and walks, albeit not erect, toward the light. Cut myself empty.
empty space. Dreamt, cut myself empty space. Peel off the colors, transform into everywhere sandstorm. Dreamt, cut myself empty space.
Gone in here, chaos and order are yet to be discovered.
Dreamt, cut myself empty space.
Awakened from a slight repose.
Dreamt, cut myself empty space. As of now, walls of flames are stained, distorting, lining in order, pointing to a reference, pointing, this is a painting, remembering an end and then it's all over the face again, loving every novel treetop, foundations to build more and more.
Hovering colors hide under the slight mutter of another rumbling thundercloud. Wonder how I found this soundless eternity, rumbling externally, cluttering, burning heat, bubbling, permanently pulling the puppet strings, time, chuckling at a mind's climb. What a
thing indeed. I mean the primordial mud finds about the thicker round this plot, doesn't it? Hark alongside of a thorn name presenting yes, but whom so long as I'm about to shine, feel allowed to fall apart in front of a promenade Promethean legs.
Close to the guest to the blade, cracking a pipe, children play here. Animals die and waterfalls of wall to wall, becoming some a daydream, pretty serene scene. Seem like dumb ideas and learn not a glass bottom boat. Watch for your step, you're being followed.
The echo echoes through this special vessel of heaven's levels, intersecting and connecting with the collection of the devil's space, reflecting pebbles